ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 268th episode of the Geekverse podcast. I am the worthy cheeseburger-loving Travis Snell.
I'm the Asgardian Taylor Field.
I am your friendly neighborhood caster, Kirkland Patzer.
I am the inevitable Tyler Briggs.
I am the rabbit, Jessica.
If you haven't guessed, which I don't think you have, but by the title, this is probably the most anticipated review we've ever done. This is for Endgame. 3 quick shout-outs, and then we're going to go. Please just subscribe and go give us a review. We're trying to hit 200 reviews on iTunes. Give us a written review. Those are the one that count. So if you like, listen to this podcast first, and if you like it, give us a review. If you don't worry about it. It's fine. We don't need it. And then there's a Geekverse Gauntlet dropping tomorrow or sometime this weekend. That's the sports tournament. Kirkland, you're in big trouble. Oh yeah, we'll see. And then also, X-Men Retro is now live. Me, Kyle, and Kirkland are reviewing every X-Men movie from X-Men 1 to Days of Future Past. And it was a huge episode, so thank you for that. So I just want to shout out to comic fans. Do we have anything to say before we get into this?
Nope.
We're in the end game now.
Oh, boy. You're probably going to hear that. People are going to say that like 18 times in this cast.
We should have started with like Geek versus Assemble.
We can say that at the end.
But
that'll be our outro.
No, because we're not assembling at that point.
Okay. Do the...
Disassemble.
The problem is they don't all say it.
So the most important person.
We gotta
save this for the spoilers.
What's gonna happen is it doesn't matter. No, what's gonna
Avengers Assemble is not.
I know, but we can't discuss it in depth.
When we go into spoilers, I'm gonna give Jessica a head nod, and she's gonna say Geek versus Assemble, and that's when you know. I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1. She's gonna say that, and if you listen past that and you haven't seen the movie, you're a fucking idiot, and you should go see this movie. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do non-spoilers. We're gonna go around the room and give our overall thoughts, a recommendation, and then once you hear the Geek versus Assemble, maybe that'll be a new thing from now on, to be honest. It works. We will jump into spoilers, and that will be a warning for you. So who wants to grab the ball first? Who wants to grab the gauntlet first?
I'll take it.
I'm too nervous.
I'll take it. I'll start us off here. Oh, man. I actually don't know where I was going to start off. But alrighty. So
just to clarify for the listeners, Briggs has a notebook.
I do have a notebook here.
He is prepared beyond belief.
Except for my overall.
Yeah, he wasn't prepared for the... He's not...
He has all details. No overall.
Yeah.
So Endgame for me, man, I don't even know where to go. I feel like if I casually talk about this, like this isn't just some old movie we're reviewing. This is Endgame. This is
some old movie.
This is the end of an era. It is the cinematic event of our lifetimes, I would go so far as to say. And it is a hell of an experience. And no matter what basically anyone says, if you've been following the Marvel Universe, you need to see this movie. Mm-hmm. So that's that. For me, it was really good. There are some tone issues I have with the film, for sure. There are definitely a couple things I'm fairly nitpicky about. But for the most part, I mean, like 99% of the movie was absolutely amazing. I think it gives you so many great moments to remember. And it just, the way it closes out the... This era,
what is officially the great man himself, Kevin Feige. He's coined this the Phase 1, Phase 3 as the Infinity Saga. So it has a name.
The Infinity Saga.
Yeah.
It is a hell of an ending. It wasn't really a lot of it wasn't what I expected, for sure, but I think a lot of people can say that. Mm-hmm. But I really enjoyed a lot of the things. There were a few things that went in directions that I wasn't expecting, and that I may have been happier with if they went in another direction, but I still thoroughly enjoyed the directions that, well, I may not have necessarily been like, oh, this is the direction I would have gone with this situation, but the way they executed those directions was absolutely amazing. And even the parts that when we get into the spoilers and stuff, I might be a little bit nitpicky. I would say it was still like amazing. I was still on the edge of my seat the whole time. I'm pumping my fist. I'm crying. I'm cheering. It was just a crazy experience and well worth the 3 hours. But just remember, if you haven't seen this movie yet, don't drink a lot of water that day. You don't want to miss anything. There's no lull in the action or whatnot where you can be like, oh, I'll step out for a minute to use the washroom. You want to be sitting there the whole time, for sure. And I mean, they knocked it out of the park, I would say. So yeah, go see the movie. Check it out.
Okay, one down.
I'm very excited to hear your details on your nitpicks. Let's just say that.
Also give a shout because there's 5 of us. Our 6th member is gone, Dylan Muswell. Give him a big shout out. He's gonna be seeing the movie soon. We're gonna talk about it, but he's helped us out in a lot of reviews, so we're thinking of you, Dylan.
Dylan got
Soul
snapped.
Stone.
Dylan got snapped. Yeah, we had to give him up to do this review. Who's next?
I'll go next. Going into this one, obviously this has been like, I haven't been this excited for a movie except for like when Infinity War came out, and I remember seeing Infinity War and I was like, there's no possible way that they could. What are you doing?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I had to bring attention to it. I could hear it through my headphones.
Yeah. No, I made a mistake there. We lost our one chance for the perfect review.
Oh, I totally lost my train of thought too, where I was going with that. Oh, woof.
You're talking about your hype for Infinity War and
Yeah.
probably
Thank
how
you,
you
Travis.
didn't think it was going to be
Yes,
surpassed.
I did not understand how they'd be able to surpass it, let alone just like meet the quality level of Infinity War. But and I don't know if I'm gonna be the only one, but I actually wasn't too fond of like the beginning of it. It just like wasn't hitting with me, and I was just like, I had those comparisons in my mind, Infinity War, and I remember just watching Infinity War, and it was just all rise, all go, like the whole movie. I was just so like in the driver's seat, I felt like, and I was just going on this adventure. But for the first little bit, I wasn't too like, oh man, I had those worries that it might be a bit of a letdown compared to Infinity War, but it got to a certain point. I don't really remember like the specific scene or what happened, but it just it totally switched around for me.
It's
I was
the scene
just
where
I was just so blown away, and I was just like, there's so like, it was such an emotional roller coaster. I was so like invested in what was going on. There's so many plot twists and things that I just was not expecting to happen, and I was laughing, like belly laugh from the bottom of my gut to just like full on tears for like basically 20 minutes straight. Like it was just such a roller coaster ride, and it was just by far like just a perfect movie for me on like how they ended this Infinity Saga, as Kevin Feige would call it. But yeah, I was blown away. I just want everyone to see this that I know, so I can just talk about it, because it's so hard to just be one of the few people that have like seen it, or I guess not the few, but
few. It's breaking records.
yeah.
Oh, me.
But yeah, I just want to I just want to talk to everyone about this movie. So go see it if you haven't already. I think you should be if you're listening to our review. But yeah, I was just it's pretty bold, but I'm just gonna call it perfection. Like for me personally, it was just I loved it.
So, because I can ask this non-spoiler, is the ending, does it make the beginning of the movie better for you? Because for me, for you to call it perfection, but then maybe have problems with the beginning, that's what I'm wondering.
Well, I'm going to call it perfection because in the beginning, I wasn't too sure the way it was going.
Okay.
But it totally changed directions.
Looking back on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So, like, now that I've seen the movie, I look back on it and I'm really happy with the way that it started. But in that moment, I was a little wishy-washy, but it totally changed me around.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't know the specific scene. I'll have to go see it again. But, yeah, loved it.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. So I have a feeling I'm gonna kind of be the odd one out here. So
Get out! No.
it's not to say that I didn't like it or I thought it was bad, anything like that. I just had a lot of problems.
But I think that'll be
With-
good to have on this cast, because we shouldn't just have a full-on love fest. Like,
Hey, I have
you know.
problems too.
We all got problems.
I mean, so I went in there, I watched Infinity War, and then I got in my car and I drove. Like, there was about a 20-minute period between when I finished Infinity War and when I got to the theater. Yeah. So I went into this pretty much knowing exactly what had just happened. And so I think it is a really good ending, and I think there's a lot of really good scenes in it, and a lot of, kind of stuff to tie everything up. And that being said, I mean, I'm 33 weeks pregnant, and I didn't go to the washroom once. So, that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's impressive.
It really is impressive. So I definitely think that there's lots going on. Even when it's just dialogue, it's all kind of tying things up. I personally found, though, that there is still quite a few questions that I have.
Okay.
And for it to be considered, the end to everything, I kind of am disappointed with that, because I still feel that there are things that could be answered. And a lot of that I can't really discuss, at this point.
Indeed.
I do think, though, if you have followed along with this universe, if you're watching the Marvel movies, it's worth watching. It's worth sitting down and spending the time and getting that closure, especially with, the cliffhanger that Infinity War was left on. You need to see this in order to kind of get that ending.
Yeah.
So overall, I would recommend seeing it to most people, and it's a fun ride regardless of kind of what your overall takeaway is. But I'll discuss my kind of problems with it more so in spoilers.
Okay.
Alrighty.
I'll leave you last, Taylor, because I never know what Taylor.
Yeah.
So this is okay, creepy McGee over there. So yeah, this is crazy. I always say this, but this is one of the movies. If I had a list when we started the podcast, be like, I can't wait to get to. This is on them. I always said like it was Force Awakens and an E3 and a Comic-Con and Justice League and Civil War and all this stuff. And it's kind of weird. Even in my life, it feels like a touchstone of this. It's like end of an era. And like, oh, so we're going to actually, this is the last episode of the Geek First. We're done after this.
Yeah.
But no, it feels, and even when I don't think it's fully hit me. Even last night, I was like, man, we're here and it's over. And that's not like a bad thing. It's just, it still hasn't really settled in with me. And I think that's the way I feel about a lot of things in this movie. I love this movie. I think it is my favorite Marvel movie because the best way I could describe this is it's like a buffet, and these guys know I love my buffets. To me, this is like there was just so much good stuff that even there'd be like, oh, I tried some onion rings and they are all right or a little too salty, but then it's like, oh, but then there's this great steak and these great tacos and great this and that, like all the great sushi, everything like that. So that's the way I describe it. Is not everything 100% worked for me. I had
Can I just, what buffet are you going to that has steak
Yeah,
and
Golden
tacos?
Corral.
88
Golden
buffet.
Corral. Have you ever gone to
That sounds
Golden
like
Corral
a
in America?
hell
It's
of
fantastic.
a
Oh no, it's
buffet.
fantastic. Very quickly. Oh, the America. They have sections. There's like a Mexican section, and then there's like
Oh
a
my
Western.
goodness.
It's
Is each
the
like
best
the
thing
size
ever.
of a full restaurant?
Almost. It depends on when
Wow.
you go, but it's fantastic. Golden Corral. So this was like the Golden Corral where I loved this movie. I had a few things where I'd say I'm getting my negatives away. That there's a few choices that I don't even know if I dislike. I just need to sit with it for a little bit. And I will say, actually, I think some of the humor worked the least out of the Russo brothers who did Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, and this. I actually think this is for humor, the lowest for me. We'll get into some gags as we go along. But it's just the moments and the care and the fanfare they give to the end of this series. And that's where I would say for me, I feel like we could never get a Marvel movie again, which we are. In 2 months, Spider-Man's coming out.
Yeah.
But for me, this saga, for these characters, for especially these original 6, to me, this does feel I could end it. And if they said we're not making it anymore, it'd be a perfect ending. There is some stuff left in balance that we'll talk about, of course. But it's almost stuff that's just like I could leave it to my imagination and see, okay, like same thing in Lord of the Rings. We don't know what Aragorn's reign as king is going to be, but it's like, well, I bet he's a good king. I have faith in him. And that's where I feel, to me, all the things that are left are, of course, they're going to make more movies. But to me, it's just like you could go, I just imagine what is next. And the moments in this, it just was a wide variation of emotions from cheering to laughing. I've not cried this much in my life other than maybe an actual family member dying. I, at one moment in the theater, stood up and I put my arms up and I cheered. And this is the most that I think I've ever felt like a kid again. I've not had this best theater experience since probably the first Avengers. But that's what these movies are, and they do a great job. Like I said, there's so much care. You can tell these writers, the directors, Foggy, they looked at the entire MCU before they made this movie and said, how can we represent this? And this is just... Of course, they're making billions of dollars, but this just really does feel like hey, thanks for sticking with us for 11 years. Like all those times, like hoping we're going to get there, and just to stick the landing and to be this good, to have a franchise that is 22 movies and for them all to flow and make so much sense and to end and not a stinker and not end like, oh, that sucked. It's just incredible, and it's something we're never going to experience. Like, this is our Star Wars. And I think this is, for me, the best conclusion movie ever. This is better than Return of the Jedi. This is better than Return of the King, just because the epic moments, the last hour of this movie is just incredible. It is literally like I am 10 years old reading a comic book, and it is moving. And it is fascinating to see that this is just the norm now. Like, this happened. This movie's happened. I can't even believe it. So... I loved this movie. I guess I could say it's probably not even the best made MCU movie, but it's just my favorite as far as like that buffet thing. Yeah, there's tons of stuff there, but the stuff that was great was just fucking orgasmic. So I love this movie, and I cannot wait to see it again and again and again.
I really want to go to a buffet now.
So, Granny.
Taylor, tell us about your buffet.
My buffet.
Oh no! Don't get him
Ooh,
started.
God.
Nick Cage is there shoving wontons in his face.
There was no Ghost Rider cameo.
Wow! Spoilers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick Cage is done with his superhero life.
What did you think about Endgame, Taylor?
Oh, Endgame. Oh boy, yeah. Jeez, I do spike. For me, I think.
That might be a little far away.
Thank you, Travis. It was just such it was such a wild journey just to be getting to this final movie and just the surrealism of just like, oh my gosh, like I'm in the theater, this is happening, and for the most part, like the theater I was in, no one was like standing up cheering or massive like clapping their hands and stuff
Sounds
in
like
it.
a shitty
We
theater.
no, everyone was quiet, and it felt like we were all just in awe and just embracing what was going on. Like we're all in a mutual like silence, because like you could hear a few people tearing up, and even myself, like I didn't full on cry. I just teared up because I felt like I was feeling like empty inside it, watching some of these things, like, and a good empty where you just feel like I can't believe this. Like it is. That's why, like, I look like there's two different forms. Like, you can cry because you're extremely sad, you're hurt, it's very painful, and then you can also like you can be tearing because you just feel so at a loss and empty at what's going on. They're both equally powerful, just different levels. And like I felt so like when I left the theater at the end, like Madison or my significant other, she's trying to like talk to me like, oh, what do you think? And I didn't answer her. Like I couldn't talk about it because when I started to talk about it and think about it, I started to tear up. I could feel like my lips quivering. And I'm thinking, oh my God, like, I'm sorry, Madison, just give me like half an hour, 29 minutes. I just need a little bit of time here.
And then she broke up with him.
But no, just the movie itself, it just when you think like you can predict what's going on, you can't. And it just takes a turn. And I was so careful like not to see spoilers. Unfortunately, when I was on a random post, I saw an image of one, but thankfully it was so minor of one that it didn't take away anything from the film. So I was so grateful because all my other friends were getting spoilers left, right, and center, and I could hear that they were so upset about it. But just everything that happened in this movie was just great. I felt so connected to everything and all the characters in this story, and it is so surreal that this is like the end game. This is the last of this saga, and I just can't believe that it's come to this point. And I feel like, as much as I'm excited for Spider-Man Far From Home with Mysterio and all that, I just feel like, wow, this, like, what Marvel movie is going to surpass this?
Yeah.
Or, like, what are they going to do? Like,
Not for a
like, you know how I feel about X-Men, obviously. But I don't know. Like, if they throw in Avengers in the future and they have, like, the X-Men or whatever, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, there are certain things in this movie I don't think that could ever be topped or beaten.
I can agree with that.
yeah.
And and that being said, it's just because, there's been 22 movies that led up to this. So if they do it again and do another 22 movies that build up to what we get, then, we'll see when we get there.
But yeah, I was thinking just after after the movie, I was just driving home. I called my girlfriend. I was just like, I didn't even know what to say. I thought I was going to talk about the movie yet, but I was just like, wow, we're in a world where Endgame is now like a thing and it's over. It's happened.
Yeah.
She
And
dumped
it's
Tyler
like,
as well.
where do we
Yeah, we all got dumped.
where like what do I do from here on? Like what do we like? Do we still review movies? Like do I just look at all movies and I'm just like from now on? And it's really it was really interesting. It was weird because I was trying to think about what I could say about the movie and just nothing came to mind. It just felt like there's just nothing there anymore.
I felt exhausted after this
Yeah,
movie. I really
100%.
did.
just like
100%.
emotionally and physically. And I was just thinking like it took me a second to realize, wow, there's still going to be Marvel movies after this. And like, are they like, I don't think for us, at least our generation, they're no matter how well they do with them or what they do with Marvel movies, I don't think anything for us at least is going to top this, top what this Infinity Saga has done for us, because these are movies we grew up with. From now on, like, we're going to be adults with all these other movies. And sure, they can be really great and sure they can have really big impacts, but nothing's going to be that same, like, going through, like, middle school, high school, post-graduation, going through graduate school, all that kind of stuff. There's so many, like, big moments in your life that these movies shared with us.
Oh,
And
yeah,
these
it's totally
characters
like
shared
a
with us.
once in a lifetime experience.
And, yeah, it really is. And, I mean, I think we're just really blessed to...
yeah.
We're blessed.
We're
Well, and that's
blessed.
the thing too. Like you think about all these characters in movies. That was it's so great that I feel like every character for me that I fell in love with and that were a part of this original kind of the 5 films, the original 6, all got their moments. And that's where, like, I'm not sure you'll talk about in the beginning. I forgot to mention mine. It's just the first hour of this movie, I would say is maybe one of the slower paced Marvel movies, but I just loved it. And if you know me, you know I eat that stuff up. I love my slow dialogue heavy movies, but just conversations people are having, they just feel so fulfilling. And it's just like that you can get the same fulfillment and excitement from just 2 people sitting and talking about morals or life the same way you got a big action set piece, you know?
Yeah.
So
I feel good that this isn't like a franchise or series that we'll see like the remake of Endgame in like 10 years.
JJ's going to make it.
JJ's gonna
No.
make it? Yeah. Oh, God. But
No.
this is just something that
They'll
they got to
never
keep
have it.
building off of.
100 years from now, they'll be like, let's go watch Avengers, and they'll be seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or yeah. I don't
They'll
know.
have 6-hour movies in the future, so it'll be Infinity War and Endgame in one.
Yeah, and that's what I was
Honestly,
going
I'm
to say.
surprised they didn't do like any double screening for that.
They're in America.
I mean, I'm sure, but like Canada kind of.
They had a 22 movie marathon in this.
each 1 minute from each movie.
That'd be a good little like
All
breakdown.
right, we need a 1-minute clip that encapsulates this entire movie. How are we gonna do it?
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say non-spoilers. For me, I did not feel like 3 hours. Maybe that'll
No,
change
yeah,
on second viewings because you know what's coming. But this just flew right by.
Yeah.
So
No,
Yeah.
I wanted to like mention what you said. Like, there's so many moments that just felt so surreal. Like watching this movie, it's like, okay, this is the 22nd movie of like seeing all these characters, right, or
Yeah.
most of them at least, and it's just like I've seen them so much, but at the same time, like seeing these moments happen and the way that they're interacting with each other is just
Yeah.
like
They're still pulling.
like
new
I
stuff
feel like
out,
I'm
you know,
dreaming
like,
right
oh
now,
my
right?
God.
Like yeah, and then it goes back to like what Travis said. It's like when the movie was starting, it's just like I can't believe we're here. Like
oh, I know.
man, like
Yeah.
I remember when just like Infinity War happened. I'm like, oh, I have to wait a year for this. Like oh, and then I'm there, and it's just like oh.
Yeah.
It felt good waiting because it felt it felt good waiting because you knew that we still were getting something else. We were getting another.
Taylor, you turn your own
Yeah.
mic on.
No. Like okay, I'll say it again. Last year it felt good when Infinity War came out because we knew like we would have to wait still, but we knew we still had more to the story coming. And
Yeah.
it felt good, you know. So it was enjoyable to expect.
Yeah, it was mixed emotions. I'll say that much.
For everyone who got spoiled, all I have to say is they're rookies. As soon as you posted that like a spoil, like there's a leaked version, I'm like, bam, social media off, just like completely done. And the thing is, Thursday I had the entire day off. For some reason, I just had it off of work, so I had nothing to do in my home. I was just sitting there, just like
Staring at a wall.
rewatching like old, like I watched like most of Infinity War. I just cooked food. I put like things on my walls and just like no internet or anything. I was like, and it is like it was the longest day. Like
Oh,
in
yeah, this
recent
week
memory,
was
it was
so
just
long.
like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is actually happening. And then I actually thought the movie was gonna be at 7 for us. And then I checked my
Breaks
phone
comes
at
in
like
an hour late.
I checked my phone at like 4:50, and it's like it's at 6. I was like, oh shit! And the West Side's like a 30-minute drive away, so I'm just like, holy shit! I gotta get going. So that was stressful, but
I'm glad you made it.
Thank you.
I do want to say for a personal thing that I feel like I've grown as a person because for the first Avengers, I got a copy of it early and I watched it 2 days early because I just couldn't handle the stress of it.
You almost watched.
I almost
Yeah.
did,
Big
but I
time
grown and I didn't do it. So I was very proud.
Well
I'm so
done.
glad because there's so many moments I did not want to be spoiled.
Yeah,
So,
I would have hated to see some of those moments in like shitty quality.
oh yeah.
Didn't you say you watched the beginning of it?
Watch 10 seconds.
Yeah.
What a bastard.
Wow.
Because there was part of me that wanted
Those
to.
10 seconds are like the best moment to see for the first time in theaters.
I've had the many times too, like when I went on diets, if you like eat a chip and you're like, I'm not gonna swallow it, so you spit it out. I know it doesn't fully count, but it was like that, you know. Like
I've never done that.
I have. Oh,
He spits,
I've done
doesn't
it.
swallow.
I've done it too many times. You're so funny, Taylor. Spits and swallows joke. There's kids out there. What else do we have to say? Non-spoilers.
Are you finished your go, Taylor? You kind of got sidetracked in the middle of your.
Yeah, I'm ready to get into some spoilers.
Take your headphones
I just
out of
wanna
your ear.
spoil
'Cause-
everything.
it. They didn't know that it wasn't.
I was about to ask. Like, in the,
Why are you doing this?
This is ridiculous.
I do that at work sometimes, so people just won't talk to me. I won't have anything playing, but I'll just have the headphones in.
I cannot wait to get into spoilers, which you're about to be, because Taylor thinks he's Tony Stark, but if you know him, he is no Tony Stark.
How am I not Tony Stark?
We'll get in that in spoilers.
That's how you can
Tony
tell your
Stark would have his own
headphones aren't in.
mic.
Yeah, you're not talking to the mic. Okay, so last chance. Anyone have anything to say before I give this countdown?
I
Go see
can't
the
wait for
movie.
part
Satisfying conclusion.
Part 3. Oh no.
Yeah, no, just go see it.
three.
Okay.
That's not actually a spoiler.
All right.
Go see
3, 2, 1.
Geekverse assemble.
Let's get into
Hey.
spoil. Before quickly, so now we're going to talk, and this is going to be Wild West. I do have questions prepared that I can ask at some point, but before, we're just going to jump right into it. Taylor, when you're saying you're not Tony Stark, you know how Tony Stark just comes in and figures out time travel, but then Bruce is at the lab like struggling like fuck? That's you. You're Bruce Banner like trying to, and you keep turning Scott into like a bait. That's you. With
You
the-
know what? He fucking does it at the end though. So what's the
After
problem?
like Tony helped him though.
You wouldn't trust me?
No.
The thing is, though, he's kind of not like the Hulk in the fact that he's got his normal side or the I love everything and everyone side instead of being angry at everything. Like,
Yeah.
10 out of 10 for you, 10 out of 10 for you, 10 out of 10
He's
for
this
you.
Hulk now. He's like the like. What does he say? Like smash. What does he say when he takes the photos? Hulk out. Isn't that one of the
Yeah.
kids? Yeah.
Hulk
Yeah.
out.
Dab.
Hulk out.
Oh man.
Where do we want to start? Because we got a long
Wow.
journey. We got so many places to go. Do we start at the end?
We
Do
can just start at the beginning. Yeah, like the intro.
I
scene.
think
Okay,
that
so I
first
lo-
scene was
So the
with
ugly
Clint.
doll trailer. No.
The first scene with Clint was
Heartbreaking.
stellar.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was a phenomenal scene. Like, oh my goodness, what a way to start the movie.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. It's like I'm so like that's probably like my least invested character out of all the Avengers or any Marvel hero. I don't know. He's just I feel like I've never really been attached to him, but like I was tearing up, and I'm like I don't even really care too much about this guy, but like geez, seeing his family disappear like that, it's just it's heart wrenching.
Yeah.
And they did a good way that wasn't dramatic. I love that he just turned and she was gone. You just see
Oh,
like just the
yeah.
like
Yeah.
shades of ashes falling. You
Oh.
know, it wasn't a big deal. It was just like, and just that idea of him running in the field trying to find them. And I've always been a Hawkeye fan, and I love what they did. That's one of the reasons why I always felt like Ultron, they did a good job, but he always has gotten the back shaft of whatnot. I know there's rumors he might be getting a TV show, but this was just like, I was surprised how much he was in it, and I loved it. One, obviously, because like I'm a father myself, so he was at this point the only character who had kids. Like, obviously that's changed now in this movie, but at this point he was the only Avenger that had a family, and they utilized that so well. And I think Jeremy Renner did a great job. And are you not invested in him anymore, Kirkland?
Oh, I've totally like grown more
Yeah.
to like I'm not gonna say he's in my upper echelon.
Oh,
like
he's
S tier,
Kirkland's
but
favorite. He Kirkland was like, I want the haircut,
Yeah, I
I want
shaved
the
the-
tats.
But he's in an echelon now.
yeah, he's in a echelon.
Yeah. You would take a movie / TV show and be like, oh, I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
watch that.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And that's I was surprised by it, but I love that they did that. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
Except you saw the first 10 seconds of that scene.
I knew it was coming.
He didn't see the ashes
Oh.
because it was such a shitty quality. It was just like pixels.
It all looked like ashes.
Well, yeah, the intro, like just the build up of knowing what was gonna happen. It was just so, it was very anxious, and it was quiet too, because like they just for us like went completely from the previews directly into this. They didn't give any like kind of segue into what was going on. Just you
Nope.
heard Hawkeye talking, went right into it, and you thought, wow, we're getting into this, and this is obviously pre-snap, and just yeah, it is just. What you said, how you don't actually see it prolonged and dragged out, how he like is losing his kids and his wife. It's just so subtle, and you just see the faint ashes and stuff, and it's just so quick. And I couldn't imagine being in that situation either, and just feeling it from what he was emanating. Just you're standing there with your family having a great time, and then all of a sudden they're just gone, and it's like,
Yeah, I think I think it was like I would say the perfect segue between Infinity War, how it ended, and going into this movie. I think it was just so absolutely wonderful way to sort of set the tone and really just sort of like in a way almost recap what happened, but then also show the aftermath of what happened all in one go. It shows sort of like that sense of loss that the Avengers felt. It shows how the rest of the Earth would feel in the aftermath of this.
Well,
after
and that
Thanos.
point of view too of he's someone that doesn't know it's coming at all.
Yeah,
too, like
exactly.
the
And probably
Avengers-
90% of the world didn't know it was coming.
Yeah, people are just disappearing
Yeah.
randomly.
So-
And especially at least with him, he's Avenger, so he might be like, oh, this must be something cosmic. But
Yeah.
if you're just Joe Russo in the council meetings going on his dates, and your husband or whatnot just disappeared, you know?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say as well. Like Michonne, when T'Challa disappears in the end of the last one, she looks surprised, but she's there as part of it. But Renner
Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Renner.
Yep.
He did a good job portraying that he actually had no idea what the fuck. Like, it was just all of a sudden his family's gone. And I think he did a really good job of portraying, you know, it's not just a surprise, but it's like, what the hell? Like, you know, the complete lack of understanding of the whole situation.
Yeah.
I think he was probably thinking like, "What the fuck did the Avengers do, Tony?
No,
what
probably just what did
bullshit
Tony
are you
do?"
doing, Tony?
Yeah.
What the fuck?"
Well, yeah, like just it is so chilling the way he turns around and his daughter's no longer there at the tree, and the first thing he thinks of is, oh, she just went and hid behind the tree. But we see the ashes, and then as he walks to go to the tree, looks around and there's no one there, and then in that moment you're just like, oh shit, his family's gone too, and you're that sense of dread as the camera starts to shift to him looking to the picnic table, and it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, like
yeah.
this. What happened?
I love like the setting of it too, like visually, because it's kind of like it looks like it's in the fall, so there is leaves. So like if you're just Hawkeye in that situation, it's just like, oh, it's just like kind of like leaves like brushing by or whatever. It's just like, but it's like there's nowhere that his family could have gone, so it's like he knows like something terrible happened. It's just
It also does a great job of really solidifying just how evil Thanos is and sort of what he's done to the universe. In that, in Infinity War, you could very easily look at Thanos as the protagonist of the movie, and you could very easily feel triumph when he completes his goal. He completes his destiny, and this really just sets it in. It's like, no, what he did was really fucked up, and like, this man's evil. You know? Obviously, like, that's pretty straightforward in Infinity War, but it really lets you feel just how evil and disgusting what he did was.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that too, because like in Infinity War you just see it from like the perspective of like the heroes that we know, so it's like obviously like the ones that had to watch like their friends disappear, like it's really hurtful there, but
they
like,
understood what was at stake
exactly
as they were fighting.
Exactly. This one, it's like his daughter's disappearing right in front of his eyes, right? Like his son and his wife, and it's just
And that's why, like, I know it's a little for, but that's why I love that scene with Cap and like the recover, like almost like the PTSD
The
whatever
help group,
group, the help group, because to me, like, I know some people might be like, oh, I don't need that scene. I guess you don't, because it's just like, oh, that's what Cap's up to. But to me, I need that because I like seeing what everyone else is up to. Like, I'm excited and happy to see how this affects our heroes, but if they are fighting for the world and we don't get to see that actual world, there's no stakes in it. They're just people in the world, right? So that's what I really liked, and it opened up a can of worms, and I love that he's just talking about trying to go on a date for the first time ever, you know, and that's Joe Russo, who's one of the directors, and he is the first openly gay character in the MCU, so nice historical fact there.
Hell yeah.
I took that as like, I'm obviously assuming Captain America wasn't like a part of it. He was basically hosting the help group.
He
host
was
everyone.
hosting
Okay, yeah, because from the trailers I thought that he was actually in the group.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
in the trailers it just seemed like he was just like sitting there, and then like it doesn't even seem like he was really sharing anything, right? He got that classic gif where he's just all like,
we didn't have the tongue thing, because they made it look like he was mad in the trailers, but he was the one trying to be like, we can do this, guys.
classic Cap, dude.
Yeah.
Trying to keep everyone's morals up.
Well, there's a scene right after with Natasha where he just says, you know, it doesn't get any better, but I'm trying to help, or whatever it is.
There's whales in the ocean I saw, or whatever. He's trying to like talk about how it's like something good about it, like the water's
Less
cleaner.
bullshit.
Well, he said something about the group as well. Like, you know, it doesn't actually help, but, you know, talking about it, but I'm trying to help people. Or there was something along that lines that made it seem like he knew that the group wasn't going to change anything for him, but he was doing it for the people that were there.
Yeah.
I think the line was, I keep trying to tell people to move on and get on with their lives, but I know we can't. Something like that.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, it was. I think the start of the movie was just absolutely phenomenal. It really hit the nail on the head. I absolutely love Scott Lang's scene of him getting out of the garage, and then the way he's trying to figure out what happened, and then he goes to the memorial for the vanished, and his
name on there
when he gets reunited with his daughter, I was just like, bam, tears instantly.
I think that for me is the best acting I've ever seen Paul Rudd do in
it
his
was
life.
Absolutely, just so phenomenal.
Because to sell that scene of seeing his daughter 5 years older, it's just, that has to be a tough thing. And for me, that's no shots against Paul Rudd. I've always known him as a comedic actor. I know he can do drama, but that to me is the best. And he is somebody that he killed it in this movie the whole time. He was fantastic. He was, I'd say, the most comedic relief, but even then, he killed it on the drums. No one's bad in this movie. I have MVPs of it, but he just really stuck out to me as doing a great job.
I think, like, the way the Russos use Paul Rudd's character is just absolutely. It's perfect. Like in Civil War, in this movie, it's just enough.
Yeah.
There's just enough comedy at just the right moments, and he has the comedy that always hits for me, I think. And I think there's only one thing he says in this movie that it's still like I laughed and I thought it was hilarious, but it felt like a little tone deaf at first. But that'll tie into the whole tonal issues I have with the movie as a whole. But I mean, just Paul Rudd in general in these movies, even though like how I would say he has fairly small parts compared to most other characters, but or large parts.
Pun
depending how you
intended.
wanna- But it's just like 100% of the time it's like bam, that hit. That's great, nail on the head.
I personally didn't think he was the biggest comedic relief though. I thought it would have been
No.
like Thor.
Yeah,
the biggest
I'm in on that
comedy.
too.
Fair. I guess so. I guess I thought he had more of the quip. Maybe it's just that his humor maybe worked the best for me, which
Yeah.
is a lie. I'll get to that after who worked the best for me, but I think he just had more dialogue that worked for me. Where I think Thor was more, it was situational
Yeah.
stuff. Like
Yeah.
look at Thor, look at what he's doing.
Yeah, there's a lot of just like the way the scene was shot and like the emphasis on his physique and stuff.
Yeah.
More so than the lines he was saying.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I want to talk about Thor because that's the thing I'm the most uneasy on.
Yes.
I knew you were too because as soon as
Yeah.
they shot him, I was like belly laughing. I think everyone in a row was laughing, and then Travis is just.
I
I don't think I
you
was.
can attest.
I might be on the same page as Travis.
I laughed a few. It was tough with Thor because I feel like it's a 50-50. Sometimes it just knocked out of the park and was the funniest stuff of the movie. And then sometimes I thought, and that's why maybe it's going to feel different on a rewatch. It just sometimes felt maybe too cheesy or too over the top.
Yeah.
There's just a few times where it's just, because we're in, if this was a regular Marvel movie, then fine. But just because we're in such dire situations where it's a
Yeah.
depressing movie and it just was a few things that I there's moments I liked of like when they finally got the gauntlet and he's just like pleading with Tony to let, like I wish they would have made him more sad and pathetic and have some comedic elements where it felt like he was more the crazy loon guy that had that depressing element, which I loved. I loved like you can't say Thanos, and like I said, he just wants that gauntlet to snap even if it kills him just to fix it because he's just taken, everyone else lost as well, but he's taken the brunt. Like he's the reason why they lost because he didn't go for the head and stuff like that. But so that's the thing. I don't know if I dislike, and that's what I was talking about as far as the buffet, where that's like the onion rings where it's like, oof, a little too salty, but everything else is just so good that I can get past it. And that's what I mean. I did like lots of it. So that's why I can't say I hated it, but I think they maybe went too far at times.
Well,
for
it
me.
was like the first part that really made me just belly laugh was just like his look, like because I just wasn't expecting it. And I remember just everyone was just like basically like what the fuck is that we're looking at, right? And then I don't know, I just didn't really feel you react the way
I was
was.
just in shock because I was like, oh, this is what we're doing with Thor.
Yeah.
Like, it's like I feel because for some reason with Hulk, I knew, and we'll get to him. I had said on predictions like we're gonna get Professor Hulk, so I was ready for that. And Thor being drunk and fat and everything, that's from the comics as well. I just didn't think we were gonna get that from where he was in Infinity War, where he's just like the biggest badass in the world. And that's why maybe now it's settled, I can think about it because I always forget it's 5 years. So and that was just like that was a kick to the nuts when that title came out. 5 years. It was like, oh my god.
It's like everyone's just giving up now.
Yeah, it's like 5 years. Like I was expecting 5 months, but when those years came up,
Oh yeah,
my heart
That's
sunk.
I like the way they did it too, because at first it's just like 5,
yeah.
and then it comes with years, and you're like, holy shit.
yeah. Yeah. I think Thor's pretty much like the core thing of what it all started with Thor, I guess, for like my issues with the film. So I might as well jump into it while we're all talking about Thor. I think the biggest thing for me was a little bit of Thanos too, but the way they set up Infinity War, the way they set up Thor's character, the emotional sort of direction they took him, and the development of his character, it just felt like they did so much with it, even in Ragnarok too, and then it threw that into Infinity War, and then you get Endgame, and they just completely flip it on his head. He's supposed to be this like really like dark and determined, really messed up character, and you feel like he's going to be going on this epic journey, and he hits nothing but failure really on his quest through Infinity War, and you think he's going to get this really great redemption in Endgame and finally sort of round out that character arc, but then it feels like they just all of a sudden just like back to how Loki was in Ragnarok. He was just that comedic relief. He never really got his big moment. He never really had his huge redemption. and he had some good moments, but a lot of it, like I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot of comedy with him that I enjoyed it, but if I enjoyed it in its own bubble, but in the greater concept of Infinity War leading into Endgame and the greater sort of arc of his character, it was disappointing for sure.
Do you think he didn't get as many moments because he got so many
Yeah,
in
I was
Infinity
gonna
War? That's
yeah.
what I'm wondering, right? Because Infinity War to me is
Yeah.
almost like the Thor and Thanos show, like
Yeah,
the
100%.
Stormbreaker, him showing up, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I definitely agree with that. There's a lot of focus on Tony and Cap in this one that they didn't get in the last film.
And rightfully so, because
Yeah.
Thor's sticking around, right? So
Yeah.
he can have his, I'm back to being the God of Thunder.
Yeah, I do agree, but it left a
Lord.
bit of a sour taste in my mouth at least.
Yeah.
I think a lot of his moments, like for example, his cheering when Cap gets the hammer, he's like, "Yes, I knew it all along." It felt like they were going for a moment like in Ragnarok when he's like, "Yes, I know him from work," like when he runs into the Hulk. But it just lacked.
Really? That's one of the one that worked for me.
Yeah,
He's like, I knew it.
It felt really out of place,
Okay,
and
wow.
and again, I think it ties in with just the whole tone of just the middle part of the film. It just felt really tone deaf compared to what like it started and ended on. It felt like it was going for that sort of more comedy, more lighthearted sort of thing, when really it's like, this isn't a great situation you're in. Like, these aren't the quips you would be making, and a lot of it just for me, it felt really like out of place. And I understand that it's like it's still a comic book movie. It's still like you can't not have those things in, especially with the way Marvel's set up their universe.
Yeah.
To have that, just like it just fits in. A lot of it just didn't hit, at least for me. And it just it left a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth, I would say.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I
Yeah.
need to wait. But yeah. Taylor,
Also,
sorry, go
I
on.
didn't like his like the initial shock of seeing him sort of like out of shape was somewhat enjoyable, but like constantly seeing him throughout the movie like that, even as he sort of like started getting his shit together and wanting to redeem himself, seeing him still like in that kind of like
The only time it bugged me was
felt
the
like-
last battle for me
Yeah.
because he still looked very comedic and
Yeah.
it was tough for me to take.
exactly.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I didn't really like that, but
Yeah, but all the kind of everything that happened within a couple days, and he's not going to be able to just,
yeah.
you kind of got to pick if he's going to look like that through the whole thing or not at all.
I did think when
I
the
would've-
lightning
I
was going to
totally
hit him, he was
thought,
going to
yeah.
go back to buff.
And it just
I
shows
would've
like
pref-
his shredded
Yeah.
abs. I was.
I
just
would
like,
have
this guy-
preferred if they. I would have preferred if they just didn't go with him out of shape at all and just kept him in good shape the whole movie.
Well, because for me,
and just have like the really long beard, really long hair, and really disheveled look, but still be in good
looking
shape.
like Rob Zombie. For me,
Yeah.
and even the comics do that. So it is canon when they do it, but it's just I've always wondered like the genetics of a god. Could they? I guess they can put on weight and
Yeah.
be Ash. I just always
I mean,
thought
you
it would
see
be
other
like
Asgardians who are a little.
yeah, like I
beefy.
guess so. It's just always a strange thing to me, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, when the lightning hit him, he did get like a braid in his beard, and his
yeah,
hair
that
was
is-
pulled
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
I thought it was just like all the fat was just gonna like evaporate off.
Oh,
of
me
him.
too. I thought he was gonna be back to
There's gonna be like a
Ragnarok. but-
steaming mist around him, and yeah, didn't happen. But
I was gonna say I agree with Tyler that some of his Guardians are a bit chubby because there was the what was it, the famous five or whatever.
The Warriors 3.
Warriors 3.
What's
Yeah,
the
one
famous
of the-
5? Is that a restaurant you're opening up?
famous 5.
Yeah, we are the famous,
famous
5.
five.
Yeah.
But yeah, the one
Not
dude,
after this podcast.
well, the one
infamous.
dude, you know who he is from Dark World. He
Yeah, Ray
got
Stevenson.
popped.
yeah, he's
yeah.
a little
Yeah.
fat.
But
Yeah.
I don't like. I guess he's an Asgardian, but I feel like Thor's on a different level because he's a god. He's Odin's son, you know. So it is.
Odin was a bit chubby.
I mean, he was still. I mean, I'm not gonna say Thor was a.
I didn't expect Anthony Hopkins get
Yeah.
fucking ripped for Thor. As much as I would like to see like him hulking out, you
Yeah.
know. So, also we're gonna talk about Thor, but any main points on Thor or?
Sorry.
Sorry, I just don't want to close what I said, but like,
Yeah.
just overall, he felt like a bit of an afterthought almost, and just that comedic relief. And compared to like the way they set him up in Infinity War, especially the way they set him up in the very start of the film, how he's like still that kind of like grim dark, and then he sort of finally he does go for the head, and the way they blur the camera and he's walking off,
Mhm.
he's walking
That was a
away.
great send off.
That was a wonderful shot, and the way then from it goes from there to him just fat and being a joke, and it's just like
Playing video games.
yeah, it didn't feel like, I don't know, it just felt like the switch of tone just had no like, there wasn't any like any connecting the two. They just went from one jump to the other, and then from that moment on, he just felt like an afterthought in the film.
I guess that's why I can say that I don't know if I love it, but I guess it being 5 years later like cushions the blow for me enough to be like,
a little
you know,
bit.
a lot changes in 5 years. You know, 5 years ago I was watching, you know, bootleg copies of Avengers. So, and I do have to say before I forget, because my predictions, the back half, were all wrong. People thought we were gonna die. Check out our predictions cast. But if you've been listening for months, I've been saying Thanos is gonna die really, really quick. I laid out the fucking whole plot of the first half, and then after that, I was completely wrong. But like the killing of Thanos, the jump in time, I didn't think 5 years either. That was a. I'm like,
I think I got like Stark dying.
You may have,
Cap, I think I got that prediction.
I gotta get a tally, but I was very impressed that happened. I knew, okay, they're gonna have a time jump. Ant-Man's gonna come in. This is how it's gonna change. So I was like, the whole movie, I was like, oh, I'm on a roll. And then the second half, like all my predictions went to shit. So
yeah, like I figured Thanos wouldn't have as big of a role as he had in the first one, but like I didn't think that they were gonna find him that easily.
Yeah,
I don't know, like I was satisfied with the way that they like explained it, how like they traced like the power
surge.
The power surge, because he did the snap and then he did another one or something. They didn't really specify how he destroyed the zone. Did he just do like another snap?
Well, I guess he
assume he
used
just
them
snapped
to.
again.
Yeah. Oh, I guess he used them to combine power to destroy themselves, which the glove was also melted to his hand. Another hashtag Travis told you. I knew it. I knew it.
I didn't think you said that.
There's
I
recorded
thought
proof.
you said that
There's
his
recorded
hand
proof.
was bandaged and he wasn't wearing it. Or was that someone else
There's
that said
recorded
that?
proof.
No,
I
no,
listened to the
no.
podcast
Because I was
yesterday.
convinced that he
Taylor,
was wearing
that's
the
someone
gauntlet.
else. That's someone else.
That's you probably. The reason I always said that because the directors after Infinity War just said he's permanently scarred from the snap, and I'm like, oh, that glove's fucking attached to him, and it was because it never came off. So
That's what I had thought too. I don't know then.
well,
where I, got that
I
off
guess
of.
you know you saw the movie, you're like, that's what I thought. Russo's. No.
Just quickly go back to Thor. I don't know if it's just like a mix of like that's my type of humor that it just like sunk so well with me, and like
It killed in the theater.
Yeah, like as well as just like I just saw like the Thor movie, right, with Infinity War. Like he was, other than Thanos, like he had the most screen time, right? And it's like I absolutely loved him in that movie, and it was great seeing him as like the main role. But like I'd already seen that, so I didn't want to just see it again as like he's like the front runner of the team. So, and then also you just throw it in there. It's just like, that's just my humor. Just like silly, ridiculous. Like he just looked like the Big Lebowski the whole movie. Like I just loved it.
Well, I think they took the Thor Ragnarok, the goofy comedy part, and they just turned that all the way up and took the other stuff. Which I'm not saying like says bad or good. I need to sit on it, but I think that's at least with Thor Ragnarok being there, I can kind of work with it. If Thor Ragnarok didn't exist, I'd have a harder time accepting it. But in Thor Ragnarok, he's a really goofy guy, and he's dumb. Like there's a line I hate in Thor Ragnarok when he tells Doctor Strange to send him an email, and he's like, "Oh, do you have a laptop?" He's like, "No, why would I have one?" And it's just like, oh, so he's just a dumb jock. But that's the thing, like he has always been that kind of dumb jock. So that's
Yeah, and like his type of like stupid humor, it's always worked for me. Like even from like the very first like Thor movie. So I don't know. It's probably just a mixture of all those things why it just hit me or like it's sat really well with me. Yeah. So yeah. Plus like seeing who's the Rock dude? Like
Korg and Meek.
Oh,
I was so happy.
I was so happy to see
Yeah,
him.
yeah. I was glad there.
I loved his shirt he was wearing too. He's
Meek
like,
just eating the pizzas. He's got like 3 slices in all his appendages.
And that's one quick thing of like this movie. I thought, oh, there's certain things they won't do. I'm like, oh, we won't see Korg because like whatever, they're so busy. But
I was
just
so happy.
even the fact that he is just in one little scene, like playing video games, like oh fuck yeah. Like,
well,
I
he
love
was
this
in
movie.
the end. Yeah, he was in his,
too. Right,
his knife suit.
I guess everybody except for Nick Fury and the Defenders. So.
And Ghost Rider, don't forget him.
yeah. That would have been wild.
Yeah.
Taylor would have shit his pants if all of a sudden a bike on flames just drove out.
Shoots out of the portal.
I wouldn't have made it out of the theater alive.
He just decapitates Thanos. I was a little triggered that they showed Fortnite on there. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
That's just-
especially it's still popping off 5
whatever.
years later. You know.
Well, don't the Russos really like Ninja too?
They do love. Yeah. They've had partnerships with them, so it makes sense. But
Yeah, I'm not too upset about it.
Okay, but if half the population died, I think video games might come to a bit of a halt.
Maybe Ninja's
so.
still alive.
or some noobs like myself would get really better because like half the competition's gone. You know, like I got a more shot to be better. You know.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna go ahead and I agree with Kirkland. I actually thought Thor was pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed seeing him. He definitely, it gave him a reason to take the back seat, as opposed to had he still been fit and controlling like he was in Infinity War, right? Like he goes on to the ship with Chris Pratt and all of that. And he's just like, well, this is my ship now. I'm taking your
true.
pod and with this, you know, he's depressed. He doesn't want to take the lead. He doesn't want to do any of that. And I think had he not been depressed and fat, it would be harder to give him that back seat without it looking kind of wonky.
Travis will, sorry, did I cut you off?
Go ahead.
Travis will said like it is canon with the comics, but I also just really liked like his reasoning for just being like he was totally depressed. Like he could have ended it right there, right? By just going for the head, and then like he's just been living with that for like 5 years, just drinking away his sorrow. So it's like I don't know, like the reason why he was just a backseat, I don't know, passenger this whole movie, it definitely worked for me.
And I love the scene with his mom. That really worked out because I feel like I've like watched these movies many times. His mom is important. She gets killed off in Thor: Dark World, but she is like takes the backseat for you a lot to Odin. So I like that it wasn't Odin giving him this big like you're Thor. It was like I feel like he needed a mother's touch, and her talking about like, you know, failure is everyone fails. It's kind of like what you do after that. You know, it's the classic. You know, it's not about how
I
hard
really
you
like
get
the
hit.
quote. I really like the quote.
Yeah, whatever it was, she said it a lot better than I did. But that was good. So. What was that, Taylor?
You'll never succeed at being who you're meant to be.
Is that the full quote though?
That's one of the quotes she says.
It's like part of a
I feel
quote.
like-
You can strive to achieve, you know, like a portion of that, or like try to
Taylor,
accomplish
that's
that.
like me
Don't look at
saying,
me.
Taylor, there's 3 hands on a clock, and then
Yeah, you gave the fortune cookie
That's
version
it,
of
you
what
know?
she said.
Wait.
No, but she actually
It-
does. She actually.
No, I know
does
she
say
says
part
that,
of
but exactly part of that.
So you guys said a part of it, and I said another part. So submit the third part, listeners. Give us a.
It's 3 hours, a lot to take
Yeah.
in. Yep.
what was I gonna say? I just had this idea, but I think for me at least, I feel like if Captain Marvel wasn't introduced and Thor sort of took the place of that sort of powerhouse sort of character, and he's going off to help the 9 realms because the 9 realms were split in half, and he needs to go fix all the chaos that's going on, and then he comes in at the end with Stormbreaker again, and he destroys the ship, and
But then we don't get Captain Marvel's sick ass haircut.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
And we
So-
also don't get the comedy of Thor that
so-
worked for me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of different ways that you could have took it, and
I feel like you and me, just from what I've seen, are in the minority of that. I feel like
Yeah.
it worked for a lot of people, and like, it did work for me. Like I laughed. It just, and like I said, I didn't hate it. It's just I'm excited to see it on a rewatch and let that sit with me because it's just such a like him, and then like I don't know if we want to talk about next, but him and Hulk are the biggest changes because. But Hulk,
Yeah.
I've just had much more experience with Professor Hulk, and I thought that was a needed change. I like what they did
Yeah.
with him. He was
I
for me
loved
his humor hit 110%. Like
yeah,
he's
Hulk
just
was
like
great in this
bro
movie.
Hulk, and it's
Oh,
just
I
like
love it.
The diner scene was like perfection.
oh yeah,
Oh,
him
my
and
goodness.
Ant-Man back and forth with
And
that
then
photo.
The one when they go back to New York in 2012, and he's just like,
was so good.
This
just
is so
like hits the car,
gratuitous.
There's just like a small bench, like,
Oh yeah.
Smash.
Yeah, I really enjoyed what they did with
Yeah.
Professor Hulk because also that feels how all these characters a lot of times feel like the actors. That feels the most like Mark Ruffalo because Mark Ruffalo in real life is kind of like a doofy type of guy, but
Yeah.
he's like really sweet, and that's what the Hulk was in this. Like I don't know. I'm just very happy he's alive.
I think you got to have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah,
role, too.
I don't know where we're gonna put him in the MCU. We're gonna talk about it maybe in this episode or another podcast, but I want to see more of that Hulk because I think there's so much potential there. It was so good, even with him rocking glasses. It's just like a great sight.
yeah.
It just
And like his
loved it.
cardigan, like he just looks so great.
No, he's wearing like the suit at the end, and just his whole wardrobe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
great.
At this point in the movie, this is before like the new Thanos came back, so I actually didn't think. Thank you. I didn't think Thanos was actually gonna be in like the rest of the movie. That's why I was so irked with the way that they just killed him
Oh,
off.
okay, your
because
beginning thing, yeah.
I love that character so much, and then him just being taken out, I'm like.
And he didn't come back.
I'm
at
like
all.
this isn't gonna be good, but like when they introduced the Hulk, I'm like, okay, I can kind of make this my new Thanos. You know, like he's a CGI. he looks so good.
new
Like
Thanos.
his CGI on him, I'm like, man, they did what they
It
did with
looked
Thanos.
wonderful,
It looks
yeah.
so perfect. But obviously
Yeah.
that kind of explains how like the beginning irks I had got redeemed when
Okay.
Thanos came back.
Yeah.
Good way to full circle it.
Yeah.
I do like though that I think it was Feige said like Hulk's gonna have this arc in these next 3 films. He said Ragnarok Infinity War and Endgame, which he does. But I love that the closing that arc in Endgame is just like, yeah, I figured out that the Hulk and me need to work together.
Oh, I
And
loved it.
And I'm fine with that because like we got
Yeah.
Hulk, but there was no like, and it's been 5 years, but I just love that. Like, oh, we got this arc for Hulk, and it's like, no, he just says in a paragraph like, yeah, he wasn't the problem, he was the cure, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, let's just keep going forward and give Paul Rudd tacos. Like that was
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh,
that's
that was
great.
such a good scene.
And they look so small.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I with Hulk, for me, like his humor absolutely him and Paul Rudd's humor probably worked the best for me. But I just to like connect this back to Thor in a way, like it was a very very much a contrast between like Hulk's humor and Thor's humor in a way, because Hulk earned that sort of for me at least, again, like Hulk earned that. Like it makes sense for his arc the way they got to it. Sure, they jumped a bunch, but for him, like his struggle is dealing with the Hulk, and he found a way to get past that and deal with it. And so then it makes sense to see him as like this this kind of, he's gotten over everything that's happened. He's trying to
not
make
angry anymore.
Yeah, he's trying to make the best out of what the world is now. And maybe he's not necessarily moved on, but he's trying to do what he can for the people that are left.
He's the happiest.
He's looking out for the kids, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. It for me, and then that just makes me sour when like he gets his arc kind of rounded out, but then I still feel like Thor's just kind of like they make that jump, but they don't explain it a whole lot in a way. So
yeah, fair enough.
anyways, I won't dwell on Thor too much more.
Throwing the
Maybe
Thor
he'll come
shirt.
back up again, but
Do you have more to say on Thor, Jessica? Because I don't think you got to finish.
That's I was probably in the thinking of saying something. I will say though that maybe it's just like I've gone on antidepressants multiple times, so I understand the Thor thing. So
Have
you
you
know,
ever grown a beard out like that and then?
yes, when I right before I got pregnant, I thought I should shave it off, so it was
Good
a little less
call, good
confusing.
call.
Not a
Yeah.
beer belly.
Yeah, coming to labor, the doctor's like, this bearded woman is in the room.
I was gonna shave my head, but I decided the beard was easier.
Yeah.
So I can understand the whole just letting yourself go, just stop caring. It's, you know, he's supposed to be running this town. He's not
New
doing
Asgard.
that.
yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
you know, I think that there is progression there. And I think that his arc is good because it goes from, you know, he's so badass, he's so high on his horse, and then all this happens and he's depressed, he's losing his shit, he doesn't know how to handle himself anymore, he's a drunk. Then he talks to his mom, and by the end of it, you know, he's trying to take over the guardianship again.
Yeah.
So
That was a
We
good
know who's
ending.
in charge.
That's
here.
good.
What do you mean? Oh, you're in charge. You're in charge. You're in
So-
charge.
We know who's in charge, right? Pause. Me, I'm in charge. Like,
Oh, you
oh
are.
yeah, you're definitely in charge.
So yeah, so I think his
Great.
personality comes back once he's kind of,
Mhm.
you know, he's got the hammer. He's like, yes, I'm still worthy.
Yeah,
the
that was a
fight
great
happens.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's all these things that happen that bring him back up. I just think where the Hulk's arc was upwards, you know, his was kind of downwards. It's just
Yeah.
that opposite side of it. You know, we don't get to see how the Hulk goes from being two personalities to being like the half change.
Mhm.
You know, there's changes from each of them that we don't see. And I think, I don't know, for me, I can understand the depression change and that not being able to get out of it. So maybe that
That's
just
a good
makes it
point.
easier for me to understand. But
Yeah, no, that is a good point.
And
That's-
the other thing for Thor that I
Makes a lot
liked
of
is
sense.
him giving the kingship or queenship to Valkyrie, because
Yeah.
Thor one, he is like, I want to be king, but after Thor Dark World, he's like, I need to be out there, blah blah, and he stuck to his word, and it is that full thing of
Yeah.
even now that his mom's dead, brother's dead, dad's dead, he kind of has to take the throne, but he's like, no, and I do like that, and that's the thing. I'm with 100% agreement on you, Jessica. I like the actual arc. For me, it was just some of the humor was too much, but I love that he is just like, I'm gonna go out there and just try and find myself. I've always had some mission, right? And he always has like, I'm gonna be king. I'm gonna find Loki. I gotta stop Thanos. I gotta stop Ultron. This is the first time. That's why I like. He's just in like fuck it mode. He's gonna get on the ship and see what happens. And I'm very interested to see where
Yeah.
those 5 or 6 people end up, because
Mhm.
that's gonna be some crazy movies.
I just love when he goes on the ship. He's like, the Guardians of the Galaxy are back
The
together.
Asgardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, is that what he
yeah,
said?
yeah,
I
Asgardians.
totally
Oh,
missed
that's
that.
wonderful.
That's even better that he says that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'd have to say I really, really enjoyed this Thor. You know, out of all the different iterations of him we've seen throughout the movies, I think this is definitely definitely up there for me.
I thought he was gonna say his favorite.
You're just happy that you got back to Thor: Dark World.
No, because honestly, I didn't feel like this was that Thor whatsoever. I feel like the Thor in Dark World was like serious, like.
No, I meant just so you got to go back to that movie and.
Oh, it always comes full circle to Dark World. I can't wait to tell Dylan. It always
Don't
comes,
move when you talk.
full circle.
You
I
can
can't help it.
spoil
I'm
him
trying to
in
look
that-
at you as I talk.
Look at someone else.
Don't look at me. Look at the wall. Look at the viewers.
Okay, so yeah, I think this Thor at least though. I mean, comedic wise, he reminded me a lot of the Thor in Thor Ragnarok, and I just feel like this Thor, having being much more like heavy set. I think it was completely caught off guard because I don't think anyone could have predicted that, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why maybe some people aren't happy with it, because it was just something, the least thing that they would expect. Everyone's thinking about deaths and who's gonna live and all this stuff, but the last thing you expect is Thor to be packing all these extra pounds.
Well, didn't Travis just say that that's what he was in the comics though?
There's an arc, but I didn't think they were going that route for
okay.
this. Yeah.
So majority of the people definitely would have just been shocked.
Well, no, especially too, because I think people once they saw like, oh, that has happened, but like posters, trailers, it's just been that, and that's why even that shot of when they're going on that mission and they're all in the conference room or whatever. If you look at the trailers now, Thor's completely cut off, so he was in that scene. Clearly, they just didn't want people to be like, why is like overweight Rob Zombie in the room? Like, but they wanted to hide that, so they did a good job. And once again, trailers, bravo. Like I know we're gonna talk about it, but the fact that even when I was like, oh, they showed Tony Stark getting back, he gets back in like the first 2 minutes of the movie.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm like, okay, you guys chose the right stuff to show.
It ended up being Pepper Potts being the one who was like CGI'd
Yeah,
out.
the cutout one.
Yeah.
Great job with the trailers. Keep doing it. I don't care if somebody be like, I don't like that they fake us out. I love it. Just keep doing your fake trailers.
With Thor though, I'd have to say that his transition throughout this movie, I just think it was phenomenal. I think he was still part of the team at the end of Infinity War and obviously the beginning of Endgame. He had that feeling that of defeat, but still the optimism that he could still maybe do something, and there was still hope, which is why he stayed with the team. And they got that second chance to go and deal with the situation and take out Thanos. And for him, necessarily saving the rest of the galaxy was in the back of his mind, but it was mostly killing Thanos that he wanted because he was living with this defeat. And for me, again, it makes sense after 5 years on Earth that he would be in that state of mind and situation because he's been stripped away of any chance of repairing the damage that has been done. It's not only the fact that, yes, he got the revenge in killing Thanos, but the satisfaction isn't there because he still won and achieved victory. Because he was mocking.
It was a pity
Thor.
kill.
It
really was.
Yeah.
But he was totally mocking and just kind of insulting Thor as he was there. And Thor was like, even afterwards when he says like I went for the head or this time or whatever, like you can chuckle at that fact, but still the fact remains, like you can see that he's saying it of this from a dark place that he's coming from right now. He's still defeated, and he went for the head or whatever, but it still doesn't satisfy that pit that is formed inside him, and that's going to carry on, obviously, like we saw, into how he turned out. And plus, I feel like of all the planets in the galaxy, I feel like it's pretty easy to lose yourself on Earth. I feel like because video games and pizza. So and beer. Don't forget the beer.
There's beer on this ship.
Did any of you guys, I didn't necessarily notice it, but Matt, who I went with, pointed out he had a lot of problems with the fat suit, that there was a lot of scenes when he could really tell and it was overly noticeable about kind of the awkwardness of that fat suit. I was just wondering what your guys' opinions were on that.
I treat like big beer guts kind of like the sun. You can kind of glance at it, but you don't want to stare at it too much. So I think that's what helped me.
It honestly didn't bug me other than the final battle when he had like the massive Thor armor, and that's when same thing again where I was finding it comedic, but when he was bumping around, his Thor armor was all the way out. That's when I don't know if it bugged me. It still is just like it's just a different image, It's kind of just like if a friend comes in and they're bald or their hair's dyed. It takes a little while for you to be like, that is that person.
They have a goatee and you haven't seen them in a while.
Oh yeah, and that's so it didn't take me out of it. And I thought even when he had his shirt off, he was it still looked good. And I like that he still was like a big guy. He wasn't completely like he still had his muscles. He was like a big. Yeah.
For a split second, I thought, wow, Chris Hemsworth is so committed to this role.
He's not he ain't Christian Bale. There's a reason why Christian Bale has an Oscar and Chris Hemsworth does not.
There was a trailer right before the movie with Chris Hemsworth still being ripped,
And
so.
Jessica and Well, you guys haven't talked about Hulk yet. Me and Briggs have. So
Yeah.
the three of you guys,
I thought I was kind of jumping in with what you guys. Maybe not.
or don't.
Just
Yeah, no. If you feel like you've said,
Just
you
like
say,
this
you don't have to
movie,
say
it's all a mesh right now. What we've talked about.
Okay, well, going back to our predictions episode, I think it was Travis, because you said Travis told you so, that we got Professor Hulk in there. But
Yeah. I just thought that's the way we were going.
I totally was just like hyped when you said that, because like I just love that look, like just Hulk with glasses and the cardigan. It's just like,
Yeah.
man, I
Oh,
want to
man,
see that on like
wonderful.
a full screen or on a big screen, right? So when I got to see it, I just like instantly was laughing just because it looked so like
visually every time.
visually, it's just like that's just Mark Ruffalo, big green. Like it was just so
Yeah.
great, and like just shouts out to them for like their CGI work. I already mentioned it. Like obviously they just killed it with Thanos, and it just translated perfectly with the Hulk. Because like I feel like the old Hulk like didn't really look like Mark Ruffalo. It was just
No,
like
he slowly changed into him over the movies to look a lot more like Mark,
Yeah.
and now he's full on Mark Ruffalo.
yeah. So I just
Does the guy that played Thanos, does Thanos look like him?
Yeah, he looks
Yeah.
pretty like obviously he's not purple, but he is.
Yeah,
No,
really?
He doesn't have
the
that chin.
is also
yeah,
like,
yeah,
a
but like
little-
the bone face structure, he looks pretty
Okay.
similar.
So this is kind of in the line of what they've
Yeah.
been doing for the
Yeah,
last
yeah,
couple
yeah.
of movies.
That's why I was saying like when I lost Thanos and I was so heartbroken, I'm like, where's this movie going? And then I saw Hulk. I'm like, okay,
there's my
I'm in it.
CGI guy.
I said at the beginning I didn't know what point that changed. It was probably that point, honestly, or when we first saw Thor. But anyways, did you want to take the mic from me? Okay.
So you said you jumped ship to Hulk. Now when Thanos came back, did you jump ship back to Thanos?
Well, yeah, like I said, like there was
You keep talking.
there there was later on in the movie that it just totally changed like my whole perspective on the beginning of the movie. So like it just like at the beginning I was kind of wishy-washy with where it was going, but it just totally redeemed it at whatever point it changed. Like majority of the movie I was 110% just in it. I was just loving it, but at the beginning I'm like, I don't know if I like the way this is going, but it just totally just switched around. But anyways, going back to the Hulk, I just love like his attitude on how Travis said he was just the happiest Avenger.
Oh,
and
he
it's
is,
just
he
it's
is.
so like so 180 from what the Hulk is, right? Like he's just pure
Yeah.
anger, and like that's what he gets his power from basically. But I just loved it, like all of his humor and like things that like not even things he said, like when he just like gives Paul Rudd like his tacos, he's just like like just little things like that, or when he's like doing his time machine things and Paul Rudd's just like switching back and forth and he's
Time travel.
yeah like just everything about him, I just loved it. Whenever he was on screen, I was just smiling, except for maybe if it was a really really sad scene.
Like
but-
after the snap, I was like, oh no, we're gonna lose Hulk here. I was
Oh,
really worried, and
yeah.
I did like that they show that he's like, I'm probably the only one that can take it, and then obviously someone else snaps with Blair and doesn't take it. But I
Yeah.
like that showing it was, oh, he is so strong, he can take it. If a regular person did do it, it's not gonna end well. So they did like a good kind of showing you the levels of power of
Mhm.
what could happen, and that
Yeah.
same thing with Thor. He's not on that level right now. You know,
Yeah.
Travis,
yeah.
do you know the reason why it didn't stick to Hulk like it did to Thanos?
Well, I think Thanos, when it stuck to him, was actually when he broke the stones. I think. I
Yeah.
don't actually think the snap was,
Well,
but I think when he
Yeah.
broke all those stones to destroy him, I think that one, because his face was more singed up after
Yeah.
that. So I think that's why.
I
It's-
also
Mhm.
I also think it might just be the gauntlet itself, because the gauntlet Hulk was wearing was it like changed to his size,
Yeah.
right? Because it's the Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what did you say?
The nanites.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, but it did the same thing to Tony after the snap.
Mhm.
That's what Thanos looked like, right? The burnt one side and half the face was all burnt.
Yeah.
But the glove either stuck to him at that point, but it didn't do it to the Hulk, right?
Well, Iron Man also wasn't
Mhm.
wearing the glove that he made. It was just the stones got transferred to his suit,
Yeah.
right?
I think his suit wasn't as equipped to carry the force of the power.
As
And
the
also
OG
on
gauntlet.
top of that, I think the more no, I think it's pretty much you guys hit it on the head. I do think that the gauntlet wasn't stuck to him after the initial snap. I think it was when he destroyed the stones
Mhm.
was when it really got fused to him, and like because compared to after the first snap from Infinity War, like his face and his arm was like completely messed up.
Totally changed, yeah.
Even though like you didn't see a lot of it from after like at the very end of Infinity War, but you saw enough that like it's still like he's still in one piece. Whereas
Mhm.
in the when we see him in his little hut, like his left arm is just like half the size of his right arm. And
Oh yeah.
he's limping on that
He's in
side of
rough
his
shape,
body.
yeah. Making his little
So.
stew. where was I mentioning on Hulk? Sorry.
I don't know where you were.
Oh yeah, I wanted to touch it just because like in the past they kind of hinted of a relationship between him and Natasha or Black Widow. So it's like when she was actually, I know I'm kind of jumping ahead, but like when she went away, I guess we're in.
She died.
When she died,
She's gone.
I'm gonna stop dancing around it.
Yeah.
And like when he does the snap, and then he's talking to Tony. He's like, I really tried to just bring her back, and like most of this movie, like Hulk's kind of just like the happy-go-lucky guy, but like there you kind of just see him like torn, like pulling at the
I don't think he was
heartstrings.
talking to Tony. I think that was after Tony died. And
He was talking to Steve.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was.
I think it was
wasn't
Steve, right?
Hawkeye?
Was
I thought it was Hawkeye.
I'm not gonna.
I heard it was
I'm
like
not gonna put
Hawkeye
my
and
stamp on
Wanda,
if I'm right on this.
because Hawkeye was mourning Natasha and Wanda was mourning Vision.
But that's why I
and
thought they
then,
like screwed it off to their own section, and I
Yeah,
thought
and then
he
Hulk was
talking
there
to
saying he
Steve.
tried to bring them back. As in Vision and Natasha.
I'm gonna say no, but
I,
we'll
Alright.
know.
I'm gonna agree
Well,
with
I'm
Travis.
gonna be watching it on Sunday, so I'll
Me too.
update you.
You don't know
Wow.
for sure, Travis. Don't say that.
Is there going to be like a review
Actually,
part
Travis,
two
you have
after the second
Travis,
view?
you have the pirated copy. You could just go figure it out.
I could right now. Pause. No.
But yeah, I just thank you for reminding me. I don't know, just everything with the Hulk. I loved it. I already mentioned his look and all the comedy. It just knocked out of the park for me.
Yeah.
It's the best iteration of the Hulk that I've seen, and I just so happy with it.
I'll second that.
His attire, just,
iteration.
he's a well dressed Hulk.
Best Hulk.
I'm not gonna third that. I don't know if I like it more than OG Hulk, because when we got that flashback of, oh, you got to take the stairs, and it's like, so many stairs. That's where it's like, I do love Banner, but I will miss angry. Like, I actually think my favorite Hulk is Thor Ragnarok Hulk, when he is just this like, yeah, just like a big baby and everything. I like the big baby Hulk of just like, because he can still get angry. Because my whole thing is now, I like seeing Hulk in the fight scenes, but I feel like we lose that portion of Hulk in the fighting stuff. We'll get that in the comedy and the character, but in the final battle, I don't think he got too many great moments where OG Hulk and Thor Ragnarok, he's just tearing through stuff. Where this is just, he doesn't have that anger anymore, and he was injured, but he's just, and maybe that'll change in the future. Maybe he will fight more, but that's where I'll miss. I'll say Thor Ragnarok is my favorite version of Hulk, but I still I'm down for Professor Hulk.
I got a question for you then. So, from my knowledge, Hulk gets stronger, does more damage the angrier he gets.
No, that's Ang Lee's
So-
Hulk. Like, it kind of does, but he doesn't get bigger.
He didn't get bigger, no. So in this
Yeah.
case, I was just going to say, like, if that is the
He
point where he does deal more damage the angrier he gets, obviously he's not really getting angry in this form.
Yeah.
I think
So,
I would say it is more. He's more willing to throw his weight around the angrier he is. So I mean, it's not like he has a higher power level when he's angrier, but he's just more willing to hurt things and whatnot, rather than you've got timid Bruce Banner who doesn't really want to fight. He doesn't really know how to fight.
Yeah.
When you're the Hulk and you're angry and you just have no idea what's going on, he's seeing red. He's just throwing his weight around. He's launching these fists and just like no regards for anything. So it lets him sort of like, I guess, access more of his power, but like his max power level is still the same.
Jessica, you haven't talked about Hulk at all.
So I think it was a good transition because all through Infinity War, they make that point of him trying to change and Hulk just like, no, you know, or like half change and then he'll snap back. So, I mean, they were already making that transition in the last movie that the Hulk was not, you know, really digging his whole situation. So I think this was kind of a good middle ground. Obviously, it was in the comics. I didn't know about it. So when I saw it, I was just kind of like, okay, I can dig this. I feel like, you know, a lot of his scenes were pretty well done. You know, the whole time travel thing, you know, you guys are talking about the time travel and the shrug. But I actually like the part where he's like, you know, saying something to Scott and Tasha's like, don't lie to him. And he's just like, I'm not. And he turns around. He's like, I don't actually have any idea. You know, he's got kind of his own little quips that work quite well for his character. And I think that this gives him a good opportunity to have more development. It's not just, you know, waiting for him to get angry and attack things. It's actually, you know, that personal development of the arc that you were saying that they were going to give him. And you know, it is kind of interesting as well that they do have those flashbacks of the older Hulk, because it really gives you that comparison of you know,
I like
where
that.
we started and where we are now. So, and I really enjoyed their CGI for him as well. I think they did a really good job of that beautiful face on the hairy green body.
He's a good looking Hulk.
Oh yeah.
I loved his 5 o'clock shadow he had.
Oh yeah.
Looked great. Touch of gray in there.
I'll show it now just because I don't want to forget it. I think all the CG is great. The only thing that didn't work for me, which is such a shame because it worked in both Ant-Mans, I think really young Mike Douglas, he looked a little too CG computer wise, which sucks because he always looks good. But I think it's just because he's so young, and I don't even know if Michael Douglas was acting at that point in his life, so they have no point of reference. But he looked a little plasticky.
No,
so.
I wanted to shout that out. I totally
Yeah.
forgot to make a note of it, but I'm glad.
Wait, who?
Hank Pym. When they go back with Tony Stark in the
Oh,
70s. Yeah, I felt when they go to him, he just looked a little too. It caught me off guard because they're usually good at the de-aging or up aging, as we'll talk about later. But
Do you think they gave him like longer hair to kind of balance it out, and maybe it would pull you away from noticing?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah. Or that's who the body double was that day, and they just like, oh, okay, cool, you're Hank Pym.
Yeah.
So. Where do we want to go now? Do we want to anyone want to jump out or
we kind of mentioned it like the Thanos cabin scene, but I didn't really hear like anyone else's opinion on I don't know, Nebula's feelings when they just killed off Thanos, because it seemed like she was kind of getting close with Thanos at that moment, and Thanos might just be a totally different character than what he's in the last movie, and then Thor just kills him off. I don't know.
well, I never felt like he was totally different, because just even if he's just still I'm inevitable, it's okay, well, this guy's still lost. I think it's just the same way with Gamora when she thought she killed Thanos in Infinity War. She was sad because it's like a Stockholm syndrome thing. It's you hate this man and there's awful things he's done, but clearly there's still a connection there. There's a love there, or it's still just because you raised them. And I think it is just like a Stockholm thing. So I think it's just she was emotional at that, but I still think she would kill him in a second if she had to, But she'd feel bad about it. But I would kill him because he's a bad man and I hate him. So
also the fact that he finally gave her some praise after literally her whole life
exactly.
trying to get his praise and just not getting it ever.
Because I forget the specific line she said, but she's talking to him something, and then Thor just cuts his head off, and she's just covered in his blood.
He's talking about the stones, and I think Captain Marvel's you wouldn't have destroyed them, and then she goes, my father is many things, but he is not alive.
That's right.
Yeah. And then Thanos was you I don't know. He said he praised her. He praised daughter.
Yeah.
He was praising her, and then Thor just
maybe I misjudged you or something like that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Gone.
And then bam,
I
dead.
think I was
And
just
then the blood sprays onto Nebula a little bit. And it's
I loved when she just got that blood shock. She's just in shock at what happened basically.
Yeah.
But I think I was just that scene just sunk with me, because that was the moment that I was I lost Thanos this early in this movie. That's one of my favorite characters. I don't know if people were they knew he was going to be coming back, but definitely
should listen to me.
Definitely. I don't listen to 50%
well, I
of
mean,
things.
there's the trailer where he's in his full armor taking on the three Avengers.
I really tried to avoid most of the trailers, and then the ones I did see, I was totally 20% paying attention, because I didn't want to know anything going into this.
Well, just because we're on her, I just got to give a shout out, because I think at the end we'll do our MVPs list or stuff like that, but I got to give a shout out to Karen Gillan, because Nebula is a character that in Guardians I didn't mind, but she was nowhere near one of my favorite characters. Didn't care about her at all. Guardians 2 came around and really made me care for her. They did a good job of fleshing her and Gamora out. They did a good job in Infinity War, even though she wasn't in that much. You just felt bad for her, and you just felt that, oh man, this is someone that's just been ruined with their whole life. Because when you actually finally get to see her and Thanos interacting for a long extent of time, it's this is his daughter, and he has her strung up and torn apart and everything like that. And then in this movie, it was in the trailer, but it still is great, the moment, and we'll talk about it too. It's just the moment when her and Tony arrive back. It's just so great. Rocket right away walking to her, them just holding hands, and clearly 5 years later, but her and Rocket are still together, have some kinship, and I love the twist that they use with Gamora being the evil Gamora, the other Gamora, because she's more computer than she is person. Nebula. And that's the perfect way to, because at first I was how are they going to get Thanos to understand? And that's the perfect way. She is more machine, so it is just coding. I love that, but from a character standpoint, I love everything they did with Nebula. And I don't know if she's in my top 10, but she's close up there, because she is somebody, I think, like Thor, you look at his journey, she's somebody that has, I think, as far as arcs, one of the best arcs in the MCU from a character that started. She's up there with Cap and Tony as far as from where they started and where they ended are completely different. She was great, and I am happy she's alive. I thought she was going to be a goner, but I'm happy she's alive, and Karen Gillan did a great job, and I loved her and Tony's scenes at the beginning of the ship.
Oh, yeah. That
and
was
especially
really
because
well
like
done.
they always talk about they stress that she always was trying to beat her sister and always wanted to win, and when Tony tells her she wins, there's just like this like wash of relief, like, wow, I won something. I beat this person I just met. And it's great. Just the little ways, like she was taking care of them, and I actually did for a moment thought that Tony Stark was just gonna die on the ship, and I was like, oh no. But everything they did with her acting wise, great job. And I loved Nebula in this movie.
No, I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's definitely a character that like earlier on in the MCU movies, it's just like I didn't give anything about this like character. Like she was just an angry. I hated her voice. Like her looks kind of cool, but like just as like a filler character, right? So I never would have thought, like the first time I saw her, I never would have thought I'd be here where I'm like, man, I appreciate that character so much more. I'm so glad like the way that they turned her around, and just like how you mentioned, like before she was just so like competitive with Gamora and everything, and then like the first scene other than the Hawkeye stuff is just like her and Tony just like playing that little like football game or whatever, and he's like, good game, and then they like shake on it, and then when she's patching him up, and like they totally just like kind of bond and get that chemistry going, and just like her interactions with everyone else that she has interactions with in the movie, like you said, with Rocket and stuff. So I've like I said already, like I never would have thought I would be saying this, but like, man, that character totally like turned it around for me, and I'm really happy she's still alive, actually. Like I want to see that character grow more in the Guardians movies or wherever we see her next, right?
The Asgardians, actually.
The Asgardians, yes.
I think her scene with Gamora as well is really good, where she's trapped and Gamora goes in, and she just like, what happens to us in the future? And there's no like bullshitting around. She's like, I try and kill you a couple times, but then we become friends. And it's like, just even that is a change from before, she would have lied and slithered her way out of it as best as she could.
Yeah.
And not even open up and say anything like personal like that at all.
Yeah, and she's such like a tortured character. Like
she's one
so
of the worst lives ever.
Yeah, like she's so evil, and yet she's just like not good enough for Thanos. Yet Gamora is like not even the same like evil level as her, but like Thanos just likes her so much more. So she's always in that shadow, and it's just like, man, like I just feel so bad for her now. Whereas before, I'm like, I don't give anything about that character. So
hey, we did see a timeline though where Thanos loved her. She got his approval, but then those ones are gone.
That really didn't. Yeah, that didn't last long.
Nope, but she got it. That timeline got it.
I really agree with you a lot though, Kirkland. I think I didn't like. She was interesting in the first Guardians 2. Like for the first little bit, I didn't like her, but when she started to change and get redeemed near the end, that's when it started to click for me, because I like it. I like when heroes can kind of go through that and they go through that change, but when villains, I guess, kind of go through that change. But coming to Infinity War, and then finally this movie really, really just I didn't know that Nebula had this kind of this potential as a character, and like this kind of development that just could be flushed out, and think, wow, like I'm really rooting for Nebula. And like even that sequence where she was supposed to teleport back, and it didn't sink in, and then I started to panic because I thought this plan is seamless and they're on the clock, and now all of a sudden Thanos is getting notified of what's going on, and seeing like the hologram and the other Nebula, I started to get major anxiety, thinking, oh, like this is how they're gonna connect it. This is so bad. And I didn't know what Nebula was gonna do when she swapped places. The last thing I expected was her bringing Thanos' entire warship into this timeline.
Oh, really?
I didn't think that. I thought she was going to either kill one of the Avengers and just take the stones or something and do something along those lines. But I'd stop like the timeline of them like snapping everyone back. But yeah, I was on the edge of, okay, who's going to die at this point? Yeah. Who's she going to kill? So.
And I just felt so bad for her when those recordings screw over, because she's trying so good. She's turned a leaf. And she has no willpower at all, or not no willpower, but she has no say in what her body does, and it's just like sending recordings to her evil, adopted father. And she's like, oh, she's trying so hard.
And it's so crazy though, because like at the end of the Infinity War, like she kind of goes through some changes. Obviously, she's like better character. She's working against Thanos now, but like at the same time, like she's a write-off. She's gonna die. Like Thanos is just gonna like just mess her up in like the first minutes of the next movie or something. But like, when that moment happened, when they try to go back, and then War Machine goes back, and she's just like stuck, and then I think the recording goes off. I'm just like, no, I do not want to see her die here. So it's just funny in like hindsight, just looking back to where I was just like, I don't give anything about that character, but yeah.
It's crazy too, the fact that, you know, she kills herself. You know, like she flat out does.
Yeah, she shoots herself. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's absolutely nuts to see, like, again, like you were saying, like she can't help the fact she's trying to prove her father good, that she's strong, and then she's displaying these images, and then Ma starts like force choking her, and she's like, you can imagine her mind, like, it's not my fault, I want to prove you right, I'm being killed for something that isn't me. But it is me. But just the fact that Nebula kills herself, it's just amazing to show two different Nebulas. And even, again, like how they showed two different Thanoses in this movie. And it's amazing how these actors can play different versions of themselves. Literally, even, you know, Steve Rogers.
That is acting.
It is acting. But, I mean, it's something that, you know, you see over the course of several movies, like in that development. But literally to be displaying it in one movie like this, I just think it's not something you see with time travel too often, to see literally one Nebula who's so strong and trying to prove herself to her father against herself, who is, you know, completely opposite of what she is. But she's trying to change this Nebula and say, you know, you don't have to do this. Like, I'm an example of this. And that Nebula's saying, you know, you're weak, you're a traitor. Like, it's incredible. And, you know, it's that kind of stuff that just adds so much more to character development in a way that tops one character's journey over several films. Throw a copy of himself in and pull that same one from the past. It's just crazy.
Sure is, Taylor.
Yeah.
Where now? Where do we want to go?
I kind of want to jump over to Thanos.
Jump
The
over to
man
Thanos, the big
himself.
purple booty daddy, the purple booty
Oh,
daddy.
yeah.
Yeah.
We have a new booty daddy, thank you.
The
It's
green
America's
booty
ass.
daddy.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
America's ass.
America's booty
Oh.
daddy. Yeah. Yeah. No, I thought he was still great. Obviously, a big backseat as far as if you compare his screen time to Infinity War.
100%,
But I think it was needed,
It's
right? 'Cause,
warranted.
yeah, I feel like
I think it was fair.
yeah, I think it was more circumstances, and I got my Thanos fix of him being maniacal and him just when he gets to Earth in the like this timeline, the present day, and then he just sits there, and you're like, just what is he doing? And you can see that he's just sitting there thinking about how did I screw up the snap and how can I make it better, you know? And like, yeah, it was a
Yeah.
trap. He's waiting for people to attack him, but also it's just him sitting there like him just trying to figure out equation. Okay, what did I do wrong? Okay, what if I
Yeah.
did this? I did this.
Oh.
Just a great character, and I think that there is. I don't think he's fully dead. He will be gone for a very long time. But the thing is, everyone that was snapped came back. There's a way at some point in the future if someone wants to get that gauntlet, and the stones aren't destroyed. They just got put back in time. We'll talk about that all. But I did like the way he went because he is dead, but that door is still open. I think it could be like 15 years from now, but it's mildly open.
Yeah,
You can see him.
I feel like the dust people aren't really considered dead. It's like a
Yeah.
different category, right?
They're out of commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just on the topic of Thanos, though, like I've already mentioned it. Like the part that just took me out of it was like when he first died, because I was just when that happened, I'm like we're like half an hour in. I have a 2.5 hours.
We were 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
at
Okay.
that
Yeah.
point.
Sorry. So like 10 minutes. I was
Yeah.
definitely being generous, but like
we hadn't even had the Avengers Endgame.
yeah,
screen
exactly.
yet.
So like that happens. I'm like, okay, we have almost 3 hours of no Thanos. I'm like, what the hell's gonna happen? So seeing him come back and the way that they brought him back, like when Nebula, or sorry, not just how they brought him back, but like how they brought them back to that timeline.
That glorious armor.
It like it changed. Like I was already so like into this movie, but like that just like redlined it for me. Like, oh man, I was just blown away. And like I know I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but like when Hulk does the snap, and then like it's kind of like it's kind of like just like the lights coming back.
It's this peaceful moment.
Hawkeye's getting his call.
Oh
Like you
my
can see the
God.
birds, and like Scott goes over to the window, and it's just like, guys, like we did it. And then like the missile comes.
Oh,
At that
man.
moment, I honestly thought everyone there was just dead. Like I'm not even kidding. I'm like that's how they
Thanos
killed
wins
off.
again.
I'm like that's how they killed off all of the new like the surviving Avengers. I was so shook. But like so I was so in shock at that moment, and like very quickly after that, like it goes to them like underground basically, and Rocket's getting like squished.
Oh
and,
my God,
And
that
he's
was
like,
heartbreaking.
he's
I
like,
can't
he's like,
breathe.
he's like,
That
I can't
was-
breathe.
yeah.
I literally just like started crying. And I'm like,
Oh.
I'm like, are they gonna kill him right here? Like I was just so on a.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I didn't even breathe from the point that like the
Yeah.
missile hit them, and it's just like until I actually saw them like starting to escape, I was like,
Well, that's one good thing because
Okay.
this is a conclusion, and we knew the snappers, but the people that weren't snapped, you just to
Huge
me were
question
on
marks.
edge the entire
Yeah.
movie of
Yeah,
how's
yeah.
this gonna go? Because also we'll get to the end. There's just things that I didn't even think were gonna go that way. So when Rocket's there or when Don Cheadle's there, like with them, it's just anything could happen now. You know, it's just it was scary.
Yeah, it got to a point like I don't know who got Rocket out. Was it Don Cheadle or
He eventually came over the pipe. Yeah,
he came over, got them out, and they were just laying there, and the water's coming up. I'm like it's just such an emotional scene. Like even looking back on it, like I'm just shook right now.
It's such highs and lows of like you said. It's a beautiful scene when Hawkeye
it's
gets
such
that
a beautiful
call.
scene.
I was just so emotional. It was so great.
Yeah,
I can't even talk about him.
When we were leaving, like Tyler, I can't look at him right now because the way my mic's facing. But he asked like if the birds were there originally because it's like no, like just the life's coming back, right? And it's just like the sun is just coming through in that shot of just Scott looking outside. Like
it's
just
trees and
so
birds
beautiful.
that weren't there before, and it's just
and
like oh my goodness.
Just like that, like the missile comes in, it's just like holy shit, like the big bad booty daddy's back, and like oh my god, it just.
And he's pissed because he's not even there. Like he's like, I love that he's talking about this time it's personal, you know, because that's a good thing I loved in Infinity War. He in those battles. He could have killed all those people, but that was not his goal. His goal is if he had to kill you, he would. But his goal was just to take people out. Look at the Guardians when he takes Gamora. He doesn't kill any of them. He just incapacitates them so he can leave. Same thing with the last battle. When he's going to get Vision, he had to kill Vision because he had no problem. But he knocks out Captain America, knocks out. He could have killed Black Widow by just a kick to the face, but he didn't do any of that. But this time, he's like, no, fuck all you. Because that's kind of what I thought would happen. He's going to find out that was in my predictions. Like, he did it, and these fuckers still came back. Like, you can't win. He's just like, are you kidding me? Like, I got the snap my whole life and still wasn't good enough. So he was just out for blood in this movie.
Yeah, like he won, and they literally snatched victory from him.
Yeah,
and he doesn't even know it until because he's like his future self. Like, are you what? I
love the quote too. Like, I think it's when like Thor and they're all there, and like he's kind of like having just a conversation with them. It's like I like you guys just couldn't accept the defeat. Blah blah blah.
Your failure brought you back to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like that whole like line and like dialogue that he had. It was just.
And that's why it's like I'm gonna take all you out, and anyone that's left is not gonna remember this. I'm gonna wipe memories and how
he's gonna start a new universe.
Yeah, when Cap's like, a new world bathed in blood, and he's just like, they won't know any different. You know, it's just like,
it's
my
just
god,
so crazy because in the last movie, like he had his goals and he was different the protagonist. Many may argue, but like.
I would argue.
But like sure, like people would call him evil, but like this one, he was just like overly evil. Like you said, it's just like before it wasn't personal, but like I'm gonna enjoy this. Fuck, I was like nervous when I saw him. Even though like the whole movie, I'm like, I just want Thanos back. It's just like it's like careful what you wished for.
Yeah, it was definitely I'm still very conflicted about how I feel about it. Because I absolutely love Thanos. Like probably I definitely like tied for best villain, if not best villain. Thanos in Infinity War. And I think as far as just being a well-rounded character, it definitely took a step down in this one. In terms of more just like the classic like evil, just like completely out of her mind. Sort of one-note villain to some degree. And he still had depth to him, and he was still like a really good villain. And it's just a very minor step down. But it was a little bit down and a bit of a different take on him than Infinity War. So I was a little conflicted throughout the movie, and I'm still conflicted. I'm excited to see it again and see how I feel.
Because it is like a Thanos like 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like from when we met
But
him.
I mean, considering Thanos is literally like centuries old, if not millennia, you don't think, like, I don't imagine him having too much of a change. Obviously, seeing the future and being like, oh, I won.
I think that
can change a person for sure. And so I think I initially was a little bit sour about it. Not enough to take, like, compared to like Thor and me being sour about that. I think this was not enough. Like, I still really enjoyed his role in the movie. And I think he had a lot of good moments. But I think the biggest thing for me was in Infinity War, he always felt like really elegant to some degree and like very like well spoken, and like he held himself incredibly highly and everything. Like all his lines were like perfect quotes for me at least. And then like in this one, he felt a little bit more almost like campy, a little bit more like over the top villainous, and just like not as not as elegant in a way. The way he delivered some of his lines, and it didn't take away from it, but it too much. But it was still like it was just a little step down for me at least. Maybe it's just because he had more lines in general and just a bit more casual conversation. But I'm excited to see it again because I don't think I have enough to form a full opinion on it. So
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, obviously comparing it to Infinity War, like he had a lot more just dialogue in general, but
Yeah.
like just his elegance and like how well spoken he is. Tie that in with just Josh Brolin's voice.
oh, Josh Brolin,
It's like
my
it's
man.
like gold going into my ears. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, I just
Mhm.
I love that.
See, the reason I don't have those problems you do, Briggs, because I think in Infinity War he's just so cocky and arrogant and pompous
Yeah.
because he just feels like he's gonna win, and you can just notice from his appearance. In Infinity War, he's not wearing his armor because
Yeah.
he's just like, I can take on these people. I have all these stones.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So to me, I feel like this is just like him pissed off, and that's why
Yeah.
I feel like that's why he's not elegant and not that smooth talker because
Yeah.
he's just fed up with everything, and he has no
Yeah.
time to like give you some great dialogue. He just wants to
Yeah.
get to the
Yeah,
nitty
and
gritty.
I think the second way through, I'm hoping I enjoy it a lot more as
Mhm.
I can kind of wrap my head around like the way he is now, and I think it also is there's that in Infinity War. The more I think about it, like he's just oozing confidence because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
doing everything perfectly. He's always one step ahead, and he's always coming out of those tight spots and pulling through as you would expect the hero to. But Thanos is doing it in Infinity War, whereas in this one he sees that like there's a chance that he might lose. Actually, he
Yeah.
knows, and that could definitely break his confidence to some degree, and it would cause him to kind of lose that sort of gracefulness and be a little bit more rigid, I guess. So it's understandable, and I am excited to see it through. And the more I think about it, the more I can sort of come to terms with it, and I realize just how well it is done. But it's still like it's still like I'm conflicted about him still.
I think I'm more closer onto your side, but different in the sense that
Who's your side for the listeners?
Travis there. More so in the sense that if you look at him going back a few years ago, like in Infinity War, obviously he's lost so much. He's lost both his daughters. You know, he's not going on these massive, I guess, kind of like planet ratings now because he's obviously got his sights set on finding these individual Infinity Stones, as opposed to him in the other timeline back in the day when he has his daughters, he's doing all of these campaigns, and he's much more confident and just dark, and he feels like his daughters will be with him by his side for all of this. And I mean, I feel like that's why he's probably more elegant and more composed and more calm and collected, because he's lost his daughters. He's been betrayed. He's tried to be assassinated by them. So he's coming at it from a more wise approach and standing.
Wise. That's a good way to put it. That's a good word.
So I think that, like, personally, like, I really enjoyed this Thanos. And for me, like, he was much more terrifying than that calm, collected version in Infinity War.
Yeah.
And that was solely because, like, literally, like you guys said, like when he just comes in, he sits down. It's like, okay, what is his plan here? And he's just right away, he's using his old self to just dish out trash to the Avengers.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even fully, like, he's not fully aware of what happened, but he was aware enough to just throw some shade.
Maybe my favorite line, because it's dark humor, is when Scarlet Witch pops up and she's like, you took everything from me, and he goes, I don't even know who you are. And then she goes, you will. But I just love, like, it wasn't supposed to be comedic, but that's maybe my favorite black moment, like black comedy moment ever. He's like, I don't even know who you are, and then just throw black yeah. It was so good.
That's a good like line to distinguish, each Thanos from their different timeline. The one who's like that wise sense when he's like calming her and saying, like, in Infinity War, trying to explain, the greater good, all this stuff, whatever. And in this sense, like you said, whatever, I don't know who you are or whatever like that. And that's just, it's crazy. But he just, when all of his army was coming down and he was just there with his double-ended sword, which is so badass.
Oh, man.
So sick.
Took out Cap Shield.
Oh yeah, but oh man, I
such a crazy
I absolutely loved. I think just like, and probably one of my favorite moments from the film was just like when he goes down with Gamora. I think, was it Nebula or Gamora? I don't remember. When he like first initially beams himself down and it's just him.
I think it was with it was just him, because Gamora stayed up in the ship for a while to watch Nebula, right?
He went there with someone.
He came down with Nebula because she's like, go get me the stones, and she's like, what are you gonna do? And he's like, I'm gonna wait.
I'll just wait. Yeah, that was such a sick one. And then it's just him sitting there, and then you have like the big three Avengers. There's like, he's just been sitting there. What's going on?
It's a trap. I don't care. Yeah.
So good. And he like puts his blades in the ground. He rests his helmet on it, and it's like, oh man,
his look was so good. Like Travis already mentioned the armor, Taylor mentioned the weapon, like everything. It just looked so beautiful.
Yeah.
But And then like in this scene, we've already talked a lot about Thor, but like when he gets like the double weapons and then he gets like the lightning strike and his beard gets braided or whatever. It's just like, I know it's Fat Thor, but this is still sick, man. I was so hyped.
Also, I want to give a shout to the way they portrayed Thanos, like in like the initial him like coming out of the battle when they're on like that random planet. Good. And he's just got like this huge weapon you've never seen him use before, and there's just like blood splattered on it, and blood splattered on his armor, and it's just like, oh man, that was so like disturbing and awesome to see.
Yeah.
Oh. Jessica?
I get a chance?
Oh yeah. Just butt in.
So this is like going super far back, but I haven't really got a chance yet. Talking about the difference between kind of the two of them, I think the most kind of compelling line just from rewatching Infinity War was, you know, when Doctor Strange is like, spare Tony and I'll give you the time stone. And he's just like, no jokes. And that's it. He gets the time stone and he just leaves. You know,
tricks. Wizard.
Wizard.
I don't know if he said wizard, but he said, I think
it was a good addition. I like the Tyler method. Tyler addition.
So I just think, you know, because in this one, there would be no deal making with anyone.
No, not at all.
So, you know,
ain't leaving anyone alive for like a stone.
Yeah. So in that one, you know, it was calm and collected. I get the stone. That's all I want. And, you know, this, it's like, I don't care. I'm going to kill everyone.
You're going to give me the stone. You're not going to trade it to me.
Yeah. And I think you can kind of see too, I mean, I might be wrong and have to see it again to confirm, but, you know, when you get that first flash of the Nebulas in the same timeline, you know, that's kind of where he snaps. Because normally when something would malfunction and Gamora would be like, oh, it's just a malfunction, he's just kind of shrugs it off in the in Infinity War. But in this one, he's like, no, what is that? You know, there's that click of all of a sudden, okay, why is there someone else talking about finding the stone on this planet that we are supposed to know about? And
he knows the Avengers, so right away, too, he's like, oh, these are the Avengers. And
how does he know about them again?
Well, he just knows because in Infinity War, because remember Stark says, he says some line about you've been in my head for 5 years or something like that. And he's like, you're not the only one cursed with knowledge. So I think it's just like battle technician that he's been like, who could stop me? And obviously they've had dealings with the stones, right? So he had to keep, and fuck, he invaded Earth.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. His army got defeated, so he would know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Stop bringing the mic so close when you talk to it. You're the worst.
I like it.
We're still only a month with our new mics, so we're trying to figure out.
I'm going to throw it out there. I do like every time you pull the mic away from Taylor, he just moves his head closer.
Yeah, 100%.
He doesn't just like keep his head. He's like, oh, I got to follow it.
This isn't a porn. You can lay back a little bit. Anything else specifically on Thanos? Also, we're going to talk about him again, but anything points? I got one thing. Well, I don't have your mic, so you take it.
You take it away, Taylor.
I just... Going back to when Thanos was just, you know, took his sword, planted in the ground, put his helmet there. When he was sitting there, it just felt like, you know, you stayed out past your curfew and you come home and your parents are just sitting there, or you know you did something wrong and you know you're gonna get a talk to, but it's just calm. You come into the door and you're looking like, oh no, I know I'm in shit. And that's how it felt. Like Thanos just sitting there ready to, as I said, dish it out to the Avengers because they didn't know what to expect. So he's just, yeah, I think he's definitely moved up there for villains in this sense. Like, when you tackle on Infinity Wars, Thanos, and this into one, it's just, he's insane.
I love this Thanos. I still would say I prefer Infinity War Thanos, but I still like this rendition of Thanos.
Yeah,
so
I'd have to agree.
I think Infinity War needed a lot more depth and nuance to
yeah,
Thanos to
he's
make
like
it
the
work.
main character of that movie.
Yeah, whereas the focus is very clearly on the Avengers, and so it makes sense for him to take the back seat.
Yeah.
Well, in this one, too, I think the snap was a lot quicker. Like, there was no fucking around. Like, in the other
everyone
one,
was trying real quick like trying to get that gauntlet and everything.
yeah, in Infinity War, yeah, he has time, you know, he's hitting people away and just kind of fucking around. And in this one, as soon as he's got it on his fingers, like, Tony leaps at him, and as soon as he throws him off, he snaps. There's no, I'm not going to fuck around with this shit. Like,
because he's seen his own head get cut off, so that would scare the everyone shit out of you.
No shit.
Like, I got to take these people out. They're going to kill me.
just mentioning, like, you said you like the Infinity War Thanos as opposed to this one. I totally agree with you because I feel like in the Infinity War, like, obviously he's like, well, like I said, some people may argue he's the protagonist, like Tyler. But he like you're almost like you see his side of it, and like I get he's evil. I get he's against the Avengers, so obviously I should be rooting for the Avengers. But like, man, like I just want this. I just want to see a movie about Thanos, and like I guess that's what I got with Infinity War. Whereas, like he kind of has like reasonable intentions, whereas in this one he's just a bad guy.
Mhm.
So obviously that kind of puts a dent in who you want to be rooting for. Plus,
But even though it is a classic villain thing, he is still trying. He's not saying he's gonna destroy everyone because he hates the world. He's still like, I can build a better world. It
Yeah.
is more classic
But-
comic booky, but at least it's still not like, oh, this plan didn't work. I fucking hate everyone, so I'm
Yeah.
just gonna kill and it's just gonna be me.
Yeah.
He was like, okay, what I have to do is take out you, the humans, and then the rest of people are gonna forget, and then I'll just build the world back up. So he still, in his twisted way, had a way where like, I can fix things and make it a better place. It wasn't just like, okay, I'm done with everybody, you know. So he still had that shade of like, I'm trying to do better for the
Yeah.
world, but clearly he's wrong.
well, yeah, because I think he even said that it's just like I did this so that like the 50% of the people that like would live would prosper now, but like
you're
you
just stubborn.
yeah, you're just stubborn and like fuck yeah.
Well, because he had done it. I don't know. It would, I guess, depend on what his was shown from Nebula, because that's what happened on Gamora's planet, right? It did start to thrive.
Mhm.
He talks about all the people have now only known full bellies and happiness. So, there is kind of that saltiness. It's like, why the fuck can't your planet get it together and just...
Yeah. Why do you
Humans
gotta
are the
avenge
worst.
anything?
Yeah.
I mean, we kept beer production and pizza delivery, so we're not doing too bad.
Endgame.
Four
And
night
Fortnite
servers.
yeah, we got to make sure those are running. I wanted to talk about Hawkeye and Black Widow now, because clearly they're a little linked in this
Ooh.
movie. But I want to start with Hawkeye because
Oh.
like I said, my non-spoilers, always a big Hawkeye fan. That's my bias from the comic books. But I think this was the first time. Ultron, he did get a good showing, but this was like the first time he felt like an actual main character. It was great. His journey to see him missing his family, to just becoming a brutal BVS Ben Affleck Batman killer, and then just like when Nat finds him, just how that back and forth, like so much happens in the movie. Just even that back and forth of when War Machine's talking to her about he's just gone, like he can't be saved, there's no chance, and you can just see. And I gotta give a shout out to both of them, because I think this is Renner's and Scarlett Jo's best movies both. Like Scarlett Johansson to me really carried, like she was the Nick Fury leader of this team for almost most of the movie until she was gone, and it's just, I know I'm splicing them because obviously their stories are pretty intertwined in this movie. And I thought that was perfect, especially you go back to the original Avengers. They're fighting. They're talking about Budapest. Like, those two are the besties, and I think they both did a phenomenal job. I love the journey they went on. I'm glad Hawkeye's alive. I am shocked that they killed off Black Widow. So now we know that movie's a prequel. But I thought out of all the 6, she was safe, and I didn't think any females would die either, because for 10 years it's been a fucking sausage fest over here. So I'm like, oh, they're safe. But no, she went, and just like that scene could have been cheesy, them fighting each other for life and whatnot, but it wasn't. It was great and it's so heartbreaking. And I actually love that it was almost an exact replica of Gamora, because it represents like, this is like a ritual you have to do to get the stone. Like same music, same like positioning. Just fantastic. And then the last thing I'll say is, because I have my notes, just heartbreaking. The last thing Black Widow says before they all pop away is, see you in a minute. And it's just so heartbreaking that she doesn't come back. And I love that the movie took a good 5 minutes to like mourn her. We didn't move on quick. It was Hulk throwing the bench, they're crying. And it was great. And just Hawkeye being so mad. He's like, you talked to the red floating guy. Like, I tried. Like, we can't bring her back.
Yeah.
And he's the only one, because he was there, realizes like, this is definitive. And everything they did with both those characters, acting-wise, they just were phenomenal. I love it. I loved everything.
Oh no, I 100% agree with you. Like the chemistry those two shared in this movie, I was such a huge, like the two characters, like they're such like side characters for me, like going in, or sorry, just to this point in the MCU, but like fuck, like they both had their moments to shine in this movie, and I was just so blown away. And like you said, like when they're getting the Soul Stone, like that could have been so cheesy, and like I was so unsure as to who was gonna die.
And you just know the impending doom, because everyone has their mission, and they got the shittiest mission.
Oh, absolutely.
They gotta go to Vormir, and you just know. And the only thing I will say, it's like a little coincidence. It's fine. It's a nitpick, but if you would have sent like her and Scott, there's no chance they get that stone, right? Because so that's the only thing where it's like a little coincidence. But still, when there's just like that dread coming of, even when they put their heads together, it's just, you just know this has to end poorly. And I also, her death didn't hit me till the end of the movie, because I still thought, oh, she might come back, because in this movie, there's just so much stuff going on. Like, I can't believe anything till it's over. And then after, I think it hit me when they did the female lineup in the big battle, and she wasn't there. And it was just so shocking to be like, she started the female side, and now they have like 20 different females, and it's great. But she even joked about this on the press tour. Like, it just was me and a bunch of dudes, you know?
Maybe
and
that's why they were able to kill her off, because now they brought in more females, right?
Thanks, ScarJo. We'll give you a prequel movie and then get the fuck out of here. But it didn't hit me fully until now. Second watch, I feel like I'm going to ball even more.
It definitely hit me just when Hawkeye realized that like he was like caught up in her grapple and he was just holding her, and then she does, I forget what she
kicks
said.
off.
She kicks off.
Yeah, and it's just fuck, like her fall. But like even just before that, like when Hawkeye does his little explosive arrow, shoots her down, and like I don't know if it was slow mo, but in my mind I feel like it was slow mo when he's like running by her, kind of looks over, and it's just like Hawkeye, no, and then she gets that grapple, and oh man, I was shook. Like I was so shook. Like fuck, maybe just because I assumed that she was dead permanently from the Soul Stone. In the back of my mind, I knew she was getting a movie, so I was like, I feel like she's got to be alive, but I guess they have prequel rules in there. So, but like that whole scene was just fabulous. But like it even hit me more when they all come back from their missions and everyone's
heartbreaking.
Everyone's just like smiling. They're like, we did it, and then you just see Hawkeye and he's
on his knees.
Oh man, like fuck, I'm like getting choked up just thinking about it right now. But like, it was just so because everyone's just so happy, and then it starts to kind of click. You're like, I think we're missing someone.
And she's the only one that believes in him after all this time.
I
you know,
know.
like he's just this like they don't get too much in it, but we get to see he's just a monster. He is taking out bad guys, but he's just brutally killing people, and it's just even when the team's kind of like maybe he's a lost cause. Like she still believed him. And it's a reverse of Avengers when she talks about how she has red on her ledger and he took her into S.H.I.E.L.D. and believed in her. It's that reverse of he's the monster, kind of like bad person now, and she believed him and gave him a second chance. And just the full circle of those two is fantastic. And it's weird thinking him without her now, or vice versa, you know? And now we're in a world where that's the case.
It's so crazy because like Black Widow, I always picture like she's always really been with S.H.I.E.L.D., but like I just picture her as kind of just like the mercenary. Like she's not like a leader or anything, but like when this like 5 years happened, like she is like the new Nick Fury, right? Like I think
she's leading this team. Even when they're like it's an earthquake, it's fine. Still check it out.
Yeah, like
you know?
I think
like,
even Captain America when he comes and he's like kind of trying to cheer her up or whatever, and I forget specifically what they said, but it's like along the lines like maybe we just shouldn't be doing this or whatever. She's like if I don't do it, who else is gonna do it, right?
And she had no life or family till that point, and then she finally had something in her life.
And like she's just I'm getting someone take the mic.
I want to throw that out too, though. That whole sequence of them going to Vormir, like you said, you just know it's gonna happen, and it's just that build up and anxiety, thinking, okay, which one of you is gonna be? I honestly did think it was Hawkeye. I thought that Black Widow would have been safe, but it just they went from like 1 to 20 to 100, and it kept escalating when they were like trying to push the other one aside so the next one could die, and like just seeing the pain on Hawkeye's face when he let go of his like grapple, and you can imagine just that pain because he was just caught in such a horrible place. The one thing that I didn't like at that scene though is I didn't like how it used the exact same score from when Thanos experienced that with Gamora in Infinity War. I feel like they're the same scenes but just different situations, and I feel like this warranted a completely different score to fit the relationship for these two characters. I just felt like it was a little bit like of a cop-out repetitiveness and a little cheesy in that sense. But that being said, it was still a very emotional scene and very powerful. But yeah, it's just going to be so hard to see Hawkeye without Black Widow, because they're so connected throughout all the films. And, I really enjoyed, Black Widow through all these, and especially in her introduction into this, and she was breaking down after the 5-year mark and Cap walks in on her. You just like, wow, this isn't her faking it. She's really compromised in this sense, and you feel for her.
You've never really like seen her like that up till this moment, right? That's why it just like her character development and like she's basically been around since like as long as Robert Downey Jr., right? Like she made an appearance in Iron Man too. Yeah, so
Taylor's favorite MCU movie.
So sorry, what was the planet called again?
Vormir.
And
Red Skull was back. I was surprised. I knew he had to be there, but I didn't think he'd be back. And I still want to know what's up with him now.
Also, he doesn't just float; he walks. There's like a slight glimpse of like a boot. Everything just like floats around him. But
I loved like the introduction to him again, and like he says like the names or whatever, and it's like I forget what Hawkeye says to her. It's like it's something blah blah blah. He knew his your
Oh,
I
he
think-
says Natasha like son of something or other, and then she's just like, I didn't even know my
Yeah,
father's
I
name."
yeah,
love
he's
that.
like
Oh.
something like because the thing they're talking about, one of us has to go, and he's like, "How do you know he's telling the truth?" And she goes, "I didn't
Yes,
even know my
yes.
father's
That's-
name."
Thank
So,
you. Yeah, that was.
and
it.
that's I like that's the way Red Skull greets people. It's like just telling you your your parents, like, all right,
Well, I
and,
l-
and which one do you pick, the mom or the dad? Because you don't say them both, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
I loved it too because like his introduction was like identical to Infinity
Oh,
War.
I love that. He's done
just,
this
like,
so many times.
He's mystery, and then he just like shows his face. It's like, whoa, it's the Red Skull. Oh, yeah, I already knew that.
I always will. I wonder though. Do you think now? Well, I guess the soul. I don't know where the Soul Stone is, but would you feel like? I wonder what his deal is. I always want to know how he got up there and the way he is, and I always wonder if there's like the stone goes back there. Is Scarlet or is Black Widow now like the cloaked figure? You know, like what is the deal up there? Because it's still we still know so little about that place, and there's some funky stuff going on. And they've always said once that Soul Stone is gone, Red Skull's free to leave. So that leaves some doors open. Because obviously Infinity. Because I guess I got that wrong. Where he's always greeting people. This was they went before Thanos and Gamora, right? So no one had come to him yet. So this is
forgot
like,
about that.
or people had come to him and failed, right? So either way, he's released. So he's out there, and I
Yeah,
don't know. I want some more
Yeah.
Red Skull.
I forgot
Well,
that.
what happens to the Soul Stone then? Because you can't just because with a lot of the other stones, you can just put them back where they were.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
like-
Well, did Cap? Because when they I was gonna say that to the end, but when they send Cap back to put all the stones back, he had to go to Vormir, right?
Yeah.
I guess he would just put it back on that planet because you can't go back to before Black Widow was killed because then that
Yeah.
stone would exist. So you'd have to go after. So he's just like dropping on that planet, and that's where I feel like that's a
Maybe-
deadly stone to be
maybe he
leaving laying
ran-
around.
Maybe he ran into Red Skull there. And
I know,
it's
what an
just like-
awkward meeting.
Yeah.
Hey, remember World War II?
Well,
yeah.
he definitely wouldn't have given it to Red Skull. Here, you can take it back now.
He comes back, guys. We got a big problem. No, I bet Red Skull will be like, man, I just want the fuck out of here. Like, I'm gonna open up a diner that sells donuts.
Yeah.
It's gonna be called.
Maybe that's
I
just
don't
like
know.
a spin-off comic. It's like Cap just goes back and beats the shit out of Red Skull, and then
Yeah.
I imagine you just like give it back to the planet. The planet just like absorbs
Yeah.
it into its essence.
I'm gonna
and
open
then-
up Red Skull Robins, and that's why I wonder: does that mean now Black Widow would be that person? Like, because they
Mhm.
never have said. I hope I know one day, but because I feel like that theory doesn't work. Because in order to get there, you had to be killed. I don't think anyone loved Red Skull to throw him off that cliff. So how do you get
Right.
consumed by this planet to be like its stone/gatekeeper, right? So
Yeah.
I'd love to see just a scene of that where Steve's walking up and you hear
I know.
Steve Rogers, son of our
Well-
Captain America.
Well, and that's why they had Hawkeye specifically say the red floating guy. Because I was like, oh, is he gonna say Red Skull? It's like,
Yeah.
no, they don't got time for him to be
I
like,
could
what?
see I could see it being like you become the gatekeeper or the stonekeeper by being a failed sacrifice. So Red Skull tried to like
That's even worse.
well
The
yeah
person
he
didn't
like
love
because I
me.
imagine Red Skull tried to get the stone and he's like, oh well, maybe what I love most is myself, so he threw himself off.
The new Stonekeeper's like, what are you doing? I'm out of
Yeah,
here, and
and
he takes his place.
then he becomes the stonekeeper
Yeah.
and then I don't know.
I want to know more about that planet. I really
Yeah.
do.
I think I'm kind of content with it shrouded in mystery just because it
Fair
adds like a
enough,
sense
yeah.
of intrigue to it and it doesn't need to be answered.
Yeah,
But
we should do a what if video of just a bunch of
yeah.
like what's going on there. And
Yeah.
I like that Hawkeye woke up the same way Thanos did in the water. Like I
Yeah.
just like the ritual sense of
Mhm.
it because other than Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch, magic is still very light in the MCU, and this feels like a very magic place, not
Yeah.
cosmic. It feels very Lord of the Rings, like Harry Potter. Like you need to do certain steps to complete
Yeah.
this. It's
Yeah.
not like you can't punch your way out of it.
Yeah.
It feels like every time they go there, there's like kind of that eclipse in the background. Like
Oh.
it just
Yeah.
never
It's
changes.
just
And it's
always
such a
eclipse.
beautiful planet where,
Oh,
like,
it's so cool.
a bunch of people probably
And
died there.
every single puddle just has like the perfect reflection of the stars and
Yeah.
everything. It's
No,
like,
it's
oh
crazy.
man.
I loved.
Mm.
I think it was. Sorry, what's the planet again? Volmir.
Vormir.
Vormir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
No,
well, no,
not
it's not that.
Boromir.
It's
It's just-
VOIR and then MOR.
Are you
Vormir.
sure?
I'm sure.
You're a
Anyways,
comic
I'm
guy.
99.9.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna fact
Anyways,
check this.
I just loved when like they're talking about like who's going where or whatever, and Scott's just like, I'm not going there, or like what he's like not it or something.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so good. It's like, man, that's what you wanted, especially the way it went for Hawkeye and Black Widow.
Yeah.
Scott pulled the right straw there.
That was after Nebula was like. That was after Nebula was like saying it's like the cosmic center of death and all this stuff, right? Yeah.
But you would
It
say
is
those-
VORMIR. There's no I before the R.
There's no I.
VORMIR.
Wow.
I am the one.
I left myself that
14 million.
I left myself that 1% cushion.
Jessica, how'd you feel about Vormir and Hawkeye and Black Widow?
So I was not emotionally attached to Scarlett Johansson whatsoever. So I didn't get this emotional welling and crying. I don't know. I don't think I actually had a prediction for who was going to die necessarily. I guess assumption when it happened was obviously Hawkeye, just because she has been around so long and she's kind of been the bigger character. But I don't know. I wasn't heartbroken at all when it happened. It was just kind of, well, there you go. You got the stone. But I will say that leading up to that, it's true. Their chemistry was really good together, and the jokes about Budapest that everyone still wants to know about.
This is a far away from Budapest.
As well as I did like that, you talked about how she was the only one that believed in him still, and they do try and build that up. And I don't know if this was kind of how it was supposed to be, but that they gave Hawkeye the ability to do hand-to-hand combat, which is what she was all about. Like, she had, like, her nunchucks, and she was always with a staff or something really close to combat. And now that's kind of Hawkeye. He left his bow and arrow. He only shot it once or twice. And so he kind of took on that role of being close combat. So, was that really loud? Sorry.
No, it wasn't. Kirkland's always reacting to stuff.
I was having like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast in that moment.
Oh,
Jimmy
God.
Neutron.
I can respect that.
Let's not go down that
Wow.
rabbit hole, please. We know who could stop Thanos.
So I don't know. I think that both their kind of storylines in the beginning were good at showing how they got where they were. Natasha's hair still had like the same color at the bottom. Like she just didn't take care of herself. It just grew out, and that was it.
I mean, half of the hairdressers are gone now, so.
Yeah.
Well,
All the shitty ones are left.
They
You never
never
know.
had-
It might be all of them are left, or they might all be gone. It's all randomized.
We
don't know the
lost the
ratios.
entire army, but we have all the hairdressers. Thanos' plan really fucked us. And Taylor's still tipping none of them.
Wow.
I tip hairdressers.
Just
you?
not pizza delivery drivers.
He tried to say the other day that he would take everyone, just to spite me for some reason. He was going to take all the geeks out and pay for them dinner, and he's like, "Oh, I would tip too," and that's a lie. He's told for years he never tips.
I was gonna take that offer too.
Oh,
I
I
was
know.
100%
Travis
on
ruined
But
that,
then he was
man.
a cheap. No, he was a cheapskate. He just didn't want to pay because I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure, take them all out." And he's like, "No, you ruined it. I didn't ruin shit."
He
all.
ruined my
yeah.
appetite. He's saying just out of nowhere I was being
Hey,
spiteful,
Taylor,
but he let
this
alone
isn't about
said
you
that.
anymore.
No,
If your
no.
appetite's ruined, I have an appetite.
He would have
too.
just taken us to Dutch with
Kirkland's
some chicken
eaten
and
in the last
bread.
Yeah.
month.
Okay,
Travis-
and then on
He's been
Fiverr
waiting
running.
for this.
Travis had started it. We're always at each other's throats. Anyways, we're here to talk Endgame.
Oh,
All right.
wow, he's trying to get past. No, let's talk about you not tipping for another hour.
Jessica, how are you doing with Warming? You still going on or?
Well, just to go on that point, part of the whole, it's not necessarily half the hairdressers. I mean, a family of 5, and Hawkeye's the only one left,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's super unpredictable. I mean, I'll be on. Me and Matt had a conversation about, if there was a snap, who do we think would survive?
Merciful.
You know,
Some would say. Just one.
I feel like
actually.
I would
think just one would
disappear.
say.
Hard read.
why that? Why do you feel that
I
you would
did. I did
disappear?
a random. There's a website where it's like, did you survive? I didn't survive. I'm dead.
I did
I've
survive,
gone.
but I don't know if I'd be the Thor route or the Ronan route. I don't know.
Sorry, you said you would survive?
I
There
did
are other
survive.
routes as well.
No, those are the two. No. Those are the.
Jessica, to answer your question, I feel like my spirit animal right now is Tom Holland, so I feel like I would just go with him.
Okay, so I thought I would survive, but I would end up just killing myself.
Oh no.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
like if my cats are gone and my husband's gone, like what do I go? What do I got?
Well, that's what
I got
like.
pizza and Fortnite.
I know this is like
And
a,
beer.
like, this is a quick detour, but one thing I'm very impressed by this movie is I always thought when they fixed the snap, it was just they were gonna go back to Infinity War and things like whoever died, but then they moved forward and like Pepper still would have been pregnant, but
yeah.
had the, but they live in this world where I think we'll see it affected that. So you have like Joe Russo who's playing this character who's going on a date for the first time. What if that guy had a husband and then his husband comes back And obviously that was just one date, but you have so many situations where people could be remarried or completely different lives. And I hope they do, whether it's in a TV show or a movie, touch upon that, because I didn't think they would do that, because I thought, oh, that's too heavy for the MCU. But it just feels like, I feel like in Spider-Man Far From Home, we might get a few that just the layout of what the world is like, because now it's not, everyone forgot, they know the snap and Thanos was a thing. They're not moving like 5 years ago we got decimated, you know.
Yeah.
Well, what about like
decimated is actually a terrible.
I know, but
I just want to, like,
Well,
being
we got
pregnant.
halved.
Like, would babies, like, if I'm pregnant, could my baby go away, but I'm still
technically
alive?
it's a living creature, so yes.
Just-
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Just powder in my ovaries. That sounds lovely.
One thing, since you brought that up, so like obviously we see that spot where like Peter Parker goes back and there's Ned there. So like I don't know if Ned got snapped or what, but wouldn't he be? Everyone would be 5 years older, right?
I was gonna
so
say
he'd be in
this
his
to the
20s.
end, but we can, because I feel like once we.
I just
well,
want to piggyback because you brought that up. And I just wanted to ride that.
So
topic.
I've heard other people brought that up. The only hope for me is Sned. Wow.
Wait, wouldn't Ned be like out of high school at that
That-
point?
yeah,
Well,
like in his
the
20s
point is
almost.
hopefully that he also got snapped, but the idea is, I don't know, because if he got snapped and a bunch of students, but then it's one of those things where I think that's what they'll do, but it's very convenient if Peter and most of his
So I
Spider-Man
think with
Homecoming fan got
yeah,
snapped.
like a lot of his student, like a lot of the other students.
And I think
from
that's what they're gonna
the
do,
Homecoming
and that's why
game.
they'll still be in the same grade. Because for
Yeah.
them, it was just a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
But so that's why I think, because if that was the case, be like Ned would be fucking graduated. Like, look at Scott's daughter all grown up. So I think that's what they're gonna do. Is like, Peter, your entire class, like MJ, because from the trailers we've seen like Eddie. Not Eddie Brock, no, that's Venom. Flash and everything like that. Like all his, it seems like all the unless those trailers are messing with it seems like all the cast from Spider-Man Homecoming is back. So I'll roll with it. I think that's a little eye rolly, but whatever, it's fine. I think that's the kind of, or they can say they're in college, I guess, but that's kind of, so we'll see. That's what I do. Like, there's some stuff still left open.
Are we sure it's post second snap? Far From Home?
No, we're not.
Okay.
They've never said that, and they also hid Peter's passport. I think it's gonna be because there's a line in that trailer of Happy being like, "You're all alone now," and it's like, and I'm so mad at myself. We're gonna get about Tony, but when that trailer came out, I was like, "Oh, Iron Man's for sure dead." I talked myself out of it. I was so mad. But when those trailers came out, I'm like, he's gone. They keep talking about him being alone, and they said, "Oh, Pepper Potts is in this movie, but not Tony." I'm so mad. I talked myself out of it, but. There's a chance it's a prequel. Like, even though I think we'll get into it another cast, but I think Mysterio's gonna be his new father figure. But unfortunately, Mysterio is not the good guy that Tony is. But I think he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I can be your new guy, and it's not gonna go good. Oh yeah.
I actually wanted to hop back over to Vormir.
Yeah, do it.
Thank you. So Vormir, yeah, interesting place. I don't know how I'm. This is something I'm also very conflicted about, as with Thanos. I think the scene itself was great, but when it comes to the actual sacrifice and getting the Soul Stone, that left definitely left sour taste in my mouth. I was to some degree, it felt like it almost trivialized Thanos' sacrifice back in Infinity War, because for me, at least, the way I interpreted it, it was like you could only sacrifice like the one thing that you love the most. It wasn't just anything you love. Like, and sure, Thanos might have only loved one thing, but it wasn't just something that you could. It wasn't like, oh, like someone can sacrifice themselves to get the Soul Stone. It wasn't like you can just throw something you love to get the Soul Stone. It has to be something that's much more special. And I don't want to say this in taking away between Hawkeye's and Black Widow's relationship. I don't want to take away from that at all. But for me, it didn't feel like all the steps of that like old ritualistic magic were there for Hawkeye to get it. And I mean, I think the way they did the scene, the back and forth, the chemistry, the chemistry I think was really well done. I really loved the scene of them sort of fighting over who actually goes over the cliff. But I think it in the grand scheme of things, it takes us a little bit away from Infinity War and Thanos' character as a whole in Infinity War, as it feels like, if for me at least, if Hawkeye was going to sacrifice anything to get the Soul Stone, it would be some part of his family.
But
I feel like nothing lives up to that same level,
but
and
do you
anything
feel like
below that
it's
level,
a living thing
isn't-
then, and because they're gone, it's like, well, this would be the next thing, you know,
yeah,
like the thing you
to
love
some
most
degree,
that's alive.
yeah. I think that for me at least, I'm not fully satisfied with it, but
Yeah.
I can understand that being like they don't exist anymore.
Mhm.
So his love in the universe being Natasha, it can make sense. But for me, it felt like when I saw those two together, I was like, there's no way he's the one who lives here, because what he loved can't be sacrificed anymore. And so I thought it was, and it made sense for, I could see Natasha loving Jeremy Renner or Hawkeye, and her being the one to throw him over. But then also for me, the fact that they had to, for me, it felt like it has to be a sacrifice by the person, and you have to kill him. He had to be the one who threw her over the ledge. It can't be she jumped off a ledge without him giving a choice. Otherwise, it doesn't feel like a sacrifice, and it doesn't feel like they had to go through the same pain that Thanos had to go through to get the Soul Stone to some degree. And for me, at least, it kind of soured it. And I was like, I almost hoped that just for like the crazy outcome of he throws her off the ledge, the magic thing happens, and then he wakes up and he doesn't have the Soul Stone. And it just didn't work because it had to be his family. And And at the start, because he gets up and there's no glow in his hand or anything, and I don't think there's a glow in Thanos' hand either. But it was like, oh my goodness, what if this doesn't work? Then what? How do they get themselves out of this mess? So,
ultimate con job.
Anyways, it is what it is, and I'm not super upset about it. But for me, it kind of like took it down a notch from what I feel like it could have been. I think there could have. But it's hard to think of who else could have gone without impacting the final arc and whatnot. So,
and again, I guess and that's why it is a coincidence. But at the same time, there's no other characters, I guess, that would work, because I think
you can't have like Tony sacrificing
unless he's like, hey Pepper, I really need you to come on this trip.
Yeah, so it'd be there's a whole, like any other character, there's a whole can of worms you'd have to open to get the same conclusion. But I think that is like it would be a tough situation for them to get the Soul Stone. Like.
Oh yeah,
it's
just
the
toughest.
Like it's 100% the toughest one to get in.
Yeah.
Well, the quote from Infinity War is just, "In order to take the stone, you must lose that which you love, a soul for a soul." So it doesn't say anything about that which you love most.
Yeah, Emily said the same thing, because I had the same, like, not as much as Briggs, but I had the same thing. I was like, oh well, the kind of semantics of it, but then she said the same thing. So I guess that's where we're supposed to take that. If you just whatever you love. So if you had a box, if I had a box of Oreos, I could throw them down and get that soul stone.
I think
no, that's not a soul.
Sense.
It's a soul for a soul.
It is to me.
I think I do think it makes sense, and like it doesn't break the world or anyway. But for me, at least, I guess I built up that sacrifice that Thanos made, and the way I interpreted it, at least, it kind of it took it down a little bit. So
well, I think
I'm not gonna like, I hate Endgame now because they ruined it with this.
You heard it here first. 1 out of 10.
I do think that. Part of it, when we watch Infinity War, Gamora talks, she laughs. She's like, you can't do anything because you don't love anything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the amount of love he had to have for anything, it had to be a pretty low standard for how much he loved Gamora, right? So, I mean, you could consider that the friendship between Hawkeye and Black Widow is, probably a higher level of love.
Yeah, definitely stronger. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. I can follow your train of thought, but my headcanon isn't sold on it.
Black Widow technically was the only Avenger who knew of Hawkeye's secret, like his family too. Yeah. So again, there's that love and bond for them. So until Ultron,
I will go ahead and throw out though that I didn't think it was so much a sacrifice. Like Hawkeye wasn't like. Threw off the cliff.
And I mean, again, the literal translation is you must lose that which you love. And so it doesn't actually say, like, you have to sacrifice the person. You just have to lose that soul. But, I mean, for me at least, it wasn't as satisfying as I was hoping it to be.
I also thought she should have splattered more. I'll throw it out there.
I mean, you got to keep it PG-13.
Honestly, I didn't even realize until rewatching Infinity War just before Endgame yesterday that you could actually see Gamora's blood on the ground there.
Blood.
Yeah,
that's why you see a lot more of their blood because they're aliens, so you can get away with the green and purple.
Well, there's like the blood pool of Natasha too.
Yeah.
But I didn't even realize that the Gamora. I was a little disappointed in how they did because it's like it's just her body. There's no blood or anything. But then when I saw the blood, I was like, ooh, that's actually kind of dark. I like this even more.
Oh boy. Anything else on Hawkeye or Black Widow?
I just got a kick how they were like having to deal with the process of one of them has to die and Red Skull's just or standing.
I know.
just
And they're like
chilling.
sitting,
They're
and
just
he's just
watching.
like, "Come on, now. I want to get
just
out of
get
here.
the
Yeah,
stone
exactly.
so I
I
can
wanna
leave.
get
I
out
gotta dance."
Yeah,
now.
but I mean, aside from that, like Hawkeye, Black Widow, I think they did a phenomenal job. And a big issue, like one thing I was worried about was how is Natasha gonna like hold up in this Endgame scenario? Like, how what can she contribute that like the other Avengers can't also do? And
There's a reason Nick Fury didn't show up to the final battle.
yeah, I think
I can't help, guys.
yeah, and I think they played her and Jeremy Renner's role. I keep saying Jeremy Renner. but-
Clint Barton,
Clint
Hawkeye, Ronan.
Yeah, I think
Man of many
their
names.
the way they used their roles and like what they were useful at and contributing was really well done.
Mhm.
So I'm glad with that at least.
Yeah. You just said anything else to add on?
Yeah,
Hawkeye?
anything else? Like I know
I-
we'll talk about them, but anything specifically.
Oh, okay. I was gonna just start shouting out like the later scene when he actually like finds the glove and he's running away from
Oh, yeah, good
Thanos.
scene. Yeah.
That was such a great scene. It was just like it was intense and like I'm not even gonna lie, I totally forgot that like Thanos had like an army of just creatures.
Oh yeah,
And
he
it's
just like
Oh,
teleports down on his
Yeah.
own, but it's like oh, he's
exactly. So
actually
like
got
when they're
all
in the
this whole
tunnel
thing.
and he shoots like the little like light arrow and it just lights them
They're
up.
just,
It
like,
was so sick.
They're
and
crawling on the
fuck,
walls.
those things are scary
yeah,
too.
they're terrifying.
Yeah, especially like thinking back to just like Infinity War when they're
Yeah,
like
when they're like crawling all over the Hulkbuster and like Cap, and they're like all burnt and mangled.
yeah.
Oh, it's
He's got a vicious army,
it's
and
horrible.
just seeing him like use his different types of arrows in that scene, I just
Mhm.
loved it. And like I said, I was never really been the biggest Hawkeye fan, but this movie just totally redeemed that character. Kind of like how Nebula changed for me. It's just
Mhm.
like that's what I love about this movie is like it just made me think differently about different characters that I just kind of wrote off, and it's just I totally appreciated that because it's like not only are they like helping themselves out because like I want to get like merch for different characters right now, right? Whereas like before it's like
gonna be Nebula. For
I'm all about
Halloween.
the Spider-Man, but it's like, man, now it's like, ooh, I don't know. I kind of want to get like a fat Thor suit or something.
you can definitely get that Hawkeye haircut. The other Hawkeye scene I want to throw out is I loved when they were like, "Who's gonna go back first?" And right away he volunteers
Yeah.
like, "I'll do it."
That
Like,
was
you can
awesome.
see.
Yeah.
I love just like, "Don't give me hope," and when she's like, "I'm sorry it took so long," and you can tell that he just wants this. Like all of them want it bad, but you just get this feeling like next to Tony, he wants it the most. Like, I think he even wants it more than Tony because Tony still has a family. Tony for me is like he's doing because obviously because Peter, but he has this redemption, almost same thing as Thor. But Hawkeye, like he needs this win,
Yeah.
and just I'll go. And when he almost sees his daughter and they suck him back out, just it's great.
That was such a powerful scene.
Yeah.
Especially like when he heard her voice and then he like shouts it out and then he disappears and then she comes and
I was glad because I'm like, I know you're emotional. What are you doing, man? Like you're gonna mess everything
yeah,
up.
exactly.
I thought for a split second he was gonna pop up when he sees his family get snapped or something. Just like, oh, that would be a horrible thing. Because I didn't know exactly because he was there in the glove.
Fuck you, Tony.
The glove was on the ground. I'm thinking, okay, where's this?
I thought the same thing, so you're not alone.
Imagine if he came back and it was like at a wrong time and he finds out his wife's been cheating on him this whole time. Like, you know, like
Totally
Red Skull
different movie.
floats out of the bedroom. Thanks. I'll see your husband on Voromir.
I was disappointed that no one mentioned his hair.
In the movie?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
y-
I think when you lose your family, no one's going to take a jab at the guy, right? Because I feel
well,
like
it's been 5 years. I mean, I feel like
he lost his kid, 3 kids and a wife. I feel like if Stark just makes a joke at his expense, everyone's going to be like, shut the
Well,
fuck
like
up,
even
Tony.
even
Like,
his wife
Yeah.
at the end when she's like coming to greet him after this.
fair enough, yeah.
She could have just been like rubbed her hands through it or something. I don't know. I just that look. Ooh.
I liked it.
It worked for me.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not
it
gonna
worked.
lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
In
makes
this
sense.
in this state of mind, I
Man
don't.
doesn't just straight up kill like crime people for 5 years straight and not get a haircut like that.
Yeah. Anything else?
I think I was gonna mention something, but I forgot it, so it's
Let-
relevant.
Let's talk about Cap.
I will just throw it up,
that's
digging
where
that
that's where I
thick
wanted to go.
sleeve.
Oh yeah, big time sleeve.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
all the
yeah.
way to his hand and everything.
Yeah, it's badass, and I
Yeah.
don't think there really has been
Mhm.
much tattoo at all in the MCU. Like,
Not a lot of representation there.
no.
No, that's
Not really.
Yeah.
maybe Red Skull under his gown. We'll have to ask Hawkeye's wife.
Um,
Drax has a bunch of like
That's more
warring.
like yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd say it's more like body like thing, like body mod than ink. but-
Well, I can't remember the planet where the Grandmaster was from because they all had
Yeah,
tattoos
they do have
there.
tattoos.
that's
yeah.
true.
No Grandmaster. Big disappointment. No, it's my birthday. Like, he should have walked out with his keyboard when they all came in the final battle. And don't worry, if you guys are like, why haven't they talked about the final battle? We're building up to the fucking main event. I swear. I know we're 2 hours and 15
All right,
minutes in.
guys, good
But
cast.
yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Because
For
this
part two.
this
next
is
year.
a big ending. So let's talk about Cap, because Cap, you can see my shirt, my favorite character in the MCU, one of my favorite comic book characters of all time. And also I'm probably going to talk about Tony a little bit, but
Oh, yeah.
I don't fit any. Everyone's looking at their like Avengers clothing, and I'm like, well, I can fit a black T-shirt.
I got Cap in there.
That's okay.
I have like a rocket hoodie and everything. It's got ears and a tail.
right,
Damn.
I thought
That's
about wearing
pretty cool.
it's pretty warm out.
that good old
I don't
rabbit.
think I have any like Avengers garb, which is disappointing.
That is
We'll
sad.
get you a Vormir shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've loved Cap since I've started reading comic books, and in the MCU, Chris Evans has always done a good job, but from Winter Soldier, he just really locked himself in the role, and I've always been Team Cap, and this had a lot of moments for me. I was always like, what's going to happen to Cap? I was, honestly, the most thing I was anticipating the most of this movie was just him and Tony meeting. That didn't, it didn't disappoint, but I still need to watch it again to see how I feel, because I feel like there is a forgiveness scene, but it's very subtle. I thought they were going to have more of a talking in and out scene, but that's where I kind of maybe I don't go back and forth, but I like the way Tony would handle it, would just be giving the shield like that's how he's forgiving him. But I was expecting more of a almost sit down, come to Jesus, almost like what Cap and Black Widow did. So there was that forgiveness, come to Jesus scene. It was just not the way I thought. So at first when I walked out, I was like, oh, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get more. But then right after, they're friendly again and stuff. So I kind of took that as like the shield is just supposed to be his way of saying sorry, because Tony Stark is an asshole who could never just fully say sorry. And even that, like, just because like that scene, the tension when he just calls Cap out in front of everybody, just like, you're a liar, like, where were you? And even though Tony's
He was a little loopy.
yeah, and he's 100% wrong, because he can say like, oh, I wanted to make a shield for the world, but if you wouldn't have broke up the Avengers, things would have been a lot better too. So, but Cap, he does a great job in this movie as ever. I'm not going to talk about big moments that happen in the big battle. We'll wait for that. But just the character point of view, just fantastic. Chris Evans did a good job. And I feel like this was and it's funny because I feel like a lot of them went on a big journey in this movie. He was a big journey, but this just felt like almost a best of Captain America. You know, I feel like there's like Nebula and Hawkeye and Tony. I feel like his character work has been done in so many other films. This was just him leading the team, being that guy. And I know we're going to talk about, but just him finally facing down Thanos. And even Thanos just has an army of millions of people. He has that slit arm, and he just straps the shield. And you know that even if it was just him alone, he's still going to charge that army
he's still gonna
and
fight.
try. And that is fucking Captain
That
America.
one shot, I can't wait for this movie to like be out for a little bit longer.
have those
'cause
Oh, I got some
high quality
wallpapers.
wallpaper.
I need
Of
that
just
wallpaper.
Cap with
It's Cap, and then the whole
oh,
army,
man,
and then it's
yeah.
like the little like ray of sun coming through. It's just like,
oh my
And it's been
goodness.
teased so many times, but they give him that Avengers Assemble moment. I know we're talking about
Oh,
Big
yeah.
Bad, but everything, and
yeah.
most importantly, the ending, and we'll talk about too when we get to time travel stuff, but that was a theory that's been floating around for a while, like, oh, he's going to get sent back and get that dance with Peggy. I never thought it could happen. I thought it would mess up some stuff, and maybe it will, but I thought it was a perfect end, because I thought he was a goner, but if you look at that character, you look at all these movies where maybe not, but even Hulk, like Iron Man, he's the very first movie, it ends on a positive. Hulk, it kind of ends on a positive because he's smiling and it looks like he can control himself. Thor, he, saves the universe. Captain America, his first movie ends with him having to make a sacrifice and he loses the woman he loves, He's been through, when we talk about, and now it seems in retrospect, but with Nebula and Hawkeye, what they all went through, Chris Evans, Captain America, has been going through that since phase 1 of the, MCU. He's always had just the raw end of the
He's
deal.
just been moving. He's had pretty much nothing to live for throughout his whole movie. He's moving from fight to fight.
Yeah.
Trying to hold on to what he can, being, I think, like Bucky and Peggy basically, like, are his
Mm.
only links to the past and, like, his links to the greatest time of his life, pretty much.
Yeah.
And he loses Peggy, and then he's doing everything he can just to not lose Bucky, even if he's tearing apart the Avengers. He's alienating Stark, and
Yeah.
it really is, like, his whole arc is just really depressing.
Yeah.
And, like, it's like the build up to this is just like, and then he loses, like, the battle of his life again, and then it's like, what now?
Mm.
What does he do now? And it's great. It's great.
Yeah, it's a
he's
perfect
cool.
ending. I didn't think it was gonna happen, but because I always thought, oh, he's gonna die. This character's destined to die. And not only the stuff with Peggy, but even the stuff with Sam was so great.
Yeah.
It was just
I,
So
I love that one line too. It's just like I took some advice from Tony. It's like I had a
I
life
went
to
and
go.
got that life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's just
Which is throwback to Age of Ultron.
so
yeah.
good.
So
But,
yeah, I as a Cap fan, it was handled perfectly because I always thought he was gonna die, and I'm happy he didn't. And same thing as Thanos. There's room for them to bring him back one day if they really need him. Like, oh, go back in time and grab Steve. You know, he's not dead. You know, so there's I think same thing as Thanos. That won't be till like 10, 15 years. But I always say, and you look at Star Wars with the Emperor right now or Han Solo, you always want to keep a few characters you could just bust out in a great trailer and everyone be hyped. And you ever see Captain America back, you know? But even then, and he looked great as the old guy too, and yeah, just fantastic. I was from the last half an hour, I cried the entire time. I didn't stop. I was a mess. And fucking 3D glasses were
Your
getting in the way.
mascara was everywhere.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I just like perfect. That's all I can say with what they did with Cap all around. And he honestly had the most badass moments to talk about. But yeah,
You
I-
didn't even touch the hammer scene.
I want to say Val, but that was the scene in the non-spoilers. I literally stood up and I
Yeah.
put my arms up
Yeah.
just because that does happen in the comics. But I just thought the way they built up to it, where it looks like the hammer's coming to Thor, and just when it does that turn, and you see him grab it, and he's just throwing lightning down. That is the greatest, most badass thing in the MCU. He's
Oh
just
my
kicking
goodness.
Thanos' ass
It
with
topped
that
Thor.
hammer.
It topped Thor.
Oh
for
yeah,
sure. Like, in the last
somehow,
movie.
Yeah.
somehow they top Thor coming to Wakanda. Just when you see him with shield and hammer Mjolnir in hand, my God, I was losing it. It was. I couldn't control myself, so I feel sorry if you sat in front of me. You probably got a bunch of spit, but I yelled. I was at wrestling.
Just the whole build up to that too, because every shot of Mjolnir, whenever like Thor would throw it or like Thanos would knock it away, there's a lot of emphasis on it just like hitting the ground and like the weight behind it and how no one can lift it. And then oh man,
and it's such a
it's
and
like
when
there's so much emphasis on like who's gonna lift this
and with
what's
the
gonna happen.
and with the fanfare, they do this constantly in the movie. There's so much to talk about, but that's a great shout to Age of Ultron when he almost lifted. In Age of Ultron, there's one the Ultron lifted, and it just
it makes
nudges.
you think maybe he started lifting, he realized he could lift it, but he didn't want to like ruin Thor's moment, so he just didn't lift it.
Or he didn't lift it because he's such a great, decent guy, but at that point in the movie, he still knew that Bucky had killed Stark's parents, and he hadn't told them.
Yeah,
so maybe there was still
true.
a little bit of him that was not worthy because he was holding it in line. But now that he had that moment of forgiveness with Stark, he's 100% worried. And that line we talked about earlier, but that I knew it. That one really worked for me because it was just like, oh, that cat, like that's a wallpaper, and I cannot wait. I just wanted to make that like my profile picture. I wanted to talk about it, but like I can't. But so good.
I'm 100% convinced that like leading up to that in his off time, Cap was practicing with a fake hammer just because he was so in sync with that.
No, it was
He was
calling to him. He
bouncing.
knew. He
Yeah.
knew. Oh yeah,
He was bouncing off his shield, and he was like so in tune with it. Like I'm thinking, okay, he must have had some downtime with this thing before. Like
He's
was
seen
so
Thor,
good.
and that's why I love too the shoutouts back to Thor in Avengers, Ultron, Infinity War. Thor and Cap always have these moments when they're in battle. They're like this version of Legolas and Gimli. They're always just like, and just that moment, you take the little one, you know, like they. And I
or
love,
it's like I see you've copied my beard.
yeah. There's just constant callbacks to these movies. It's just, they're so smart.
For me, Captain America in this movie, like, he was just amazing. Like honestly, his best performance yet. And I didn't know like if he was gonna live or if he was gonna die, like how they were gonna end his story. And it just for that alone had me on edge. But his whole journey was just amazing. And even when like the moments when he went back in time, like it was great when he was fighting himself and he got knocked down, and his younger
that
self
scene
is
where the
like
shields clash.
the whole choreographic part was
you're
great.
gonna
But
bring
yeah,
up,
the
yeah.
one scene was like I can do this all, and he's like, yeah,
I know.
so good. And
That's America's ass right there. That is America.
That is
like
good.
everyone's saying, like yes, Paul Rudd was like a good comedic relief. I feel like Captain America brought like I don't want to say like
I mean,
the
in Paul Rudd's
second, but
defense, Paul Rudd set up the ass joke.
Yeah,
he did. But I feel like Captain America again, like obviously continuing off of that, I feel like he just brought in such a good amount of like comedy into this too, like on top of the seriousness.
Yeah.
For comedy, like Ant-Man, Hulk, and Captain America for me are the ones that bring it.
Because obviously they weren't going Deadpool route, but they felt like they were being a little meta with Captain America,
Mhm.
and that's what you should be when you're time traveling, seeing yourself, and just like the classic Captain's, I found Loki, and just it's just like, oh no, and that recreation of the elevator scene from Winter Soldier,
so good,
and you think it's gonna be the fight and everything like that, and like, oh, we gotta take this. No, I'm fine. No, Cap, we're gonna take it. It's all right. Hydra, and just like they're all like, oh my god, like it's so good, like it's just like they're crazy how much and that's fun because the Russos directed Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
So
I just recently saw Winter Soldier like a week ago, and I was like, oh my goodness, I love that.
It's just callbacks to callbacks upon callbacks. It's just
Mhm.
fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm gonna. I do want to jump in just quickly on like the comedy now with Captain America and just like comedy as a whole. I like
there's
that,
a but.
I don't know if I want to jump in this because I absolutely like. I loved a lot of the comedy and like the whole middle part, but it almost felt too campy at some points to me. I don't want to like bring it down. I don't want to like drag down the review. Oh, this movie sucked or anything. But like from basically
1 out of 10, 1 out of 10.
Yeah. For like the whole time traveling part, a lot of like for what was at stake, and especially like Stark and Cap and Paul Rudd, it seemed like they were a little too like upbeat about a lot of things. And
Fair
even
enough.
when they lost the Tesseract, they didn't really seem like, oh, we just messed this up. Like Thanos
that's a good
basically
point,
just snapped again. I like, for me at least, it was a little like, this seems a little bit too campy and a little bit too comic bookish, like classic, just like, oh, there's always gonna be humor, and because you feel like they're always gonna win no matter what. But we just saw last movie they lost.
Yeah.
So in a way, I just wanted to throw that out there because this has been on my mind since yesterday.
Yeah, I
So-
agree with you because I think that didn't hit me in
Mhm.
the moment, but that upon further rewatches could hit me because that's funny enough. That's where some of the comedy didn't work for me too. It's like I didn't love that Paul Rudd turning into his old and baby self. That gag for me didn't work at all.
Yeah.
So I found a lot of the time travel humor for me was the least on the bar
I mean,
of MCU humor.
I like the thing is though, it's like I loved it. Like I love the humor, just not in this context.
Yeah,
Like I
I
absolutely
agree.
love like the like Cap like saying that is America's ass. That is like I was laughing in the theater. It's great, but in the context of the movie as a whole, it takes a little bit away.
When they
from
got
it.
one shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, fair enough.
But like I think it was well executed. Just again, just the tonal shift from being like super grim and whatnot, and then it's like, oh, it's all like light and kind of humorous, and things aren't so bad maybe, and then But anyways, Cap, great guy. Keep going, Taylor.
Yeah, to end it for me on Cap, I'll just say, there's no way he can't be worthy after he holds that hammer and you get that scene of him standing on the just that base, and you see the whole army of Thanos just coming at him. It's just like, that is such an amazing shot. I know exactly what posters I want from this movie. Like there's that shot I want. And when we get to talking about it later, I'll say that's when the next one I want for a poster of that. But just, even when he was older too, just like, I'm like, I couldn't believe it. Like, oh my God, like he's right there. At first I thought, oh, is that going to be like Captain America's like son? Cause I assumed he went back with Peggy. Like, I'm like, is that going to be like his kid there? And, Bucky knows that and he's going to take up the mantle, or I don't know.
Sharon Carter sure got the raw end of the deal. Like in Civil War, they kiss, and he just totally left her for her aunt.
Well, it's gonna be a weird. I don't want to say Back to the Future moment, but what happens when he's with Peggy and then little Sharon is there? And
Let's save that for the end because I got
Yeah,
some
yeah,
time
yeah.
travel
It's her aunt,
questions.
not her mom.
But it's still they made out.
yeah, like how is he gonna tell that to Peggy? I don't know.
It's a
just
weird
awkward.
and it's still just weird that they had a thing, and it's just so funny if like Sharon Carter survived all these events. Like, where's Cap? Oh, he will have to.
ditched you.
Yeah, for your aunt.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't
That's what he
think
thought.
I
It
don't
is
think
what
it
it
was
is.
like much of a thing.
No,
I'm glad they didn't like they didn't have her at all in Infinity War. I think is a good thing, but
In retrospective, they almost didn't need to do that now,
Yeah.
that romantic thing. So
it was
but-
kind of a good moment in Civil War. It worked as a good moment.
Yeah.
but
Are you talking about like the dance scene at the end,
no.
or just?
We're talking about because you know how in Civil War the blonde girl, the CIA person who was watching over her.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and then they kiss, and
Okay.
then Bucky and
I forgot
and
about that,
Sam
yeah.
are in the car, and there's like, Cap's
yeah, that's
like,
Peggy's
on,
niece.
guys.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's what I mean.
Related
She
to
just kind of got
Peggy
left
and
high
then-
and dry, but maybe Falcon will console
I
her.
mean, she
He's
was-
the new Captain America.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She was always the silver medal. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Peggy. Was
Oh,
the silver
100%.
gold.
Yeah. He proved that.
Yeah.
First chance you get. Oh, I can go back in time. See ya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, going on to Captain America. that character, like he's always just been like the face of the Avengers for me, and like not taking anything away from him. Like I've always just like loved that character, but he's never been like my favorite. I don't know if he's just always been like that guy that I'm like he'll always be around. Not my favorite, but he's solid. This movie was definitely like his best performance. I feel like he was just like he was basically like the Thor from the last movie. Like he was like just the face of it all, and just like seeing his journey, I guess, throughout all the Captain America movies and the Avengers is just like it's so great seeing like how he actually had like a happy ending, because I was pretty convinced he was gonna die.
Oh yeah.
I was pretty convinced he was gonna die in Infinity War actually before I went and saw that movie. Just
I thought he was
I
gonna
think
die
it's
in
from the
Civil War.
trailer.
It's been a while
Yeah.
since like 2015. I'm like, we're got a ticking clock on Captain America.
Yeah. I wanted to quickly go back to when you were talking about like the reunion between him and Iron Man or Robert
Stark,
Downey Jr. Yeah,
Tony.
Stark. Thank you. His
My man.
movie name.
My second man.
But
I don't know. Could be a
I
third.
don't know.
man.
Like I just felt like a little unsatisfied with like the reunion. You mentioning like him just giving that shield back, like it kind of like that's them making up or whatever, and like I can make that work for me, but like personally, I kind of wanted that like Cap Natasha like sit down moment.
Yeah.
But like I also felt like that like multiple times in this movie, especially like after the second snap when all the snappers came back, because so many people lost like so many like important people to them, like Cap and Bucky, or like Stark and Peter. Like obviously like we got a little bit of that, and actually no, they did get their hug moment, so that was kind of nice. But like
And Cap and Bug kind of get at the end, right, when they say
Yeah.
goodbye, like kind of.
yeah, I guess they did kind of like touch about the big ones, like even like the Gamora Quill moment. That was kind of funny, but I don't know. Like I personally, I just was a little unsatisfied with the Cap and Tony one, because that was just, I felt like that was like the biggest one, because they were so at each other's neck for so long, right? And then now they're coming together and kind of putting their differences aside. And
That's why I want to rewatch and watch that scene
Yeah.
and specifically remember what the dialogue was. And I guess I also take it as like they just don't have time now. Like
Yeah.
they're just like in a way of like, well, we gotta work together.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I forgive you, but like really, if we weren't doing this, I still wouldn't talk to you. Even though I did. That's why I guess I always want more Tony and Cap. But even when they go to talk to Tony about the time travel stuff, Tony's like, if you don't talk shop, you can stay for lunch. So he doesn't hate him enough. And I guess it's also the idea that it has been 7 years. Like, I guess since Civil War. I mean, not since Infinity War, because that's been 5 years. So maybe it's just that sense of there is a level of forgiveness. But I don't know. That's why that one I need to rewatch, because I don't know if I'm the same as you. If there's still part of me that feels like a little. I wanted a tad more of those two. But then, like I said,
I think
there's
I
a lot
was.
to take in.
I don't know. Do you have more going on?
I just I want more for like that reunion, just because like when Stark first comes back, like I feel like they're not even really like enemies at the point. I don't know, maybe it's just lack of time or whatever, but then Tony has his little freak out and he's just like blaming him for everything, and then I don't know, when he comes back and gives him the shield, it's just, for me personally, it was just a little unsatisfying. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll start off with that, I guess. I was actually, I'm pretty satisfied. The more I thought about it, the more happy I am with their sort of reunion and making up. I think Stark, when he first got back, I think it makes sense, because like the pain of losing Peter and just losing as a whole, and just like the separation, he hasn't seen Cap since. It's very fresh to him, and then he next thing you know, he's pretty much on the verge of death. He's all drugged up, and he just needs to vent and get it out of his system. But you even see throughout Civil War, like the realizations he's had that maybe he is the bad guy, maybe he's not in the right, and he keeps going with, he sticks to his guns. But you kind of get those moments where Stark is like, he sees Cap's point of view, and he's kind of like, he's still processing his point of view on the whole Accords and the Avengers and everything. And then he eventually breaks when he sees his parents killed. But it's been years now, and then I think the way he freaks out at Cap and whatnot is completely justifiable. But I mean, 5 years have passed. He's had a kid, and that, like, his child is his sort of redemption for everything all the mistakes he's made. He's trying to make everything right. And for me, at least, it made a lot of sense that he's like he's got a new lease on life, is the way he's looking at it.
Yeah.
This is his second chance at doing things right, and he doesn't want to risk anything. And he says it straight up. He's like, he says, I want this like I want a chance to make things right, but I'm not going to risk what I have right now.
Yeah,
to
only
do
do
that.
it if nothing changes
Yeah,
here.
and so I think, and I think in that mindset, he 100% he forgives Cap. He's okay with everything, but he doesn't want to go back to those things. But he's willing to put it behind him and move forward with Cap, with their relationship, with being friends. And it in that line where he's like, "You guys can stay for dinner if you're not talking shop."
Yeah.
It shows there, and then the way he kind of casually gives the shield and like kind of wants to put it behind him, and like, here's my token of like forgiveness, or
Yeah.
here this is what I'm trying to do to make it up to you.
It's a much more nuanced, subtle
yeah.
one, and that's why I guess I'm still in the camp of I'm mixed, because I was just expecting that big conversation.
Yeah,
but
well-
that's where I'm hoping on a second watch it
And-
sets him better, because I think it is more nuanced of just little things to
I
show
think
I've forgiven
the trailer
you.
also teases you at like that big moment
Yeah.
where it's like, do
Yeah,
you trust me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have that moment, but in the movie itself, it's actually much more like, it's a lot lighter.
Yeah, and it's just like, do
than
you
expect.
trust me to go to this other place? Not like
Yeah,
this
it's
whole like,
do you trust this gut
Yeah.
feeling that that the stone is here?
Yeah.
No,
So-
I totally agree with you though, Travis. Is like on a second rewatch, I feel like it'll be better for me because
It's either gonna be better, or you'll be like, no, I don't
well,
like.
also like I'm not I wasn't fully thinking about that. It's been 5 years since he had that freak
Yeah.
out, right? So like I'm still kind of adjusting to that time jump. So obviously, if he has 5 years with his daughter and like I don't know, he's just been
Living
thinking
in a
about
cabin.
thinking about
Yeah.
life, right? So like. I don't know, you change a lot in just a year, let alone 5,
Yeah.
especially when you introduce like he's a father now. And like just quickly mentioning like Tony Stark as a dad. Oh man, I loved all like his relationship with that little
Yeah,
daughter.
the way his interactions with his kid is great, and
it
then
is so
even
great.
the way he like talks to his father when he has
Oh.
that
Oh.
meet up back in time and they're talking about kids and stuff. It's
Yeah.
like that. I'm so glad Tony got this moment.
One of
Like,
one of my favorite scenes in the movie, just
Yep.
because that's why I love time travel. Yeah, it opens up a lot of wormholes and problems, but just stuff like that. And it's just a moment where, yeah, it is just them talking about kids, and it's such a small moment in this big grand
Yeah.
movie. But that's one of my favorite. It was it was fantastic.
It's one of those things where it's literally been like a big part of Iron Man since Iron Man 1.
Yep.
Pretty much all the way through until this movie, that like Cap's had those daddy issues. He's like he's never had that relationship that he's wanted with his father, and it's always coming back, and just like those parent things. And then he finally gets that moment where it's just like everything he's made the way he has his own family, and he's made like almost everything in his life right that he wants it to be, except for this. And then he finally has that chance to go back, and even if it's just a small thing, just the
It's
way
enough.
he handles it, and the way the way he portrays that scene and the emotions that he goes through, just that one small moment, it's like, and it's just enough for him. And oh yeah,
Hugs him. Thanks for everything you did for America.
Yeah.
it's great. Anyways, back to Cap after talking about Tony.
I do want to throw this out
Yes, go.
just on talking about Tony and his kid. If in case anyone doesn't remember, this actually ties together really nicely because Infinity War actually starts with him being like, "Have you ever had a really vivid dream?" to
Yeah.
Pepper, and he's
Yeah.
like, "I dreamed that you were pregnant. That we expecting?" And
Yeah.
he's like so excited about this idea of having kids,
Mm-hmm.
and then for it to come around and he gets back, and that's kind of the first thing they do.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to see that kind of tied together, that they did
Yeah.
foreshadow that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I kind of like forgot about that.
Peop-
That they like hinted that they're kind of pregnant, and then that's the same thing that's happening with Howard Stark, right?
Yeah.
People had that theory. I just didn't think they'd pull the plug on him having a kid, but I think they did that for two reasons. One,
Yeah.
just to make his death
I was a little
even
shocked
worse.
that he actually had like.
Yeah, I thought it was a dog at first. To be honest. Like, it's the way he sits down. It's in this little house that's covered, and he just has like a toy. So I really thought they were trying to set that up, like, oh, they got a dog, that's cute. But then when it was a girl that
Yeah.
walked out, but I think it was one to make his
It's like-
death too bigger, and then
Yeah.
two, I'm ready for 10 years from now to get a Iron Man 4 with her,
Yeah.
because they already set up that she's smart, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
how'd you do this? Like, clearly
She
already
knows the number 3,000 already. I
yeah,
mean,
like they're
Come
setting up just the dialogue they had when she was talking about the helmet and just stuff. She clearly is smart, so I feel bad for whoever they got to cast for that, because man, you got a lot of that's a lot of
X-23.
pressure. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to be fucking great. So, but I want that movie already. I want not obviously I don't want 5-year-old Morgan Stark, but I want 10 years from
I'd be
now,
into like a Pepper Potts Iron Man movie.
I'm good.
No?
I'm good with
Yeah.
her in the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll take her as like the grandma in a couple years when she's or not the grandma, as the mom in a couple years when she's
Yeah.
aged.
Yeah. And I liked her.
And they have
doing-
like teenage Iron Man doing the
Yeah.
rebellious thing.
She looks great in the suit.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to take a shot. Like I loved her. That was
I
like
love
in
the
a
blue
rescue
suit. Oh,
armor
so
from the
good.
comics. But yeah, that's what I'd want. I'd want her as the mom, and yeah, give her like because that's an ultimate run in Iron Man. That Iron Man is a teenager. I was not a fan of it, but I'm down with this to make the daughter the young Iron Man. And I also wonder if I know we're kind of all over, but Cap and Tony are kind of in the middle. I
Yeah.
still think there's a chance because people theorize. I still think there's a chance he becomes her Jarvis because you're there for 5 years. He still clearly built Pepper's suit and he left himself that message for her. But it's like, what else did he leave her, right? So I think
Yeah.
there's a way that it's an easy paycheck for Downey, and it's a way they make Iron Man 4. There's no Downey, but his voice or his consciousness is kind of there. So
His humor,
yeah,
his snarkiness.
I think that's a
I could
big
see that.
possibility, and I'm all down for it.
Turn
Why not?
around and go
100%,
home
yeah.
right now, young lady.
Exactly. Yeah.
I like that part to when he's talking with his dad actually in the past in the 70s, Sark, and when Howard gets into his car, he's like, "Let's go home, Jarvis," or whatever. So you can kind of see like that's where Tony got the.
He's from the Peggy Carter TV show.
Oh, is he really?
That's the first ever Marvel TV show character to go in the movies.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, that's
Very odd
crazy.
choice, yeah,
Wow.
very
Breaking
odd. Peggy
barriers
Carter had
there.
a show for 2 seasons, if you didn't know.
Wow.
So,
Right on.
uh,
Um,
Jessica,
I
well, I
was-
guess Tyler's on. Still on Cap.
Yeah,
Even though
we're still on Cap.
we went down a wild
I don't even know
road.
where I was with Cap. Oh, the reunite.
Yeah,
and
that's why.
stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, I think Cap's like arc in this movie, like it wasn't a huge arc
Mhm.
necessarily. It was kind of just holding the team together and having that bit of a brighter outlook. But I think there's been so much development with his character in the previous movies
Yeah.
that you didn't need a whole lot in this character.
He's already
and
had like
then-
multiple arcs.
Yeah, even like with his lack of screen time in Infinity War, it's like you know where the character's at, and I think his ending and the way they closed out with him going back in time was, for me, it's that theory that everyone wants, but no one expects it to actually happen.
Exactly.
And to see that actually happen, it's one of the few ones where it's like it wasn't a surprise at all, and like you instantly know what's going on when they go to like that when the music kicks in, and
yeah.
you know what's gonna happen.
And the
but
second he steps in that time machine with the stones, like,
Oh, yeah.
he ain't coming
You know
back.
he's not coming back.
And even then, I love the small differences of the way Falcon says bye to Bucky, because Bucky says, "I'll miss you," even though
Mhm.
70s Roger's still alive. You can go get a drink with
Yeah.
him and talk, but like they clearly like he knew he was going. He
Mhm.
told
Yeah. Oh,
Bucky
yeah.
like, "I'm not coming back." I guess maybe he just didn't know
Yeah.
what was gonna happen, but hang
Yeah.
out with 70s Steve. He's probably lonely. Maybe his wife's dead. You know,
He's probably got some good stories.
or boring ones.
Yeah.
I just sat at home and danced for years. I did nothing.
Yeah, that's exciting to him though.
Oh, exactly. That's
Yeah.
like all like normal is exciting to him. You know.
And yeah, for me at least, it's like that, and I think for all the Cap fans, that's like the perfect ending for that character. And I mean, I couldn't be. I don't know. It is that thing that I never really expected it to happen until it was happening, and it's like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad they're doing this.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that was absolutely amazing. I think Cap had definitely some. It's hard because I think like we'll talk. We'll get into it when we get to the very end, to the big battle talk discussion. But yeah, Cap, great guy. And then Tony being a dad, it was one of the things that I didn't know I needed in my life.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
100%
100%.
agree, yeah.
I can never not need that in
I
my
need
life
it
anymore.
3,000%.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that is me on Cap. Great guy.
Those are just
great.
finger guns.
Yeah, that was some great finger guns. So
Pew pew.
That's why you tune the video, folks.
pew pew.
yeah. Okay, so I will start with the honest truth. Always been Team Tony. Not. It. Oh, I have someone else. I got
I
Taylor
don't
agreeing
respect it.
off mic.
Kirkland,
Oh,
don't give
accept it.
him back your mic. No.
You said Team Tony, right?
Team Tony.
Okay.
Are you Team Cap?
I am Team Peter.
So it's a
That
good.
Quill and Parker.
Technically,
That's a good neutral.
I'll allow it.
So, I did like a lot of his scenes, and I guess, to me, maybe the comedy was okay because I was not as invested in Cap in that sense. So, like, the Hail Hydra and, I know you can do this all day, and
Oh, I love that. It's so gold.
I know.
you know, that is America's ass. I thought all those lines were funny,
Mhm.
and so maybe part of that is I'm not as invested in his seriousness, and I was just kind of having a good time with it. And I do think that they did a really good job balancing out how much he was kind of the main face, as well as Tony, but still having other characters as well. It
Mhm.
wasn't quite like Infinity War, where this is who you're watching kind of the whole movie, where they did with Thor, which I found was nice. I was going to touch on is I did like that they kind of had an ode to Cap getting that, or the hammer,
Mhm.
like when he tries to move it before and it nudges a little bit.
Hell yeah.
I didn't. You said that's comic related?
Yeah, he's one of the people that can pick up the hammer.
Yeah, see, so I didn't know that. So for me, that was a surprise, which I thought was really fun. And I also did expect him to die, mostly because of Travis and his fucking hashtag told you so, saying it for 3
Putting
years
too much
straight.
faith in the
Saying
it for
hashtag
you,
told
yeah.
you so.
Don't say that. Who got the first half of this movie right? This
Who
motherfucker.
got the second half of the movie wrong?
Not you.
Not me, thank you.
I'll pull up those predictions. And predictions cast, everyone looked at me like a fucking idiot when I said, are there going to be end credit scene? And I was like, yeah, what do you think? There's recorded proof. I'm like, I don't think there's going to be. No, they
thought
wouldn't
I
do
agreed
that.
with you.
No, none of you did. You all make
Triggered
me sound like
Travis.
an idiot. And then no, hashtag Travis told you there's going to be no fucking end credit scene.
I mean, they did show the Marvel logo.
That doesn't
and they had
count.
some
That's not an
sounds.
end credit scene. I don't know what you're saying, Taylor, because you're speaking quiet because you're scared. So I'll go.
I'm
cap
also
on
going
you.
to say that I was like semi in agreement.
No,
end
you
credit
were. I
scene.
listened to this
I
cast
don't think
yesterday.
so.
These guys
I don't
rolled
think
me over the
there's much.
coals.
I think I was
Rolled
taking
you.
both sides, honestly. So I'm not in a great position, but
I don't think I was on that cast, so no
You were.
idea.
You were.
Yeah.
you're safe.
Yeah, so even directly before going into this movie, talking with Matt, I was like, yeah, Cap's gonna die. Like, Travis has fucking said it for 3 years,
He
like
does-
I said.
To back up my claim of the hammer, he also dies in the comic, so that's what I mean. Like they just, I did the reverse. So I thought they'd never do him picking up the hammer, so they did that one instead of the death one.
But didn't you also say that Bucky takes over as
Bucky and Falcon, they both do. Oh
Yeah.
no, this just broke.
they both do? Like, they each get a shield?
In different times they have, like, not at the same time but separately. There's been times where Falcon
both
has
taken
gotten it
over.
and then Bucky's gotten it. So
Okay.
it was a 50-50.
Is there only one shield, or do they both get like a mini shield?
I
Well,
mean,
one's broken.
They weren't Captain America at the same time.
Oh,
So I assume it's the
Yeah.
shield.
Yeah.
One of the shields is broken anyway now.
man, the
Oh,
Winter Soldier
I-
has like a metal arm, like a vibranium arm, and then a vibranium shield.
But
on the other
technically that's
hand.
still the same shield because it's from the
Yeah.
past, right?
Oh. Plot twist.
Yeah, that it is a broken
Everything's
shield, but it's the
ruined.
past shield because old
Yeah.
70s Cap just had it
Yeah.
hanging on his
I forgot to
house.
mention though that scene when Thanos is just like wailing on him, and it's just like it just keeps losing pieces. Oh, I honestly thought he was gonna like possibly die right there. Like there's
Oh,
so
yeah.
many moments I thought he
They
was
really
gone.
were foreplaying us
Oh,
there, yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Oh, I love me some of that
Foreplay?
They
Marvel
were.
foreplay.
They were teasing.
Yeah, I think I'm sure there's other things that I had in mind non-break that didn't happen, but if we want to move on to Tony, I'm sure they'll come back to me.
Yeah.
They're so intertwined in this movie.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, Cap, great guy. Always been my favorite guy. Since I watched the animated Avengers, I just wanted to throw that tidbit in.
Like the two movies?
Like I don't know if there's the two movies, but I remember one. It was basically the Battle of New York. That's where it ended. But it starts with like Cap and it's like Red Skull has like teamed up with aliens. And
is
then
it called Ultimate Avengers?
I don't remember.
Okay.
This was way back before I knew anything about Marvel Comics. I was like, man, Captain America is my guy.
Mhm.
And then Captain America First Adventure, man, this is still my guy. And then he's always been my guy.
Yep.
And
Is he your senior?
he's still my guy.
Now we're on to the main event because for obvious reasons we're at Iron Man. Oh boy.
The main event, I like that you are calling Tony the main event.
He is just because, like, he started this whole thing. He's
I mean, he
the
has
one.
of the sickest line drops in the movie.
Oh yeah. He's the one that saved the universe. Just and he started all. You look at Robert Downey, that guy. It's crazy to think, and I think it's fitting. I love Cap, but I can know characters, place, whatnot, and Downey is like he's the main guy. He's got started all, and everything worked in this movie. Whether it was the beginning when he was just almost about to die, and he was all skinny, and he was just pissed off at everybody and mad, to the loving father, Tony Stark, to the determined to travel through time, to the, I don't know, still determined, scared, and angry when Thanos showed up again. The range of emotions that he went through and that Downey portrayed, I think this is, because that's where I disagree. I don't think this is my favorite Cap role. I think it's still Civil War for me. I think he had more acting and emotional scenes to do in there, where to me this was Downey's. I love Downey all the time, and I feel like since Civil War he's been on fire, and this is to me his best performance because he's got to do everything. Him as a dad just worked out so great. Him and Pepper, the moment him and Peter share was great because obviously that was the most heartbreaking thing. And for me, probably the most heartbreaking line is the beginning of the movie when he gets back. He's like, I couldn't save the kid, you know, and it's just like, and Cap's like, we all couldn't save him, and just like this look, and that's why I like that initially Tony's just like not happy to see Cap, but just like it's someone I know he's alive, and then it just sets in of like he's just mad at everybody, and and then they double down, and that's not like obviously we said there's maybe a way of Jarvis and whatnot, but that scene was heartbreaking when he does, you know, the great line of Iron Man. That's what started. But just his death scene is it's so cold, and he just looks decayed, and it's just quiet, you know. But it's just fantastic all around how they have Pepper be with him, and just her saying you can rest now, like we'll be okay, was just heartbreaking. And you go back to Avengers 1. Where when he was about to drive up that the nuke in the wormhole, he tried to call Pepper, and you look at that versus this of he was about to die in Avengers, and what did he do? He wanted to be or talking with Pepper. This he did die, but he still got to be with Pepper, you know. So it's just funny how he didn't die that last time, but this one it was meant to be because she was there for him, and they just knocked it out of the park with him and everything, and just the whole display after, like that funeral scene, that felt like it was exactly out of a comic too, just showing all these characters, and it was just, that was also perfection too, the same way as Cap. Like it's a sad ending, but it was fantastic. It was same thing, perfection. Like there's tons of other characters in this movie, but this movie was about sending those two characters off specifically, and they couldn't have done it any better. So yeah, the shout out to the team and everything, and Downey, they just killed it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. Like this movie was totally, those two were the centerpieces, and I just think that the way that they sent those two off, it was so good, and I couldn't have thought or like imagined any like better way for them to do it. I was so satisfied with it, so heart wrenching. I remember just going to like that Tony scene, and like I know I've told you guys like or specifically Travis like offcast, but like I remember in that moment I was so like sad, but like I just couldn't like develop tears. I felt like I was just so dried up from like previous moments of just like crying, and then I was just like, everyone around me is just bawling right now, and I just feel like an asshole because Iron Man's dead and I'm not crying right now. And then literally like the next like half an hour or however long it was like the funeral scene and everything, I was just a mess. Like the waterworks just came back, and like the whole moment, oh man, I was just a wreck. And it's just so crazy because like he's literally like the one that started this whole thing off, right? Like I remember I was in elementary school when I went and saw Iron Man, like the original, and it's like now I'm here, and like this
Me
is
too.
I don't believe you. But like since that very first movie, like he's just been, or I guess he was the only character, right, in the first movie. So he's been my favorite, or at least up there since the very beginning. So seeing him send off like that, and just seeing like is his name Happy?
Oh yeah,
like him
Happy.
and his daughter, and like talking about cheeseburgers.
Oh, it's so great because
I was a mess that whole scene.
Yeah.
the first thing Tony does when he gets back after being in that cave is, I need a cheeseburger, and I just love that line. If I want cheeseburgers, I'll get you a cheeseburger. I'll get you all the cheeseburgers, like as many as I can possibly, and especially too because the guy that plays Happy is the guy that directed, Jon Favreau. He directed Iron Man, so it's just that almost meta moment again of him being there with a curation of his curation, and obviously sending it off. If they do a movie, you could have him around. It was just like that moment was perfect, and seeing the kid is that's another reason why I think they had that kid, because it just makes it even more heartbreaking, you know. And just little stuff like how the movie ends with those end credits. There are no end credits, but when the last Marvel logo shows, it's just the banging of Iron Man building that suit in the first Iron Man, you know, because he is the flag bearer. He is the guy that started off, because that movie doesn't hit, none of this is here. So Yeah, it was just
Yeah.
it was fantastic, and I so mad I did not shout this out at the beginning of the cast, even the non-spoilers, but specifically the funeral, but tons of stuff. I think this is the best scored Marvel movie ever because the stuff in space, but his track, the real hero, the funeral stuff, Alan Silvestri. I don't know what's gonna happen, but he deserves an Oscar nomination because Black Panther got one for score. He deserves it. It was, to me, this is the best score they've ever done, and that. Lots of moments, just even like when Downey was sitting there just silent, just the music that played over, like Pepper there and Peter and then Rhodey, just all these characters. It was just fantastic. So
Yeah, no, I couldn't have said it better. But it's crazy because like when obviously Tony was a big part of this whole movie, but like I just had to mention that right at the beginning because that was just the one that hit home the most. It was just probably the most emotional, just like not even just like scene, but like series of scenes that like I was just wrecked from like the moment that he died, and then like even when they had like proof of Tony Stark has a heart and like float on the water.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man,
Oh man.
I was a mess. I couldn't even see the screen just through my tears.
I know.
But I can't even really think straight right now.
Yeah.
I'll pass it off to my other mic user.
Yeah, for me, Tony Stark, Iron Man 1, I remember I don't recall seeing it in theaters. I just remember my dad bringing it home from the movie store and we watched it, and that's, for me, that was literally my introduction
Still
into
case.
that was my introduction into like the Marvel universe, cuz I wasn't huge into superheroes, but like before that, like my other priorities were like games and Bionicles and stuff. But,
Xbox and Call of Duty.
Xbox.
yeah. The Dutch.
But no, I just that was the movie that I just thought, wow, like I want to be Iron Man. I love this, just like he puts on the armor, and this is just a regular guy. It's not just some guy who gets superpowers or anything. This is a regular guy who just built a suit, and it just makes you feel like even when you're younger, you feel like I could just throw on a helmet, and you feel like it's a great movie for like kids to feel like they can be a superhero. They don't have to be bitten by a spider.
He
or
was
anything.
born a billionaire. Don't
Yes.
make it.
I know,
so
I
much.
know.
Oh, he was just a regular guy. No.
I know, but it was cool to see a superhero movie done in a realistic way where he didn't have any radioactive, contamination to him. He was a normal human that became a superhero, and that's something that I really, really liked, and I loved how that movie did that. And I thought, I really liked Robert Downey Jr. because I'd never seen him in anything else, and so seeing him in this role was really, really awesome. And I just fell in love with this character right off the bat, and all the other actors in this, like Pepper and Jon Favreau. It was absolutely awesome. And again, like when they brought Iron Man 2 and then Avengers, Iron Man 3, and they just kept on going at it with him coming back. I loved it because he brought so much to the other characters in their development, and he just added to the story. And it just seems like such a lifetime ago, that movie. And now here we are in Endgame, and when that was coming and he had it on the Infinity Stones on his gauntlet, and it was just the score just completely just cut away, and he just says, "I am Iron Man." It's just totally just unbelievable. I didn't full out like cry, but just like my tears were just coming down my cheeks, and I was just there was no, I knew I couldn't cry because I didn't want to miss anything that was going on. I was just because I didn't want to miss any lines.
It, Taylor. It's
What's
okay.
that?
You don't have to justify it.
No,
It's okay if you don't have a heart.
Yeah.
I won't justify it. But it was just such a crazy scene, and I was worried because I didn't know. Okay, is he like dead here? Is Peter like just like saying it's okay, but he's already gone, or no? Because he's moving. He looks like okay. Is he just gonna be like brain dead for the rest of his life? Like, what? I was worried about that. I was worried about that because I just didn't know.
All right, Feige, we've got this crazy idea.
Yeah, brain dead,
Iron Man is gonna be brain dead.
So we can bring him back.
But just when Peter was freaking out, that's when it really started to just weigh much more. And Pepper was just so calm about it and was just there when he just passed. And it was just such a deep scene that I don't think any other Marvel scene that I have seen in the movies has matched that, level of depth, in my opinion, at least. Just because Iron Man is my go-to hero that I really like. But this was just so deep, and it's really hard. Like even seeing Black Widow, her passing, and all these other characters that we really connected with that end up dying. It's just, for me, that this is the one that hit home for me, and it was his send off, and I'm just really glad that this movie was the one that got to end his journey, and his daughter. I'm really excited to see what they do with her in future installments. But that funeral sequence that they had, I love seeing everyone there. Even the kid from Iron Man 3, I thought that was pretty funny.
He made an appearance.
But yeah, I'm glad it went through everyone, and it ended on Nick Fury. He was the last one, right?
Yeah, that's so fitting, as he's the one that recruited him for our Avengers and everything. It's just everything you think would be the perfect way to do it, they just did it, and it's just like when you get that much perfect stuff, it's like, oh my god, overload.
Yeah. I mean, Cap, easily my favorite character, but he wouldn't be who he is without Stark there to be that contrast, that rival, that buddy, that just everything, that the way their chemistry works and the way their characters work so well together throughout all the movies. They just amplify each other to just like unheard of magnitudes that you just couldn't get without them. And I think and really like this like this whole thing is in some way like Tony Stark's and Robert Downey Jr.'s legacy, and it's his story is the most full circle one that really goes through, and it's really cool looking back to see like just how he goes from the on top of the world billionaire playboy kind of guy, and then he gets broken down into nothing, and then he's just constantly trying to fix himself and trying to recover and trying to make things right. And every single film, and he just doesn't quite get there, and it's just building and building and breaking him down and trying to do the right thing, and he's just so flawed on the inside, and you really feel like when like he's doing his best, but is it ever going to be good enough? And despite everything, he's still the strongest. I would say the strongest Avenger. He's still the one who figures things out the most, and he really has such a huge impact, and he just brings so much to every movie, and the roles he's had in other movies, and everything is just so phenomenal with what he does, and there's so much around him. And for them and for Robert Downey Jr. to just come into this movie and go through everything that's to just like close out that character's arc over literally all these movies, and to have those moments, to have everything that his characters desired to finally like completely and just utterly snap at Steve, to have that moment with his father, and then to have that opportunity to finally make things right and do what he's always wanted to do, in that making that ultimate sacrifice that he's always felt like that's what he needs to do, but he's never had the opportunity to actually do it. And then to finally have that moment with the stones, drop that line, and just close out his arc, and with everyone, and then it finishes with the funeral, everyone's standing there, and it's like it's an end of an era, and it's not just the Infinity Saga, but it's Tony Stark's saga. And I think that even though, I mean, like you can't not like acknowledge that it's 100% like he had so much into this, and it's just like the way they close it off with his character is just absolutely perfect. And I mean, yeah, like I don't know where to go with this, but I mean, just absolutely phenomenal job. I think, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. just did a great job with the character, and I think like the more I look into it, I wasn't like coming out of the movie, I wasn't super satisfied with it, but the more I've thought about it, and I think going in to see the movie again, it's gonna be even more like I'm gonna appreciate it that much more.
I'm gonna agree with Taylor here, kind of way back and when he first started talking about it. But that was part of the reason that I loved Iron Man as well, was, it's not radioactive spiders or injection. It's a guy with money and brains and being able to, make kind of the best of it. It was like maybe Bill Gates could be this guy. He's got money and brains, obviously, or one of the two at least.
Yeah.
So that was kind of part of I guess you could say, realistic aspect of Iron Man, which kind of made him, to me, one of my preferred superheroes because it is within, the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
So, I remember seeing his movies back in theaters long time ago. Cap, he seems very recent. All his movies have been the last couple of years, where I feel like you've kind of been along this ride with Iron Man it's been a long time, right?
2008, 11 years.
Yeah. So, Iron Man, to go this long journey with him and to see him go from, his quips for being, smart asshole, full of himself, I'm the best, to, now some of his lines are like, she loves me 3,000 and you're only in like the 900. It's not the same. He's grown.
Totally.
Yeah,
Developed.
exactly. So his character has just grown so much, and you can see that in, the range of emotion that he kind of shows in this one, his caring for his family, them not wanting to change, and, talking to Cap at his cabin, and his daughter comes out, so immediately he, just gets up and goes with her, as opposed to, before you could see him being like, no, go away, like, I'm talking.
Yeah.
So where I feel like, yes, you do have development with Cap, but his is kind of like, it's at the end when he's like, I got that life. Kind of up until that point, he's the same. He, wants the
Little
best
Boy
for
Scout.
everyone. He's the good guy, but it's not the same level of seeing that development of going from everything's about me to I'll sacrifice myself for the snap.
Yep.
So, and I think for me, that was just such a satisfying way to see him go out, was, watching him. I'll be honest, the I am Iron Man line, I was like, I didn't like it, actually. I thought it was really cheesy. But
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of feeling the same way, just because at the moment I wasn't really like thinking the significance of it, because like that's obviously like the last thing he says in the first Iron Man.
Yeah.
So then like retrospective looking at it, I've like grown to like it a lot more. But at the moment I was like, I didn't think that's what he was gonna say, but all right.
yeah, when he's like, I am, and I was like running through all the things that he could say in my mind, and I was like, Iron Man, I was like, not what I would have
I
chosen.
think I the way I see that moment, at least, is like, how would this look in like a comic book panel? And that's like that last panel of an issue where it's like it just goes to wait, and you have to wait like a month for the next issue to come out. And I'm just like, that is the most perfect. And for sure, I definitely think that in these movies, like, they're movies before they are comic books, and I think that that's the best way to look at them. But in that one moment, it's like, that would be the absolute sickest panel in a comic book, just having him snapping all like the glow of the stones, and it's just like the mask coming down and saying, I am Iron Man. And I think for me at least, it translated perfectly from like a comic book panel to a movie. And as cheesy as it is, and as much as I might rag on the campiness and comic booky kind of humor that's in the middle part, I think I mean the more I think about it in general, just like, sure, these are movies before comic books, but you can't, especially when you're closing out the whole saga, and you're like you're ending these characters to some degree. You can't just completely ignore their origins of being comic book characters. You have to. I think it's a great nod to those sort of moments that you get in comic books that you don't really get in any other media, and to have one of those moments in this movie was, at least for me, that's kind of how I look at it. Sorry, I didn't want to take over your part there.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but I think for you to only have that opinion about this one specific scene doesn't work for me. To go, all this other comic book humor didn't land, but this one comic book line worked. For me, I didn't see it like that. It felt cheesy and it felt forced.
Oh, so you still think it's cheesy now?
I still do.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know. It didn't work for me. still doesn't work for me, even thinking about it. You know, I can appreciate that that's a callback to the first one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that until it was mentioned here. But that being said, after that happened and when he's starting to, you know, he's all burnt up and he's dying and his eyes are just kind of wandering, you know, that was the closest this movie had me to crying. So
Heartless.
Yeah, you and Taylor, heartless.
You-
That man as a child.
Honestly, I'm trying not to tear up right now.
yeah, I'm not having a problem right now. So maybe I'm heartless, I guess. But I just thought that, you know, it's a movie. So, but I will say that that was the closest I came to crying. Even after that line, just kind of watching how much he sacrificed and, you know, all this shit that him and Pepper have gone through, finally to be happy for 5 years, and then this is where it ends now. You know, things finally work out for Tony for once, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Cap gets his ending. Things work out for him. He lived his life. But Tony, he, you know, that's it. He sacrificed himself so everyone else could get
Yeah.
their.
Tony also screwed up a lot where Cap didn't.
Yeah.
Tony made Ultron. He forced his
Tony-
friends into
Yeah, to some
jail.
degree made his big sacrifice 7 years
Yeah.
ago.
I
So
feel like
I don't want. Yeah.
in,
Tony also discovered time travel, so this whole movie would be
I mean,
nothing.
Bruce
But he
could've
would-
figured it out too.
There would not need to be time travel if he didn't break up the Avengers. They would have killed Thanos and we would have been all fine. But no, he had to be a little bitch in Civil War and be like, I'm going to put you all in jail.
I feel like we're getting off topic here.
Oh, no, we're not. No. Because I feel like that's part of the reason. Because when Briggs, you brought up the prediction of why you thought Iron Man was going to die because you thought he felt like he needed to make that sacrifice. And I did
Yeah.
feel that was part of it. Because even Doctor Strange gives him that one.
Oh.
It is a sad moment for him. But I do feel it is because Iron Man knows. And they talk about that many times. Like, there's 3 separate occasions, like big occasions in this franchise where he's screwed up and really put this team off on the bat, and it all is. That's why I think he's one of the best villains in the MCU because he's always trying to do good, just like Thanos. But like Ultron was a thing. It's like, oh, you could be like, yeah, but Vision is there, but it's like, yeah, but the world would be so much better with no robots. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
so I feel
if
like it was
Sokovia never happened, they wouldn't have to break up the Avengers.
exactly like. So I feel like this was him being almost atoning for his sins. Like I feel like he should feel lucky that he got those 5
he's
years. You know.
Tony.
Oh
Yes.
man.
hey, that's a stretch.
That's what the devil told him when he got to hell, and then he's like, "Dad."
I just want to quickly go back to like the 5 years that him and Pepper had with their daughter. Like, I feel like their entire relationship, like they never would have even had like anywhere near that amount of time of like living that type of lifestyle because
Yeah.
he's Iron Man, right? He's
Yeah.
he's got his Stark Industries for all that stuff, but
and
like
she's running Stark too. and,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Their lives constantly take them in different places.
yeah, so I feel
Feel
like
half the people gone.
like he never would have had like a moment like
Mhm.
that. So like obviously we don't really get to see all the details and like what happens on his little 5 years of honeymoon with Pepper in their cabin, but I don't know, like thinking back about like how obviously he's pretty shooken up about the whole like snap thing, but
yeah.
he did have happy moments, like kind of
Yeah.
getting to raise his
It's
daughter
kind of
for
like
5
how
years.
Steve's like, oh well, there's the whales. There's more whales now. The waters are cleaner. It's
That's
like
all Steve
He
has
found his
going for
whales.
him,
yeah, but it's like with Tony, this is like an opportunity that he would never have if this didn't happen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
And then just touching upon like this entire MCU.
No. I'm gonna. One other thing with the pots too. Part of her, I guess, arc you could call it is, you know, the very beginning, or I think, sorry, in Infinity War, you know, he's like, I gotta go do this. I'm Iron Man,
Yeah.
and she's just like, no, Tony, like, stay here, get back here.
mhm.
When in this one, she's, you know, he's like, I found this out. What should I do? I'm just gonna put it to bed, and she's now at the point where it's like, will you be able to sleep? Like her
Yeah.
development as well has been like, you know,
And I feel like
Yeah.
like that develops like throughout just like the MCU movies, but also through that 5 years, right? That they had to like
Yeah.
live as like a married couple in the woods,
Yeah.
just like basically retired. So obviously we don't get all the details on that, but that's what I'm kind of putting in there. But
yeah.
do you want to add something or you
Nope,
just okay?
just agreeing with you.
Just going back to like how this whole MCU been following like Robert Downey Jr. and that Iron Man thing. There's like 2 S tier roles / actors that I think of, and it's Robert Downey Jr. and Hugh Jackman. So Wolverine and
Check out our X-Men.
yeah, that's a
cheap plug.
Hell
that's a
yeah.
little cheap plug. But like those two guys, like just getting to see their whole journey. Like no one else that I can think of has had like over 10 years of one role, and it's just like the way that they conclude both those people's stories. Obviously, this is more about Robert Downey Jr. and not Logan with Hugh Jackman, but like
let's talk about Logan.
Great movie. Check out our Logan review.
Yeah, check out our
but
Logan
like
review.
like those two guys are just like the S tier like role / actors that I think of, and it's just so great getting to see like a satisfying conclusion to the Rob. Like obviously Cap's in there, but like it's different just because he hasn't been like the foundation, and just getting to see his growth like over a decade, like we've seen with Robert Downey Jr. now. So it's just I just had to mention that.
Very similar endings, you know, sitting up against something and passing away.
Oh,
Both got
heart-wrenching.
daughters,
Yeah.
you know. Tough life as a superhero.
It sure is.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Alrighty,
Anything specifically on Tony, or can we get into our
is
last?
that the end of
big
our
point?
review? So
No.
I'm happy to. We got like 7 minutes if we want to close it up before 9, so we can just fire through that giant battle at the end.
I don't think we're closing
No,
before
we're
9
not
breaks.
closing. We're not closing.
You need to get out of here. You can add your 2 cents.
No,
but-
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Let's
Why,
talk.
why are you so obsessed with 9 then?
I don't know. I just mentioned it earlier, and now it's like I'm doing a callback. Which this movie is great for lots of callbacks, as we've mentioned.
It was off cast. You did mention, I feel like, only 20 minutes ago or something.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
okay.
But it's still a callback. Still a callback.
Let's talk about time travel, because I think like there's
Ooh,
2
there's
big things we
more.
haven't talked about.
Mm.
Obviously, that was something we had an idea of when the movie was coming. That's
Yep.
the main plot of, okay, like we said, Thanos is dead. Paul Rudd wakes up, and I didn't like how he got out. I didn't like how the rat stepped on the
Hulk thing.
machine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kinda
I
that
didn't
Deus
like-
Ex Machina.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish there was some other way. Even if it was just he would have found a way. I just didn't like it was a coincidence, because if that rat never steps on it, then they never save everybody. I get it.
Knew.
What?
Strange saw the rat.
Oh, yeah, he did. It was the God.
Maybe
And there's-
years ago he raised that rat from a child and trained it for this
Yeah, he
moment.
fed it pieces of
Maybe
the
he did
ancient
figure
one.
his own way out, and the rat just happened to be stepping on it while he was
I
figuring.
hope, because I want to see like a nice close-up version, and I hope that was just firing up and not like
Yeah.
the rat. But so, anyways, he
Maybe-
wakes up.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he gets up.
I don't
there.
know. I personally, when I watched it, I thought he was just waking up. And
I
the
hope
rat,
you're right.
The rat was just kind of there.
I think
if-
the
if-
rat was something for the camera to follow, just to kind of lead into showing the van.
I hope, because if not, it's a 1 out of 10. 100%.
Woo!
And then Paul Rudd and the whole crew is like, "This is what we're gonna do." And we've talked about the Tony scene. We gotta do time travel. Great scene with him and his daughter. Like, "Oh shit, I finished time travel." And shit, and like no, like they just great. And then they decide they gotta go back. They break up in their teams. Also, we talked about some of the situations, but you got Widow and Hawkeye to Vormir. Also, we're not gonna talk about Vormir, but you got Thor and Rocket going to Dark World sequel, and then you got Cap, Hulk, Tony, and Ant-Man going to New York, and then you got War Machine and Nebula, which was, to me, an odd pairing. I'm fine with it because I like the other pairings better, but it was just like, when that pairing was happening, I was like, okay, we're going with it. But
Yeah.
the second, I knew there was going to be time travel, but I did not know to this extent. And when they're just talking about breaking out into missions, and I'm like, it's settling in my brain of like, oh my God, we're going to not just one time period, but like 3 or 4. It was fucking nuts. I was sitting up. I was like rocking. I was like, oh my, I wasn't actually rocking like a crazy person, but I was just like, I can't believe this is happening. And it was spectacular. We got so many cameos.
Oh.
Fucking Robert Redford, who's retired from acting, came out of this from Winter Soldier just to do this movie. But Ancient One, and it was all perfect. And
it was just like callback galore, and I think it was great for comics. And this this whole sequence was, for me at least, like the comedy again, as I mentioned, it felt out of place given the tone of the movie overall. But I mean, it was really fun.
mm-hmm.
It was really fun just to have those moments of like Cap fighting Cap, to have like those butt jokes, to have them seeing Peter Quill dancing
my
without,
Oh, that was
without
so
the
good.
music.
That was so
It's
good.
like,
This guy,
oh my
he's kind of an idiot.
There's so many good moments
Oh
there.
yeah, no, that sequence was just like, obviously there's a better sequence coming up,
Yeah.
but that was just already, I felt like I got my money's worth
Yeah.
there. And just even like right when we saw the Ancient One, I was like,
Yeah.
oh man,
Oh,
we're
that
in
was
for something
really cool.
special. And just
Yeah.
and even stuff that was in between of like we got those scenes from after they catch Loki, stuff we've never seen
Yeah,
before.
it's
Like,
like,
Yeah.
yeah,
It
behind the
enhan-
scenes almost.
yeah, it
right?
enhanced
Yeah, it
old
was really
movies. It
cool.
was just such a cool idea, and I loved
Mhm.
everything about it. Other than we probably talked about some minor quibbles here and there, but just that concept of it was fantastic.
Mhm.
But and that's also when I checked in. I was like, thank God I rewatched all these movies
Yeah.
because I've watched them many times. But this is out of all the MCU movies, this is one you couldn't go in and not see any of them. You got to see
Yeah.
at least some.
No,
so.
and like just quickly mention when Robert Downey Jr. So Tony's trying to get I'm forgetting their name, Scott, to like pull the plug or whatever to like give
Mhm.
him a cardiac thing. It's so I just loved it when like Tony, like the real or the I guess the time traveling Tony, he's just like medic.
Yeah.
That was so great.
It's like,
I just
wait,
loved
will
it.
not kill you. It'll just be like a minor cardiac arrest. And it's like, God damn it, Tony.
I don't know if this is gonna work. And Thor's doing his like lightning. Yeah,
Oh,
just
it's so good.
so. And that's why I've already forgotten. But I just feel like there's so many great moments. in
There's
there,
so many.
so,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also want to mention they did a good with how there's like, oh, like why don't we just go back in time and kill baby Thanos? And then Hulk's
Mhm.
explaining like, oh, like if you go back in time and change the past, it doesn't change the future.
It's just a
And
new
that sets up
timeline.
for Steve being able to go back, and it makes sense with how him going back doesn't
Yeah.
like change the future of him being in the
Does
present.
it though? Because I have questions.
This is where all my problems come in is
See,
with
yeah,
time
yeah.
travel.
I think that
Because-
it could lead to a lot of issues, but with, I mean, I think that they just, it's not like a huge explanation, but just like
Yeah.
the fact that they throw in the line changing the past doesn't change the future, it helps kind of hand wave.
Because I would understand if Steve
Cap's
goes
ending.
back in time and he stays with Peggy, because then it's like, oh, that's a new strain, right? They
Mhm.
explain that, so it's like, okay, he goes back with Peggy, but the thing
But
that
then he
I'm still
appears, he's on the bench there.
yeah, and that's the part where I'm missing that. How does he intersect back? And some people have brought up of like, and I was talking about this with my friends and Emily, like, is there a chance that there has always just been two Steve Rogers now in the MCU? That there was a Captain America and then there was a Steve Rogers, which is strange because I need to look and see, because Peggy Carter is married in Winter Soldier, but
Yeah.
is she married to us? But like that's where it's like there's
Yeah.
some questions. I'm not gonna pick at it too much because time travel, every time
Yeah.
travel movie you could pick at and have a problem. But I do. Hopefully, they either there's gonna be some 15-minute YouTube explaining video, or the directors come out and say this is how it works. That does have me making a lot of questions in my mind. What exactly happened
Yeah.
there?
I mean, I think, I don't know. It's hard to think about because it's like, how does Peggy react? Because Steve's supposed to be in the ice. Or did someone else, like, was there a different Captain America then now that crashed the plane in the ice? But then how would...
Well, I guess
his
he just
and
comes back and
Peggy's
like, hey,
relationship
I got
be
a
like?
wild story to tell you.
Yeah, I think in my head canon at least, he
Mm.
goes back and he actually, like, he says, like, I'm from the future, but I did this so I could come back and be with you.
Yeah, I agree.
And then however the butterfly effect wants to fix things, and even though you change something in the past, like, I guess butterfly effect change something in the past, the future changes, but however you want to hand wave it, I think the past sort of sorts itself out so that if, I don't know, however it wants to work, but it's like also there's no more time stone in this universe, so no one, I guess there's still never mind.
It's
I
not
don't
in
know.
this
I'm
universe, but
talking
you
in
could
circles.
go back and it's
Yeah.
not in this universe, but you could go back and still
Mhm.
grab it from a different
Yeah,
universe, right? Like
but-
in our present day, it's destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's just been like, okay, so the past changes and now the future's always been this way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it is. And sure, it's like the people who experience it firsthand just like, this is kind of weird, but I don't know. It works for me.
Mm-hmm. It works for me. I just have those questions
Yeah.
of it doesn't deter me. I want some more specifics on how Cap got on that bench, because I don't know how that interlinks with them, because you would imagine he goes off on his own, but
Mhm.
I don't know, unless he somehow travels back to time in that day, but that doesn't make sense because I think with Bruce would need to be there. So.
Yeah. So he just goes and he's just like, he knows the day that they're there and he just goes and waits
Yeah.
there and then.
He's
Yeah, I don't
waiting
know.
for him.
I think it works. So I think Bruce's line earlier in the movie, where it's like, even if you change the past, the future stays the same.
Mhm.
I think that's fine. That's good enough.
Yeah,
for me.
I buy all that stuff. yeah.
And I'm sure, like, if they wanted to, they could go into more detail to explain how it works. But that's like another 10 minutes of the movie that you don't really need
no,
in a
you don't need
3-hour
that,
movie.
No.
I'm trying not to overthink about the whole time travel thing too much. I'm just kind of following it in the direction they were going ever since Loki grabbed the Tesseract and escaped with it. I think, that
Well, I think that answered what his show's gonna be.
the show.
I think so because
assume
they
so.
said that is so now in that universe. It's not like what we're talking about. It doesn't affect our Avengers, but there's a universe now where Loki is off with the Tesseract doing his own thing. So that's the thing, which is kind of the classic time travel where it's like to fix your universe, you're gonna fuck over some other people's universes.
Yeah.
But so I don't know if that's 100% Loki's show, but
Yeah.
I just had the idea when they've said it's like Loki going to historical points in the world, and now in this movie all of a sudden he has the Tesseract.
Yeah.
It seems kind of funny that he has a
I think-
show coming up.
yeah.
So and now you can have a show with a new Loki that is alive, and we don't know his story, right? It's a different
Yeah.
type of Loki,
And
and you can
I'm-
redeem him all over again.
I'm okay with that, in that sense where, we've fallen in love with this main timeline, and that, even when we see the Avengers, fucking up all the other Avengers, other timelines, it's like they didn't give us enough of a chance to connect to that other timeline. So it's like, well, it doesn't matter. We're
Yeah.
focused on the main.
These are our
timeline.
Avengers.
Yeah,
This is
but
our
I don't know.
adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I my headcanon, like I wouldn't like having it being like, oh, they completely screwed over this one universe because they want to save their own. That doesn't seem
They
like
didn't
a
mean
very
to,
noble. I
but,
know, but it's
you know.
like they still wanted to return all the time stones
Yeah.
to the right time and stuff. So for me, if they still ruined that other universe, I don't know. But yeah, I think it's more, for me at least, it's just like it's somehow everything's still timed, just like the way history will just like rewrite itself to make it everything work out in that way. Maybe the whole time now, instead of in Infinity War, maybe Sam never got snapped, and then it's everything that Cap did, actually Sam did that stuff now. And it just kind of works out, and you don't have to go into too much detail. It's just like, sure, Loki has the Tesseract doing a bunch of stuff, but the Tesseract got moved around a lot. Does it matter whether it's like S.H.I.E.L.D. moving the Tesseract around or it's
Yeah.
Loki moving the Tesseract around? Eventually, they get it.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they go back in time to get it earlier, so it doesn't really matter if Loki gets it or not in the grand scheme of things. So
yeah. I guess it does go hand in hand with, like you said, like they can't go back and kill baby Thanos because, time just
someone
happens.
else would, some other
It would still
Titan
happen.
would come up with that thing. It
Yeah.
would just like
Yeah. Or it just doesn't,
Yeah.
like they said, doesn't affect theirs, right? And that they go back and kill baby Thanos, and that's their time period. But no matter what, they always said, like, you can't change what's happened. So they
Yeah.
kill him and come right back, be like, well, everyone's still gone because this Thanos took us out. It's the same way where people have been, because Kyle must have been drunk or something last night. He just kept going on about, like, how could Nebula kill herself? It doesn't make any sense because that's not that Nebula. It's not, you don't think about it. That's what they're trying to explain in a time traveling sense. It's like different dimensions going around.
Yeah.
So that is Nebula from a different world, like a different dimension. It's not a younger her. It's a totally different Nebula. Like it's from, they have the same origin point, but eventually they split off, you know? So.
Yeah. Back to them going to these different locations that were from the previous movies. I thought that was fantastic. I loved how each one was like closure in a way to the characters. I really like Thor, and I didn't think they'd actually bring Natalie Portman back, but she was on the
For one little
on the
scene,
credits, and I loved it when Rocket's like, you gotta get in there and like work your magic or whatever. I'm thinking, I'd love to see this scene, but it might be a bit over the top. But
I wish they had that scene though, even though like I got enough stuff, but I would have liked that scene.
Yeah, I really like their partnership in this, and I just really liked Rocket's like his like scarf around his neck and his two like holstered pistols. He was just
Rocket
great,
just
and I
gets
loved
better every movie.
And
He
he has the
does.
classic comic book costume now too. That costume he had, that's his OG one. Yeah.
I just loved when Natalie Portman's like in the bed or whatever, and then he just like pops up like a serial killer with his knife, and then like you don't really see what happens, but you just see him sprinting after
We
Thor's
gotta
having
go.
that
We
moment.
gotta go.
The thing is, the guards aren't even like running after him. It looks like there's like jogging casually after him.
And they were like, catch that rabbit.
Yeah, they go.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that scene though. And then I just loved when they first get there, and Thor's just a mess at this point, but he's just like,
Yeah.
he's like, it's Jane. There she is.
Yeah. Just got anything to add on time travel? 'Cause you had some issues there.
Yeah, I mean, because you guys are just going to kind of argue the same thing that's already been argued, is that, it splits off into two different timelines, which, I mean, to me, I can understand to some degree, but pulling Thanos out of that timeline, it just, to me, I don't know, it just feels like it should mess everything up for him to come, because technically without that timeline, and it's just everything just feels so changed. And you guys are talking about, yes, it's different timelines because you can't kill baby Thanos, I don't know. To me, I don't understand how it's supposed to work. Like, I get how they're explaining it to work if this makes sense, but it just doesn't feel right for, kind of time travel to completely shatter everything that led up to this, only to just not have it affect anything.
I understand where you're coming from, because that's how I kind of took it. And the way that I'm kind of telling myself now is, as I said earlier, like, I'm just looking at it from this one timeline. Like, we are in this timeline, and this exact timeline is happening, alongside our dimension, though, our quantum realms, I guess you would call it in their sense. So I guess that's what I'm trying to tell myself. They're in a different quantum realm. So the characters in that have been brought into our realm, but they're not directly from our past in our timeline.
Yeah. So
it's
like,
very weird.
So it's like when that Thanos gets brought from 2014, it's just like now in that version, if we were watching the Avengers, Thanos in that world would just be gone now because he left and it's like he went to somewhere else. So it's just like if we were watching the movies and then Guardians when Thanos is there, it's just like in the middle of that movie, it's just like, oh, and Thanos disappeared and we never saw him again.
Yeah.
So in that world, they actually get the better because there's gonna be no snap.
There's gonna be no snap. Yeah.
Thanks, other Avengers. So
And they still have all the Infinity Stones.
yeah.
But maybe some other
Well, Loki's
Thanos.
got the
goes.
Oh,
That's
of course,
right.
somebody's gonna
Yeah,
come
yeah,
down and
But
Galactus.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, if we actually understood
Dormammu.
time travel, we could do it ourselves. But
Yeah.
we don't. So
Thank goodness.
you
Me,
can
Tony.
thing about time travel is you can always nitpick away at it indefinitely,
Yeah.
but you can always also just hand wave it. It depends on how you want to. It all depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah.
Whether they
Yeah.
want to be like, oh, this doesn't make sense, or it's like, oh, we just don't understand it enough.
Yeah, in a moment like this in the movie, I just totally just pull the ignorance
Yeah.
card. I'm just like, you know what? I'm happy with the
Yeah.
movie, so I'm not gonna pick
I
at
think.
it, right?
I mean, it all depends on how really nitpicky you want to be with it.
Yeah.
And I think like it didn't. I don't think it's enough to ruin other aspects of the movies, or it's not like poorly done time travel.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Well, the one question I had actually is because once all like the snappers came back and everything, like did the people that traveled through the quantum, like did they stay? Like did Gamora, is she? They did not even talk about her.
Well, that's what
after-
we're gonna
after
find in
she had that
Guardians
moment.
3.
at the
because-
very end, she wasn't like you didn't see her in the scene with all the Guardians on the
Yeah, I
ship.
know.
No,
again.
I was
because
expecting
the
to see
last-
her at the funeral, but
yeah,
she wasn't.
the last thing
Yeah.
you see
And I
Quill
mean-
doing is he's searching for her, right? So I
Yeah.
think that's gonna be Guardians 3. is
I
trying
think
to
it
find
also
out.
like it's kind of fun how it plays on the kind of running joke that Gamora and Quill have in mostly Volume 2, where it's like they're that thing that like never really gets together, but because if it did
Unspoken
get
thing.
they're
Yeah.
that unspoken thing that never gets together, because if it did get together and the TV show would be over. It's like, what's the point of it if that's actually happy
Yeah.
ending?
a
And
good
then
point.
it kind of they got to the point where it's like, sweet, they're together in Volume 2 at the end, and then goes kind of into Infinity War with that.
Mhm.
And then now it's just like resetting the cycle back in with this new Gamora that he has to
Get her to
get her
re-fall
to
in love with
re-fall
him.
in love with
It's
him
very
again.
Fast and Furious if
Yeah.
you watch that series.
So
Any other time travel?
Yeah, technically, that was one of the things that I really had a problem with too, is because you see everyone else disappear or like evaporate, but she just there's nothing. They don't show her evaporate. They don't show her
even
like
talk about it.
Still there,
randomly
yeah.
disappearing. You don't find out anything really, and it
Mhm.
I don't know. It just felt very kind of
yeah,
non-answered. Just
Yeah, no,
left.
I think they
Totally
want to
agree
leave
with
the
you.
reveal for Guardians 3.
Well, because I think the way they want to play it off is they want you to think if she got snapped or not, right? Because we don't
Yeah.
know what Tony was thinking when he snapped. Did he think
Yeah,
everybody that's
and he doesn't
loyal-
really know anything about their relationship. He's
No.
never met Gamora
So,
before.
like, did he snap going, is everyone that's loyal to Thanos going to get snapped? Because if that's the
Yeah.
case, then she's fine. But if he said everyone that's from this time generation gets snapped, then she's
Yeah.
gone.
Or it's
I
like
don't-
Thanos and his army get snapped, or like
Yeah.
or maybe even something as simple as just like everyone who's fighting against us right now.
Exactly,
gets
and
snapped,
she
like-
wasn't, right? So that's why I think they're gonna play it off like she's snapped, but
Mhm.
there's a way. And I don't know why she left, but that's why I think
Yeah.
Guardians will.
Well, maybe they even like you assume that she got snapped, and then later on in Guardians 3, they actually come across her
Yeah.
somehow, and it's like, holy shit, what's going
I
on?
think I'm a little confused. So you're saying you're wondering if she got snapped when Robert Downey
No,
Jr.
I'm not
snapped it,
wondering
or-
that. I think that's what they're trying to play off in the movie.
Yeah, 'cause
because
they
she's
don't-
missing, and we never saw a
Yeah.
scene of her escaping or anything like that. So you just assume
Oh.
he snaps, and we've never seen her again, right? So Quill is hoping she's out there somewhere.
Okay.
You know, she's back because, like I said, we don't know what was Tony thinking when he snapped. Like I said, I think they'll play it off like, yeah, he could have snapped and just everyone in 2014 that came, they're dead. And I think Briggs is right. I think they'll come upon her, or Quill will hear of things of a Gamora-like type of girl and stuff like that. So, and I think they'll find some reason for her leave. They have to now because she was there with Nebula. They were getting along, so there should be some sort of reason.
I also want to shout out to that scene where she kicks Peter in the balls, and then
I love
Peter's line of like, she missed the first time, but the second time she got both.
Oh, that was great. Such Guardians humor. I was that was the one thing coming in. I was very unsure about how they would do like the whole Gamora thing because I remember we weren't sure if she was going to be saved by the unsnap, and we kind of came to the conclusion that probably wouldn't happen because it was a different situation, right? Like she died because of the Soul Stone.
Yeah.
I was overall pretty happy with the way that they brought her back. Like it's a different Gamora, right? It's not that they just, oh no, she wasn't really dead. It's like that's so easy and such a cop out. So I am glad that it's just a different Gamora. And then like Tyler said, like that moment they had with Quill, it was just hilarious because Quill's just like, the love of my life is back, and she just like get the fuck
like
away
puts her
from me.
hand on his face.
So good. But I'm totally glad that they didn't just bring like the original Gamora back, and then they did leave it a question mark. I was with Jessica. It was just like that was the one thing I wasn't fully like satisfied with. It was just an open-ended. But then you mentioned like Peter's like he's searching for her, and I kind of forgot about that because this is a 3-hour movie and there's a lot to take in. So yeah.
Here, I got another question for
you. When Taylor gets that gleam in his eyes, I don't know what he's going to ask.
So I know it's popped up before where when Ant-Man was in the quantum realm, we talked about how he was probably just one of the lucky few that didn't get affected by it. But now in this, we've come to the realization that the quantum realm is portals to dimensions that are all different timelines.
Alternate
and those
dimensions,
people obviously weren't affected by the snap. So does that mean that when Ant-Man was perusing through the quantum realm, he was outside of the effect because the snap doesn't affect people in the other timeline?
I think the Russos have talked about it, and I think they said he could have been affected.
He could have been affected. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's because he's not because he's in the quantum. I think it's just anyone that's tied to that universe. So, as they would call it in the comics, the 616 universe is the OG universe. So, I think it's scary to think if the MCU keeps going. I think there will be a time where we start getting alternate dimension movies, just like the Ultimates, where.
Yes.
Not that far. Stop yourself. But I think it's a ways far off, but I think they might dive into these alternate. And that if the show is about Loki with the Tesseract, that's them dipping their toes into it because, like I said, then they can do a reboot of Iron Man, and that's how they can say it's a new Iron. Like if they did another Iron Man in 10 years and it's Tony Stark, they can say, oh, this isn't that one. That Robert Downey is gone. This is a new actor playing Iron Man because this is a different dimension, and that's what they've done in comics for years. So I don't know. I think that's still far off, but that's how I think we'll get reboots. It's not rebooting our MCU that we have. It's just, oh, this is a different dimension, and this is how Iron Man is. Iron Man is a clown. Like he was a circus clown and he found this suit, and now he's Iron Clown Man. So played by Jared Leto. Has the Iron Man tattooed on his forehead. Anything on time travel?
I think
go ahead.
Throwing this back, it was something Kirkland said. I don't quite remember what, but this has kind of opened up the portal a lot for. So you guys talked about it splitting into 2 different timelines, but it doesn't. It splits into like a fucking shit ton, right? Because you're going to have, this timeline where Loki gets the Tesseract, so that splits off. And then there's the timeline from the first time they go into that headquarters, and then the time now where Cap's like, oh, Hail Hydra. So then that's now split into like 3 different ways. And then other timelines as well. So there's a timeline when they go back in time. And
well, technically, though, no, the Hail Hydra and that all building would be the same timeline now because that was the same time they went back. Like when Loki got the Tesseract, that was the same time he said Hail Hydra. So that wouldn't change anything. It would just be now that when they went back to Battle of New York 2020, now that has like a new thing that happened where the Tesseract's missing. Everyone thinks Cap is a part of Hydra.
Yeah,
And
that'd be such a wild thing.
And-
It's like all of a sudden Cap's just getting like these up, like the other Cap. I have no idea. He just like gets these Hydra emails or something. They're just, like
Yeah.
updating him on things, and it's like, wait, what?
And you have Hulk still trying to go down the stairs.
So
many stars.
but I mean, you also get the split from the bald girl, the
ancient
all-knowing-
one?
the ancient one, yes. So I mean, like
that one's safe though because Cap brings that stone back because she gives that to Hulk and just like I'm trusting you to bring this back. So Cap came back and was like,
Yeah.
"Here's your stone," which I still have a question of. Oh right, we talked about.
But
right.
you're, yeah, I get that he brought the stone back,
Yeah.
but she now has the knowledge that that Doctor Strange will get the stone and give it away without protecting it.
Mhm.
So that still is going to split off because now she has this information that she didn't have before. About
I think she see that. I don't know about that one
I
because
feel like in her timeline that always happens. That's
yeah,
not a change.
because the
she
thing
always meets Hulk and she always meets Cap.
that's the one problem. Like I know we're always talking about dimensions. I always sometimes have a problem with Doctor Strange because these are characters that are like I can see everything because already Ancient One is like he's going to become the greatest one of us.
Yeah.
So with them, I always feel like they have this scope where they can see all different timelines and dimensions.
yeah, so
like,
she can see them all,
Mhm.
but it's like which one are we going to take? It's the same line that Doctor Strange used in Infinity War. So she's like, I can see the timeline where I talk to Hulk and he doesn't bring it back. I see the one where I talk to Hulk and then Cap brings it back. I see the one where no one comes and I give it to Strange and then he gives it away.
just like Strange saw the 14 million Infinity War, right? So
Yeah.
she just has to hope that when Hulk's given away, this is the one good one, and
So, but
You
that's
know.
what I mean. So right there, that's 3 timelines that all split, right?
maybe though, I don't think the Ancient One is. I think the Ancient One is still just hanging out in, like whatever. She's hanging out
Yeah.
in the room there because that doesn't change anything. She's still in that room. She's still in that 2020 Battle New York of like Captain America, who's Hydra, and like the Tesseract being with Loki. She's still in that one, so it could go bad, but it's still one conscious streamline of a timeline.
I,
Wild assimilation of words.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, Jessica. It's like when it comes to time travel, like this is something I've thought about. And I know exactly like
Kay's working
what you're
on it.
coming at. Yeah, I'll build
well,
a machine.
that's the thing, though. It's not all just one timeline because things have to split. Because there's no way that from this point that the same things happen when no one came back to when Hulk came back and then to when Cap came back. These are all different things that didn't happen in our original Infinity War timeline that now have pulled off into that separate black stream.
True. I just took it as everywhere they went to, it changed. So, like with Guardians, and when they took it from Quill, that's one. And the Vormir one doesn't really play into anything because Vormir, the stone, just kind of ends up back with them. And then I did take the New York 2021 as a new one, and then I took ours. So I think there's 3, but I don't think there's any more than that, to be honest. Because, and maybe that's what they'll answer with the Loki one, because Loki could have went somewhere. But what happens if he just loses the stone right away, and it's like, oh well, it's back already with Hail Hydra, Captain America, and
I still think it's all one timeline, but I think we've talked in circles a lot about this.
So another
That's a good
thing
point.
in like your case, you say like when Captain America fake calls Hank Pym to run down the hallway, he runs out, and that creates a new timeline of him
Yeah.
doing something.
But then,
Yeah.
but the thing is, that's closed because remember that conversation with Bruce and the Ancient One when she shows this is the stream of our world, right? And then when the stone goes out, it creates a new one. But then Bruce says, "What happens when the stone comes back? That closes."
Yes.
So when Captain America came back and dropped the stone with the Ancient One, that one closed. When he goes back to the Tesseract with creepy Michael Douglas, that closes. And he went back to,
Yes.
and even then, that Guardians timeline's gone because he goes back to when Peter Quill's dancing and puts it there
you're
so
saying
Quill can
those
get it.
alternate realities just like close,
As
but shut
that's
down?
what they showed because with that stream, when Bruce puts the stone
Yeah.
back, it's back to that timeline.
Yeah.
So as long as you
And-
put the stones back, it stays the same.
Okay, so you're saying they open them.
If
Yeah,
you,
they
when
opened them. They were like 15 times, but they
Yeah.
closed them and whatnot.
And also, I think I just saw this. When he goes back in time, he's going back in time before the other ones came and made
Yes.
those changes.
So like
then-
Loki, technically, they can do a show of like, oh, this was fun when he had it, but really in our timeline, they came back to even before Loki got it. He never got a chance to. They come back
Yeah.
to think about like in New York when they come back and all 4 of them there, like we gotta get the stone. he comes back there with the stone and puts it back. So that's why it's closed. So
But what about the fact that, yes, and this is probably more relation to what you're saying, they put the stone back and that's closing it, but it doesn't dismiss the fact that Hank Pym ran off, did something, and created and branched off in a new trajectory. Is that kind of what you're saying?
that never happened because Cap
Because
goes
they
back
closed
before
it.
that. He goes
Yeah.
back before all that shenanigans. So that's why you got to go
Yeah.
back to
He
before.
goes back and closes
Yeah.
it, and then the first Hank and Tony that. Not Hank Tony, Steve, the first Steve and Tony that went back never went back by when the second time Steve goes back, Hank
Just
and
erases
Tony and Steve had never been there yet.
Yeah.
No,
And
but
then because the timeline was fixed, they never had to go, because they fixed it in their own timeline. They never they never had to go back.
Was I
So they
getting
never
close to what
went
you were
back.
saying?
And then
well,
I'm
the,
with you.
it's just
the you guys
yeah,
are
I
kind
don't know
of
what to
contradicting
say.
yourselves, arguing against the multiple timelines when you're saying that them changing the past doesn't change the future. So obviously, the scene where he runs out, yes, they come back and close it, but that's for this timeline where they come back and close it, not this alternate timeline that is split off because of what happened, right? Because that's going to be the new future, that changing the past doesn't change the current future.
Yeah, I guess it is a time. Yeah, I guess so, because that you can play it off as that is a timeline. But then, like I said, I feel like that timeline is going until the stone is back. So they're living their lives, and then if the stone gets clicked back, they like all revert back to where they are.
No, because then you'd be saying that when they put the stones back, then it goes back to the time before they went back and got the stones. Their timeline is still the same as it's gone forward in this one path, but then they still get the same path that led to the current future. So
But that's why I think all those timelines do get closed, because it leads us to the main one, right?
those get closed for us, for our timeline that we're watching, but it doesn't close off the alternate timelines that have split off.
See, I think that's where I think it does. Just because when Ancient One and Bruce had that conversation, when they have that stone showing the black stream, the second they put it there, that ceases to exist. It's not the stone's back and that black stream's still going. So to me, it's like that alternate timeline is like Michael Douglas when he runs off, he's living his life, but then the second it's returned back, that is closed, and none of that happened. And it's just like you would wake up and like, oh, what's happening? And I'm there. Like you wouldn't, I don't know if they know or not, but they would go, okay, I'm here just doing my regular thing again. You know, like they lose all this time. That's the way I take it.
We could continue to discuss it. I definitely disagree.
Yeah.
So, especially, as I've said, just things that have been said leading up to this, you know, changing things in the past won't change things in the future. To me, that just makes it think like when you split, it's a split. For me, time travel is one of those things where you really can mess things up. And this is where, talking about who's nitpicky, I'm nitpicky when it comes to time travel. So I like to watch movies with time travel and seeing how people get out of these different situations that, you know, kind of contradict themselves and how filmmakers deal with that. So for me, this is something that I have spent time kind of watching and researching. So for me, it does create a lot of problems. But, you know, for you guys, for sure, if you can just be like, you know what, the hand wave, the brother said it's good, so we're good. You know, that's awesome because it makes the movie more enjoyable. But for me personally, I was just kind of like, this is.
Yeah, I guess I do both. I do the hand wave, but then I also do, like I said, I think that my thinking works for how I viewed the timeline. And that's why the only one for me is the hang up for me is the Captain America stuff. So that's why I hope we get more talked about, but I don't know when that comes up, but I feel like it could in the future because we're still going in the MCU.
Yeah,
so.
like I feel like everything, like what you're mentioning, Jessica, like it probably like makes more sense than the science that they chose to use in the movie. But like since we're just going by the science in the movie, and then that's the way they explained it. If you just disregard what could possibly happen, and then like just go by their explanation of it, and then if you just go along with it, I guess it's. But like you said, if you've actually done research and it doesn't make sense the way that they explain it, obviously that would be a big irk. Me, I'm the one person that's just like, I pull the ignorance card.
And you know what? Honestly, it makes the movie more enjoyable to be able to just say, you know, ignorance is bliss. I'm just gonna go with
but
it.
But it's hard to just do that, right? If you have like prior knowledge of a similar topic like that. So for me, I'm just one of those idiots that's just, I'm crying, Tony died, blah, blah, blah. I'm happy.
Well, I mean, it'd be the same if, for Travis or something, if he knows that something doesn't happen in the comics and they're pulling this random shit out of their ass, he would have a hard time kind of swallowing that. For me, it just randomly happens to be time travel.
Yeah. It only makes sense, though.
Anything else on time travel?
I think it's perfectly okay and makes sense. But
Okay.
I won't get into it anymore.
That could be a whole separate podcast. Time travel retro. Let's get into this. Is
all the time travel movies.
This is the main event. This is so.
I will throw out though that I did like all the time travel references from that.
I did Back in the Future and stuff. That was great.
You mean that's not accurate?
I didn't like Hot Tub Time Machine. I'm just gonna throw that.
I
out
loved
there.
What?
I liked the movie, but I didn't like them shouting it out
Okay.
just for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
They shouted
So
it out twice even. That's
obviously,
how
like,
good it was.
I know.
Just like listing off movies too. Great.
a bunch
So
of stuff
good.
happened. I don't need to set it up. We talked about they think everything's great. They snap. Hulk's being hurt, and then all of a sudden Thanos and Nebula are there with the whole army. And then we talked about there's a big battle scene with Thor, Iron Man, and Cap. They're going 3v1. It's a big battle, great fight scene in itself.
Yeah.
And then they're all down and out. Cap's alone, and then you just hear Sam on the radio going Cap, and then it goes on your left, and then you see all the Doctor Strange portals. And I never ever thought they would top the Civil War airport scene, but they somehow managed to. And it was just 45 minutes of balls to the wall action and just
5 minutes.
I don't know, but I think I might be wrong on
very
that.
confidently.
Yeah. It felt like, but it just was. It was great, and for the first time, and Dylan might be rolling over in his grave in Nepal or wherever he is, but I think this was the first time I confidently felt that the Two Towers battle scene had been topped because. And it's no fair because we're so much further along, and that's a book. They're stuck to it. But just all the moments we've already talked about, like Tony and Iron Man hugging, all the fights, the hammers.
and Iron Man hugging.
There's, Tony and Peter hugging. Yeah. One last time, buddy, before we go out. And it was just madness. That's like the scene why I need to see it over again because there's just so much like Valkyrie and Spider-Man on a unicorn together, and just like Drax killing random guys. It was just mayhem. It was pandemonium. I loved every moment of it.
And the way they had so many good moments in there too.
So well choreographed.
From T'Challa just like walking over the portal. It's a silhouette.
Travis with the Wakanda shout out in the theater.
No one joined me, but I had to do
So
it.
good. And then just the way they reveal all these different things. Then you get that scene with Penny and Tony in their suits like spinning around each other, flying
Penny?
around.
Did you say Penny?
Peppa?
Pepper.
Pepper? Okay.
Pepper.
We're all over the
Also
map.
Pepper.
I know we're all over the map, but just quickly shout out the insta-kill mode on the
Oh
Spider-Man.
my
And with the
God.
arms. Oh,
Activate instant.
Jesus Christ. That was just...
so good.
Like,
Just that whole scene of him trying to keep the gauntlet away, like swinging
And then,
from
like-
person to person, and
like one of my favorite scenes, I already mentioned this, Travis, but when Captain Marvel, I know like we haven't really talked about her much this whole movie, but like when she meets Peter, and I just like, I don't know if it just... I'm crushing on both those characters because they're just like two of my favorites in the MCU. But when they meet and he's just like, "Hi, I'm Peter Parker." Hey, Peter Parker.
Her line delivery was so
Like,
good. Hey,
oh,
Peter Parker.
Yeah, like I
So
just
good.
like, oh man,
Yeah.
I can't get enough of this.
Yeah, and
It's such an extended like battle scene, but
so
Yeah.
good.
I know you want to say something.
Just oh,
spit it
man.
out.
And I get
just the when all the female like Avengers and whatnot just like get
That was-
together and it's like they all that scene.
That was so great too
It was
because
so good.
when Brie Larson was like talking about, was it clearly about this movie? Like when she's talking about that.
Well, they say they want to do like a female Avengers.
I
sort
thought
of
that she
movie,
said
but-
that, and then people were giving her flack, and then I thought she was just mentioning it because that's what was in this movie. Or do you think they threw it in the
No.
movie because of it?
No, this movie's been filmed like 2 years ago
Okay.
now because they
Yeah.
filmed Infinity War and Endgame back to back.
No,
Okay. You
I
can always
think
throw in
there is
scenes,
going to be
though.
like a
What?
You can always do
mostly
reshoots.
You
female-
can't throw in scenes.
There's
but yeah.
definitely going to be like a mostly female like themed Avengers sort
And
of
then
phase.
I know we already mentioned it, but
Yeah.
it's pretty heart wrenching not seeing Natasha in there too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Oh.
she's like the foundation, they're all there because of her. So
Yeah,
and-
exactly.
yeah, and I guess because before I forget, I liked all the way that Captain Marvel was used because after Captain Marvel, I was quite worried she was I was so scared that she was gonna kill Thanos, and like I said, I have no problem with that character. I love that character actually, but I just wanted it to be one of the OG people,
Yeah.
someone that's been around for 10 years, and we actually saw her got beat up, so we know she has some sort of weakness,
That
even
was-
though it's like a Mad
Oh,
Titan with the Power
That
Stone.
moment when
That was the
Thanos
sick-
pulls the stone out of the gauntlet, takes it in his fist, and just
That came
Oh.
after we headbutted her and
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
oh my goodness,
That was
that was just such
And
a good sequence.
And a great intro too, and all those guns just turn on her. And,
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah. It was so. I was sitting next to my buddy. He hasn't even seen Captain
Yeah.
Marvel, so he didn't know what was coming. so, when the gun shot up, I remember like I was sitting next to Travis, and I was just like, "Oh shit!" Like I know exactly what's happening, and then I
Yeah.
know he was just all question marks over his
yeah,
head.
yeah, yeah. Oh, and just like when Captain Marvel, or who was it? Who was fighting against Thanos when he said rain down the fire?
Scarlet wasn't it Scarlet Witch? 'Cause
Yeah,
she
it was
had him
Scarlet
dead to
Witch, yeah,
rights.
yeah,
Right.
Because
And
she kicked
then,
Thanos'
like
ass.
that when Thanos like calls the fire down, and then you see like the
But our troops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ebony Maw being back. I was happy.
I was
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
I know Dylan's gonna be
it was
pumped because
cool
he
to
liked that
see
character.
all the
Yeah.
children of Thanos back. I mean, they didn't get much. I mean, the one dude just got stomped on by Ant-Man. but,
Yeah.
you know, it was cool to see them again.
No,
Like
I
Ant-Man
appreciate it.
uppercutting that like big alien thing or
Oh
Giant
my
Man.
goodness. Yeah, it's like
Crazy.
instead of like Hulk doing like the
Yeah,
punch
yeah.
against it, Giant Man just
Oh, I know
So
we're all
good.
over the place, but that's I
Yeah.
gotta rewatch this. But like
Mhm.
another scene when Cap throws the hammer and Spider-Man like webs to it, and he's just flying. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then also when Cap
Oh.
like I think we mentioned earlier, but Cap like throws the shield out, throws the hammer and bounces it off.
Oh.
it's
It's
oh,
so good.
I just
It's just
feel-
so good.
Yeah, I feel like a little kid, just
great,
like
yeah.
just all over the place and tight.
yeah.
Because that's what this movie made me feel,
Mhm.
right?
I-
I should give Taylor the mic because he's just been sitting patiently.
I think one reason that they didn't do too much with Brie Larson is that exact reason that Captain Marvel is so new that it's kind of hard to like give her this major part when they didn't really have a chance for
Yeah.
people to see it.
No, and like I had my like suspicions that they might not use her that much just because it would be interesting it would be weird like having like a god tier character like with these just like I know they're superheroes but lower tier. They're not god tiers, right? Like I
Thor
feel
was.
yeah, I get he was before he became the Big Lebowski.
Thor's literally the reason there is a tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like I mentioned this to Travis before the cast too. I was very satisfied with I mean, like I really love that character, but like I'm glad that they didn't have her in too much. And like
She wasn't in a lot
I love
less
her
than
new
I expected,
haircut,
though,
and
to
I'm
be
really
honest.
happy they don't put the helmet on her anymore.
Haircut. You don't like the helmet, really? Oh, I love the haircut. Even though I wish her
Yeah.
sides were shaved, that's my one hang up. But love that
no,
short hair.
Yeah.
I'm with Travis. Wait, sorry. I didn't even listen to what you said. Did you like
Best year yet.
Are you saying you like the helmet or the hair more?
I like. So here's the
Because
thing.
would you rather her just
I don't
having the
wanna-
short hair? Or
I don't
want to
sound like a douchey male, but I don't think Brie Larson pulls off the short hair the greatest. I just like it because of the comic books.
Are you saying
Wow,
that
you're
like
such a
for like
douchey
Taylor's
male.
goatee, you're not sold on it yet?
Yeah, I'm not sold on it yet.
Okay, there you go.
But I did say to you, my point was, I think it was because I don't want to sound like Taylor. It's like, oh, I hate Captain Marvel. Oh, I hate Scarlet Witch. I think for me it threw her off that she didn't have. I think it'd look
Yeah.
better if her sides were shaved, because clearly she didn't get a haircut. It was they do some sort of wig thing, but I think that's what was throwing me off. I want the shade sides. It's
Yeah.
fine. I was just pumped to see the first 15 minutes to see that haircut is great because I love that hair from the comics and it's something different. So
Great.
yeah, I was. I like the helmet though too. I don't know why Briggs is hating
No,
on
no.
it, but you know.
Yeah, I really like the new haircut. I agree with you. I think she needs to get the shaved sides. I feel like in the next movie, although we were kind of speculating it'll be another
just gotta
prequel.
Tune in on
Okay,
our next
Romar.
cast.
Yeah, sorry.
She's got to commit to the role more.
He said she has to go Volmir. I'm like, for what?
Tyler's so all about
so-
this Volmir.
Sorry, sorry, Goose. You're coming with me.
Yeah, so
I think they used her just enough.
Yeah.
Enough
Yeah,
for
I
that
do
if
think
you
so,
haven't
yeah.
seen Captain Marvel, you can still kind of figure her out. But if,
Yeah.
you know, you have seen it, you know her character and it's still enjoyable. She didn't overpower all these people that have been around for a long ass time that are getting their moment. But, she said she'd come back to help and she did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think she had the right power level for when and like the right impact on fights where it's like she was able to fight Thanos, but the only option she got was when everyone else was incapacitated. So
and
it's
she
not
couldn't just
like-
one hit him,
Yeah,
which I was always
exactly.
scared about.
Mhm.
You know, which I didn't like that she just one hit that ship though. She just flew right through it.
she
and,
did
like,
one shot. She went through it a couple times.
Yeah.
It like she had to, but
yeah,
she did.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, ship metal is not as powerful as Thanos'
No,
skin.
no.
Shit metal.
Yeah.
Shit metal. Give me some of those 12 quarter portions of shit metal. Sorry, we only have half. Kirkland's still hogging the mic from Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn. Yeah. That whole end fight scene, you know, I love my Pano shots in Avengers. I got the Pano shot of the century.
You did. I told you
Oh,
the
wow.
predictions. I just didn't think it was going to happen. I thought they'd come back after they beat Thanos.
Yeah.
But the fact that they came back was just...
Oh, and I love that they also. Sorry to cut you off, Taylor.
No,
but
go.
I'm gonna go. I love how they got like all those individual shots of like each character making their appearance. They have like that shot of Giant Man coming out of the rubble. They have Cap. They have like T'Challa with their solo shots. But then they still manage to fit in that pan shot of every single person. It's like, oh.
Another wallpaper.
And those little details about seeing like Wakanda in the hole
Oh,
that's being
yeah.
opened
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything. You know, you still get those little details in the background.
Yeah.
You see the boys come in from Titan, and it's like, oh,
The boys.
Yeah.
the boys.
that web shooter go off.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
As soon as I heard that web shooter go off, oh
This
man.
is one thing I was a little. This is just me personally being disappointed in. I wish Strange had a bit more to do. rather
He
than
just held
hold
that
back.
waterfall
Yeah.
for a long time.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he
mean,
doesn't
I
have the
think-
time stone anymore.
I
What is
think-
he supposed to
I think it was
do?
a very
True.
important thing that he had to do. I think that someone had to do it, and he was the one to do it. But
I just wish why didn't he like throw it at somebody? Like just drown Thanos.
because there's more water there.
What? I know.
That was the
There's
one way,
more
Travis.
water.
He knew that's the one
Yeah.
thing.
That's
he
why
had to
they
do.
need Namor.
That's-
Come
that
on.
was
you know,
the one
and also
symbol.
the way he fit in that one was really. I thought that was a really cool moment.
Yeah, he's
But
like, my one
I-
job is to hold this
yeah.
waterfall.
Like,
And
I
I
loved the way what they did with Strange, at least in Infinity War, compared to his origin movie.
Yeah.
And so it would have been awesome to see more of that. But I mean, that's just me. I think everything else was still great. So I would love to see more of him. But I also get it's like it's not his. It's not the end of his saga.
No, no. And I love their quick little banter. Like, is this the one in the 14 million? Like, if I told you, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, that was good. I really like that. Just going back, I just gotta keep going on my Spider-Man hype. As soon as I heard like the web shooters come through, I actually like was tearing up just because like that
Yeah.
Infinity War scene just hit
Oh,
me
yeah.
so fucking hard. And then I remember like they kind of like glanced at each other or whatever, like Peter and Tony, and then I'm like, they gotta have a better moment
Oh,
than
yeah.
that. So when
especially
they
if Tony's dying.
yeah, especially like when they came. Well, like he had multiple moments because they hugged it out, and then when he was
Yeah.
dying,
Oh,
Peter
I
had
know.
that one-on-one.
It's the reverse of Infinity War where
Yeah.
he's going away.
It was so like that whole action scene. I had like tears like dripping down my cheeks,
Oh, yeah.
and I was smiling. Like
yeah.
I was sweating. Oh man, it was wild.
It was just like pools of mixed fluids underneath the seat.
wet shorts.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
I'm sure she
I
was
really
happy
feel
about
like I missed taking some kind of drugs that you guys
Well,
are
yeah.
all on
that.
here.
We all did a couple bumps of coke
Yeah,
before
we all you missed the pre-party.
Yeah. Oh, Infinity War sequel.
But I think like ecstasy or something based on how you guys are talking.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, there's
Yes,
so
yeah.
many fluids on my seat.
It was
There was
part
a-
of the concoction.
There was a lot.
It's all
of
those
fluids.
vitamin gummies
Yeah.
Travis has.
I OD'd. Yeah, here, guys. Come over here. You want some? Snort this. Taylor.
Snort vitamin gummies.
Oh yeah, that's why I got so high.
Ooh.
It's tough to go down.
That's
You really
how
gotta.
that's how you get all the vitamins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, back to
Stay in
the,
school.
the fight scene here. Panos shot of the century.
See, we closed your timeline. We came back to you.
Yeah, but no, I just from that Panos shot and that score that played there at the portals, I've listened to it so many times today. Like it's so great. And
Free. He didn't.
no, I bought the score. Or I bought the soundtrack.
I respect that. I would buy it.
I was
I
gonna
would
get
buy
him
it.
to go.
Well, I
get
listened
arrested.
to it. I listened to it first on YouTube because I wanted to identify which tracks are what, and then I was like, "That's it, I'm buying it." I want to get a hard copy because I thought this is just.
Oh, yeah,
I'd
I'm getting
love
a
to
hard
have
copy.
it. So, but I couldn't find it on.
They probably don't have it out yet.
Probably not. So I thought, I can't wait. I'm just gonna buy it digitally. I
Yeah,
want to
wait a
listen
little
to it.
Spotify
So,
you.
but no, just that moment was just amazing. Seeing everyone come out and just, I love seeing all the Doctor Strange boys coming out like that. That was
Dr.
so-
Strange
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
call them that anymore. He's gonna get in real trouble. Did you see Leaving Neverland? You don't want that.
But it was so amazing to see everyone come together. It's like this is just such a iconic moment, just making like this is history in the making right here. It's just fantastic to see all these characters come together. And my favorite scene was when Pepper comes out and she's rocking an
as
Iron Man
rescue.
armor.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that, honestly, like I am a huge fan of her armor. I thought that was sick. I love the Captain Marvel's hairstyle. I think it's fantastic. I absolutely love it when she's like, "Hey, Peter Parker," and she takes the gauntlet, and it blows my mind when they're like, are you gonna get through all that? And I really, really loved it when it was like all these superhero chicks just landing next to her. It's like, whoa, this is like a team you don't want to fuck with. They're going down, and Thanos is like gearing up, and they just wreck ship. And I think this is just a movie, as much as it was Captain America's and Tony Stark's. I thought. What?
Wreck ship.
I'm just thinking here, like, you can really tell that Kirkland's been hoarding the mic because you are like not even breathing. You're like, this happened, and then I love this, and this happened.
I don't exhale anymore. It's just when it was leading up to that sequence for all these female superheroes, like Madison, and even there was a girl next to me, like they're just getting up in their seat. Like, this is great for all these,
Getting up.
They were like,
I thought you said your theater was like very quiet and soft the whole time.
It's all in Taylor's mind.
at this
He's like
point,
pushing people. Come on,
at
giddy
this-
up.
at
Giddy
this
up.
point-
Taylor's actually the only one standing like on his seat.
Giddy up, guys. Endgame. Sit the fuck down.
it was just very awesome, for all of these female superhero role models in this series that's just been so many male superheroes see all of them grouped together and have their Avengers moment all like that in one sequence. And that is like the other poster I would love to have, is all these heroes together, because they was just...
Now he's a big Captain Marvel lover, right? Wow. Yeah, he knows it's gonna be a popular review.
You don't even have the cup.
Yeah.
They didn't have the cup. They
Oh.
didn't even have
Wow,
freaking
Taylor.
Endgame cups at the theater. I'm so pissed.
We got him at our theaters.
Were they really?
Oh yeah.
I'll drive over there and actually buy one tomorrow. I'm not even
Peter's
kidding.
closed and Taylor like a crack addict, like in. Giddy up.
We're really getting close to that 5-hour mark.
Oh yeah.
This is legitimately our longest review ever. We've broken the 3.5-hour record. We've hit 4 hours.
But yeah,
Oh,
just
cool.
that the entire sequence just it had me in awe, having all these characters just come together. And it just having no Black Widow was very sad, but I can't comprehend it, and I just can't wait to see it again on Sunday. This whole scene and sequence of what's going down, and just how they're like fighting this huge epic war. And I just everyone goes so hand in hand again, with like Thor like throwing his hammer and like throwing his axe and like bouncing them off each other. Captain America like using the sound waves off of the shield with the hammer.
Oh,
like,
and
oh my
then
god!
when they like accidentally grab the wrong ones, and it's like
Give me that
Cap's
back.
holding Stormbreaker.
You get the
and it's
small
like,
one.
Wait a
small one.
second. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great times.
there's just it was great, and especially when Giant Man comes out, and I love that scene from the trailers when Rocket like cocks his gun on War Machine's upgraded suit. Like, oh, there's just so much.
Yeah, Man and Wasp got a nice little
juiciness.
reunite.
Yeah.
My one little thing though is funny. They find the van and in all this epic action. He's like, I got to hot wire the car. I'm like, this is the only fucking thing we can think of. None of these people have anything like. And he's literally like doing the chords. I'm like, okay, like that's his action scene. But all right, fair enough.
I mean, it's a very Scott Lang thing.
It is, but it was just so funny in the midst of like these gods. Like, I got to hot wire this. Okay.
I was a big fan of Valkyrie and Ragnarok, and seeing her fly in on her what is that, like a
Pegasus?
Pegasus?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pegasus.
that
Not a
was
unicorn.
amazing. I loved when Spider-Man is like hitching a ride like with Pegasus there, and Valkyrie is just it was so freaking amazing.
Just great time.
Going, don't laugh at me.
Oh, that
when-
sweet voice of
when-
Kirkland.
Thank you, Tyler. I am now returned to the mic. Was it Ant-Man who's trying to go through the van portal, and then Thanos just like throws his weapon
That
and
was
just
Because
Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
Captain
Captain Marvel,
Marvel.
yeah,
Marvel
she was gonna
flying
try and
towards it.
return them all, but
Yeah.
Thanos said no, no, no.
that was so
launched
sick.
it.
I wasn't even
Yeah.
sure what happened at first, because like you don't really see what happens to her, right?
Yeah.
It just totally. But yeah, that was
Good moment.
Wild.
Good moment.
This isn't a like final battle scene, but I do want to shout out. There's one scene where everything's all like bleak, and then it's just Rocket and Nebula like holding hands,
Mm.
and I was just like, that just really shows the despair for someone who like tried to kill Rocket multiple times and now they're like connected. And I was just like, that was cute.
Yeah.
Also,
Very nice.
what happened to Thor's hammer?
Like
It went into the portal. It didn't come back.
which hammer?
What portal?
With Steve at the end, he like takes
Oh
it in
yeah,
the
I was
shield.
wondering that. I guess Steve
He probably put it back with Ether.
that or I thought Steve kind of kept it like in case he runs into trouble, right?
Yeah.
Because
Maybe it's just
You
like
know.
Just
on,
like
maybe
hidden
it's
in
just
his
like
old
on
man
the
house.
mantelpiece.
yeah, or he kept it for himself just to
Yeah.
like I don't know.
His wife's ashes and then Thor's hammer, and it's like, whew, that's a pretty
So-
mantelpiece.
Yeah.
Does Captain America, like when he sneaks back to Asgard, does he like stick Natalie Portman again with the ether? Because that would be pretty horrible.
I don't have the mic, so I can see anything.
America's ass.
Well, it wasn't even the Ether anymore. It was. The
I'm not gonna
stone
think
now.
about Cap.
He probably like granted it to Odin or something, and then Odin just does something with it.
He just
No,
like
you're supposed to put it
flash-bombed
back exactly where it was
He just
taken
flash-bombed
from.
Wasn't exactly.
He
I
just
don't
broke
think
it
so.
over his knee and just threw it in the room like
Yeah.
World War II flashbacks, and he jumped in the portal and left. So, I have no answer for you.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
I don't know. Are we done
Yeah,
with the
I
final
think-
battle?
Are you guys like planning on a secondary review after your secondary watch?
No, but we are doing
No.
the next
Internally.
podcast is going to be a predicting phase 4. So we are going to talk about like all the
Yeah.
shows they've announced and stuff, and talk about like the characters that are alive and see where they're going to go. So I think there'll be other things. So look out for that next week because we'll get to hear what Dil Musk thinks about it.
I
Yeah.
just feel like it would be interesting to see the difference of opinion after a second watch.
I'm excited to see it a second time.
Briggs is hoping to go
It's really
from
weird because I
1 to 2 out of 10.
Yeah. The when I first came out of theater, I was like, I don't even know if I want to see this again. Like this was such a unique thing
Wow.
to like experience it
That's
like
not what
for
I
a
was
second time. To like it'd be such a weird experience to see it happen for a second time, knowing everything that's gonna happen.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And it'll be like a completely different experience. I was like, do I want this in my life? But then it's like, yeah. But now the more I think about it, it's like, man, I really want to see this again.
yeah.
That's how
So-
people
I remember.
get drug addictions. Oh, I don't need to do that again. Do I want this in my life? Oh, I'm going to do it.
I remember when the movie ended, and I like took off my 3D glasses, and I was just like, I just like felt like I got a headache, and I'm like, I feel like I went through a traumatic experience.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
it was just wild. And then when I left, I'm like, I feel like I just have to like stew. Like I just have to
Yeah.
like just sit on simmer and just
Oh,
like
yeah.
think about what
I
happened.
mean, literally, your childhood friend of 11 years just died.
Yeah, like seriously.
I thought you were talking about his friend at the show screening. I'm like,
Yeah.
what happened to your friend after the movie?
See, I'm the opposite of you. I walked out going, I was kind of like, I expected something else. I wasn't necessarily overly satisfied. But after talking about it, I'm like, I want to go back and see kind of these scenes that I've missed and things that you guys picked out that I didn't. And also try and just pick out new things in general. Because when we started this cast, I was definitely like, I don't feel like this is as magical as you guys all say it is. And after talking about it, I feel like a second watch would kind of clear things up, and you know what you're watching for.
Yeah,
so
you
you
know
can
what to expect. And,
so you can look more in depth and actually look at the background and things that are going on that's
Yeah.
not just center stage.
Yeah,
So-
like you definitely miss out on a lot on the first watch.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can't. I wouldn't say it's a great experience for everything, but like for a lot of movies and just like just content in general, like a second watch can really be a really different but just as good, if not better, experience.
What's up, Doctor Strange?
I have two things to say, and then you can have it, Kirkland. First thing I'll say is when the credits rolled and we got to see like the
what a
Avengers
wonderful
signatures,
touch.
it was
That wonderful
really
touch.
good. And right when that ended, then the manager came out and said, "People, there's no post-credit scene." We're like, "Oh, okay."
Did he
yelled
actually
it.
do that?
He actually did it.
I
Oh,
would have gone up
really?
and been like, I'm gonna talk to the owner of this theater. And get
I
this
like I
man
was
fired.
I was a little taken aback, but I guess I'm assuming they wanted to clear everyone out for the
Yeah,
next showing
probably.
in there. But I mean, we pay for the whole
What a
film.
My
dick.
dad's in these credits.
But it was very much like just taken aback by that. But
If it makes you feel better, probably no one else here heard it, but I was sitting like right near the door, and there was 4 employees sitting there waiting, and they sat there making fun of everyone sitting waiting They're just like, look at all these losers that think there's end credit scenes.
I mean,
So
honestly,
don't
there
tell
was, like,
maybe don't tell Shay
I
that,
think
but
the end credits
I'm
thing
glad
was
Shay
well
was
worth it.
off work at that point.
so yeah, I
think
mean,
like the end credits thing was well worth it. So jokes on them.
I just
'Cause
need
they're
to
just
sit there and
douchebags.
decompress.
yeah. Matt told me, he's like, just so you know, the internet spoiled this for me. There is no end credit scene, and I just sat there. He's like, we can still sit here if you want
Yeah.
to, and I'm like, yep, we're
plus
still
it's
sitting here.
busy.
Like
you know.
it just like since I've started doing this, I just like sitting through the credits just to reflect on the whole thing in general.
I'm gonna go back to Extreme and just take a dump in that theater, and then the joke's really.
I
on
mean,
them.
who works at a movie theater and doesn't appreciate the Avengers
Lots
to that
of
degree?
people. Lots of
Well,
people.
I don't want to go to that movie theater anymore.
They're just waiting for Ugly Dolls next week.
Man, those people suck.
Last thing I want to say too is I absolutely love the Stanley cameo, and I'm so happy that we got him throughout this entire
Where
journey.
was that again?
He was the hippie
Yeah.
in the
when
70s.
he drove by.
Make
though?
love,
Oh,
no war.
yeah.
So good. I just think, the fact that we got Stan Lee throughout this entire saga right up to Endgame, I just think, that's absolutely amazing.
Did your
And-
theater give any reaction to Stan Lee? Ours didn't, and I
No, I think
expected
it
there
was
to
too
be.
quick for some people, to be honest. I mean,
Oh.
because
Yeah.
it's not also that he's also a young Stanley,
Yeah.
right? So I
Also
think-
made me think of Ego and Peter's mom.
Oh, okay, in the car, yeah.
That's where my mind went, and
Yeah.
not Stan Lee. So
yeah.
it's like,
I think that's
that's
why.
a
I think it
fun
was so. I
cameo.
think that's
People
something the
just didn't
second
pick it up.
time. Yeah, we'll see.
Did
it
your
and-
theater react? He didn't.
No,
Giddy
they were
up.
pretty quiet. Giddy up.
yeah.
We need to get that person on the review. Alright.
Kirkland.
We're just
Alright.
gonna get you a shirt that just says "Giddy Up"
Oh,
on it.
yeah, that's happening.
We'll put
And
it-
put the G's of the GV logo, right?
And we
Like,
gotta
yeah.
get a picture of Madison.
Yeah. And sell that.
Did
What's
they
up,
say we're
Strange?
getting a Stanley cameo in Spider-Man?
They were, but it sounds like they're not gonna. They
Oh,
sound
no?
like they're gonna keep it with just
Okay.
an Endgame because
Yeah.
it's bigger. But I would still take it if
Yeah.
we have footage of Stan, put it out there. But
Yeah,
they
for sure.
are on Disney Plus. There's going to be a featurette of all the behinds. It's like a mini documentary about Stanley and like the filming of his cameos. So
Aw.
I cannot wait for
That's
Disney
cool.
Plus. That's gonna be tons of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, before you go, Kirkland. Well, it's on my mind. There's one person at the funeral, at Stark's funeral, that I didn't know who they were.
It was the young kid.
Yeah, it was a young kid with like the black hair. He was standing on his own.
He's from Iron Man 3, and Iron Man 3 bumps into that kid for a little while and
In the
helps him out.
garage.
Yeah. You'd have to rewatch Iron Man 3, but he's in it for like the second.
I
Yeah,
remember that scene.
he's all grown up.
Where-
He's that little
yeah.
fucker from Jurassic World. Yeah.
Oh, was it
okay, so
actually?
that's
That's
who he
funny. I
is.
didn't notice.
Yeah, so that's who
Cool.
he is.
Good
Yeah.
for them for
Yeah.
putting him in there.
Oh yeah, they put everybody there. Yeah. Yeah.
Just when we were like talking briefly about just like rewatching it, there's so much details, especially in like a big battle scene like that.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait to just see like specific little
Yeah.
characters and stuff.
Oh my goodness!
Um,
Like the after Civil War, when it's like on Netflix, I was just like, I would just watch like the start, and I just watch a minute of only like Scarlet Witch and Vision fighting in the background, then only like the first clash where there's so many different fights
Yeah.
you can't follow them all.
Oh yeah, there's some.
You can just rewatch this final battle like
Yeah,
for
and
an hour.
This
to
one's like
watch
amplified by
everything.
100, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
there's just so
You're
much
gonna
more
have
shit.
to
going on.
freeze frame it.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
great because they always like they nail. It's not just like them randomly flailing around just to look like it's moving. They like choreograph everything,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh man, I'm so excited.
I was kind of joking around with my buddy before we went in there. Is when Drax came back, I really wanted him to just scream like Thanos, like when he meets like Peter Parker and like Iron Man for the first time, he just like runs at them. I don't know, it's just something I wish that they did. And then another quick little thing I noticed is when Iron Man does the snap and then like all the bad guys are disappearing. I noticed like, fuck, I forget their names, but
Ebony Maw, Corvus
Ebony Maw's,
Clay,
like,
Proxima
walking towards
Midnight.
Thanos, like-
yeah,
He does,
but
Ebony
the
Maw is like Thanos' Peter. In a way.
I don't think he cares about.
I
it,
don't
but-
feel so good.
But like the two, like the female one and the male that kind of had a relationship, I
Yeah.
noticed like they were kind of holding each other when they disappeared.
Oh,
Just,
really?
just a little
That's
detail
really
I wanted
cool.
to show
Oh,
there.
that's cool. I gotta look
Yeah,
out for
look
that.
out for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
it's,
like
it's to the
Thanos
right.
is-
It's to the right of Ebony.
I like the way Thanos like just accepted his loss.
I like when he just sat there for a second. I'm like, this fucker can't die.
Yeah, I
He
thought
survived
for a
the
second.
snap.
I thought for a second he wasn't gonna die, and then like they like execute him or something. But
No, it was great.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's it. Final scores and get out of here.
yeah,
yeah.
I'll just
1 out of 10.
I'll just throw down.
hey, that's
yeah,
fine.
Quick,
Come on.
a strong 1 out of 10. No, like I said, I have some minor quibbles, some things I need to sit on, maybe some time travel stuff that doesn't work. But there was just so much goodness. I gotta throw down the double digits as my first of 2019. I gotta throw the 10 because, like I said, it's just it's the buffet thing. There's just so much goodness that those things at the end of the day I can look past them. Maybe I'm never gonna be 100% fine with Thor the way he is, but I just got so much other good stuff and so many moments that made me laugh and cry and cheer and just feel so emotional and feel like these 11 years have been worth it. Like I started I was not in elementary school, but I was in middle school when this started, and now I got a kid and another one on the way. So my life has changed quite a bit. So it's just crazy to think where we've all where my life has gone. That's what the MCU is. I just there's these milestones, and just the fact that it ended so well and to me beyond perfect is everything I could hope for this. And the rest, I know there's all these Marvel shows and TV shows. To me, it's just like cherries on top, Even if for some reason 2 years they just become shit quality, it's we had that reign of 11 great years, and now it's whatever they do,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm still excited. Feige still says, I got 5 years planned. He's fucking planning junkie like me. Yeah. But at 10, I just have to. I have to because I just love it so much. So it's like becoming a child again for a night. So, boom.
Yeah, for me, it's honestly a 10 out of 10. I mean,
yeah, I was gonna say it's just above or below Suicide
Squad. Same level Suicide Squad.
Taylor, that's gonna haunt you on your deathbed.
Oh yeah.
It'll be on your gravestone. Yeah. Rip Taylor, who gave Suicide Squad 10 out of 10.
Put it on.
Giddy
there.
up.
You're gonna be like, yeah. You're gonna be like Thanos sitting on your farm just thinking about Suicide Squad in this movie.
Oh yeah. But the movie itself was just an absolute gem. It had so much right and nothing wrong. It was just
nothing at all.
Nothing. I can have a little beefs or a couple little quirks with it, but
that would be something.
It doesn't amount to something being
not
wrong.
To Taylor,
though. No.
Not to Taylor.
No. His review skills.
It's just this. It was such a perfect movie theater experience as well, and I have to say, because a lot of lately, a lot of reviews, Travis will know this. We go to movies and just the crowd is just a shit show. They ruin the experience.
I feel like the only thing you're referring to is the farting kid at Lego Movie.
Our crowd was actually really there were children in our crowd,
and they were well behaved.
People, I had no issues with the crowd
except for the fucker who talked about golf.
I was
the
sitting
entire
right
trailers.
beside you. At one point I heard a little bit of murmuring, or no, I only heard them talking during the credits, but throughout the movie I just zoned them
They
out.
stopped. Emily shot them a look, and apparently a friend was enough. But it's just you can talk during trailers, but it was to the point where it sounded like
it was
you wanted
really
everyone
loud
to hear his
during
story.
trailers.
Yeah, I love golf. It's all right. I got the vibe quickly that it was a group of friends, and he was the one least invested in this. Oh yeah, you guys are going, I'll join you. And it's this is not your night. Your night is Cheap Tuesday.
Yeah.
You casual.
Although I gotta say, everyone was sniffling when Tony Stark died.
Oh,
it was just
not Jessica and Taylor though.
Yeah.
Heartless bastards.
The majority
and
of people
Kirkland
around
bastards.
my general radius,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
I just heard all the sniffles. And I was oh yeah, these people have souls.
If that golf guy was in my theater, I have voiced
You would have
myself.
fucked him up.
Oh yeah, multiple
That's
times.
a lie. You don't voice yourself.
Oh, believe me.
Taylor,
I used to
I
be
don't-
when I worked at the
No.
movie theater as an usher. Do you know how many
when
times
you
I had to
worked,
fucking
though.
kick
Yeah, but
people
you were
out?
getting paid to do
Now
that.
that you
that's
don't-
different.
Yeah,
You
now that
had
you don't have the power.
responsibilities. The thing is, Taylor, you had authority behind you. When you're just a random movie theater going, you have no authority.
No, I have
you would
every
be the guy
authority.
I'm
I
gonna
have
get
every
the
authority.
usher.
I have I have
But
every
the thing is,
authority.
You're not
you
gonna
know?
get the usher because you have to miss part of the movie to get the usher.
And you know what? I would, because I'm sick and tired of people talking
like,
in goddamn
"Hey, Kirkland,
movies,
go
and
get
I've
the
had to
usher."
voice it so many times to so many
I'm gonna
bastards
dress
talking.
in disguise and taunt him and see if he does anything.
Fucking, if you want to fucking test me, I will fucking go there.
I hate Assassin's Creed.
It's so much better than Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
I will lay
And
down the
that's
fucking wall.
that's such a lie. When we saw Jigsaw, there was a former person we worked with sitting beside you, and their phone kept going off, and Taylor did nothing other than.
Here- here's the thing. The thing that was actually a shit movie, and the fact that the guy was just in his own fucking world. I was like, this movie's bad. This experience is bad. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Oh,
he was leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back. I was like, this is just wild.
Oh, and Taylor got the authority. Yeah. Right. 10 out of
Oh.
10.
Can you get the
10 out of
usher
10.
for me on your way out to answer the
Yeah.
phone?
What's that?
Never mind.
Listen to replay. It's only a 4.5 hour podcast.
I'm taking your mic, Taylor. You don't get it anymore. All right. Yeah, these two fine gentlemen to my right. I'm gonna have to agree with basically everything they said. It's just a perfect conclusion. Like for me, I said at the beginning, like there is things that as we dissect it, I can kind of understand like the irks and it makes a little more sense. But like Travis said, it's the buffet effect where it's just there's so much good in it that it just overpowers it, and like I can barely even see like the negatives. Like obviously when we dissect it, okay, I can kind of see it, but fuck, like just the movie in general, I was just like I thought Infinity War was the biggest emotional roller coaster I've ever been on. This movie just topped it somehow. Like I found it funnier, I found it more like engaging, just like emotionally just draining. Like fuck. It was just it was wild.
We're not becoming professional critics. They're never gonna put Kirkland's review on a poster. Like fuck.
You never know.
Endgame.
Also,
I
that
never
new
thought we'd see
coined
Endgame,
term.
so-
Get us to 200 reviews. You become Rotten Tomato critics.
Yeah.
Travis, you got to quickly coin the term the buffet effect.
Oh,
The
yeah,
buffet
yeah.
effect. But
yeah,
like
I've been really thinking about Grand 88 this
They're
whole
closed
cast.
now, but
Oh shit.
Oh no.
just
you could tailor. Giddy up. Open up. Open up. I need my buffet effect.
on the
Also, do you guys sell Captain Marvel cups here?
Yeah.
on the topic of food, this movie just like it let me have my cake and eat it too. Like it was just everything that I could have dreamed for to a conclusion of like this amazing MCU ride we've been on. And it's not even over, but like it was just perfection. And I just
This part of the ride's over.
yeah, this part of the ride, yeah, that's well said. And
We're going to the next park. We're going to like there's Disneyland, like Adventure. Like we're going to the other park.
Yeah,
You know?
so it's like-
California.
Yeah, and some of our friends are coming with us, but some of them are really lost in the park. Tony
Yeah.
died on the log ride.
these two movies though, like Infinity War and Endgame, like I'm gonna forever remember these movie going moments.
I can't wait to watch these two movies back to back and see what experience that's.
I
gonna
can't wait
be.
to just see them all on like the Disney Plus, like
Oh,
all
yeah.
the MCU movies.
Yeah.
But
$6.99.
It
Yeah.
definitely it was nice to have just watched Infinity War going into it because
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
was some of those moments.
I definitely
that,
envy
Mhm.
that. I
Yeah.
wish I had that. I remember planning on it, but then I was like, I got home. It was like 4 or something. I hadn't eaten. I'm like, the movie's at 6. I
Yeah.
can't even start Infinity War right now.
Kirkland was
Oh,
telling me
yeah.
his plan. He's like, I'm gonna watch the whole thing before the movies. Like maybe I'll not get to watch like half an hour of it. Maybe I won't watch an hour of it. And then he just didn't end up watching it at all.
I didn't want to admit it, but it slipped out.
They
so,
got dusted.
so
I
yeah.
thought I had enough time, but then I didn't, and
You
then
gotta just-
I just like quickly skipped to like all the emotional moments. I'm like, all right, I'm good.
You gotta be like Dylan, the 1.5 speed.
Oh god.
Oh man,
yeah.
I don't know what happens.
I don't want.
I don't even think I dropped my number rating, but if it goes without saying, it's a flat 10 out of 10. So, there you go.
Interesting.
Off to my handsome gentleman to my left and
Well, you
the
know what
fine
Briggs'
lady at the
score
end.
is. Yeah.
See, this movie, you know,
One out of
a
10.
lot of conflict for
Mhm.
me,
Mhm.
and just also the movie in itself. There's a lot of conflict going on. There's how do I say this? It I guess the way to sum it up was that like the kind of ending, the Iron Man moment happened. I was pretty hyped on it, and then it kind of cut to his death scene, and I wasn't too like I could hear everyone crying around me, and I was like, I want those tears. I want to feel this pain.
That's exactly
And
the way
I
I
feel your
felt. That's
and,
exactly the
and
way
then
I felt.
I couldn't. I was just empty. I felt empty inside it. And then the funeral came, and I was like a little bit of a tear, but it's still like it just wasn't there for me. And then it just goes on and shows everyone. And then I get a little emotional. But at this point in the movie, the most emotional I'd gotten was when Scott Lang found his daughter. And it's like that really got me. But then the ending of the movie is just like I was almost a little disappointed. And then it keeps going. Tony Stark has a heart, and then it goes. Steve Rogers goes back, and then it's like Steve Rogers is gonna put the time stones back. And I was like, wait a minute, and then they start to. I was like, all right, on the count of 5, we'll bring you back. And I was like, wait a minute, and then the 5, 4. I was like, oh no, what's going on here? And then he doesn't come back. I was like, yes, this is it. This is the ending I need. And then it goes to Steve sitting on the bench, and I'm just like, all right, this is pretty good. It's all right. It's getting to a 2. It's making its way to a 2. And then it goes to that. Steve Rogers passes on the mantle, and then it like cuts. It just like I believe, I don't know if there's a direct cut, but then at the very end, I'm just like, all right, that was a pretty good ending, but it's not quite a 2 yet. And then it just cuts to the good old 1940s. The music starts playing, And then the tears just start coming. There's like, I haven't seen anything yet. And I'm just thinking, I was like, oh no, if I see them dancing, like if there's actually like an image of them dancing, I'm going to lose it. I'm done. And then it's like, it goes to the window. I'm just like, oh no. I start leaning forward on my seat. I'm covering my mouth in anticipation. My eyes are just like, and then it just goes in the window. It just peeks around the corner. And it just shows them dancing, and then it's like, bam, done. I lose it. Just 2. It's a 2. It's a 2 right there. It's a 2 out of 10. But no, I that was like, for me, all that aside, I mean, this movie, it really, when I first came out of the theater, I wasn't sure what I was gonna rate it. I mean, I was like, is this an 8? Is this like a 9? But like, is this a 10? I didn't think I could give it a 10 because there's a lot of things during the movie that irked me a lot. As I mentioned, the cast with Thor and Thanos, with the time travel, with the campiness of it. But the more the more we've talked about it over the cast, and the more I've sort of enjoyed discussing these moments with you guys over this 4-hour cast. And
oh yeah, record break.
it's really I was initially kind of going into this like, all right, am I going to be that guy who's just like really overly critical of the film? And I'm just like, but I don't want to give it a pass just because it's the end of a legacy. But then thinking back on it now, it's like, even with that campiness, even with those things that sort of irked me, I still enjoyed the moments that irked me. I still, at the end of the movie, was bawling my eyes out. I was still just so emotionally driven throughout the whole film, and I still, like, looking back on it, the more I think about it, the more I fall in love with everything the characters did, the progress they made through the film, and just even the campiness. It's like, sure, it doesn't match the tone of the stakes, and maybe it didn't go in the direction that I wanted it to go, but the direction it did go, they absolutely executed it wonderfully, and just the way they closed it out, and the way they really just finished off this legacy. This from Stark's final line to "I am Iron Man" to you've got Cap getting his happy ending, passing on the mantle. You've got these setups, these great set pieces of all the female Avengers, of Cap wielding Mjolnir, and then you've got the credits where it shows like just all this with their signatures and everything. It's just like I could not ask for any more of a perfect execution. So I have to give this a 10 out of 10.
Oh wow.
And yeah, I can't wait to see it again. And I think wow. Yeah, I don't know where we're going to go from here. I really don't. So booyah.
Booyah.
We're going Feige. In Feige we trust.
Me and Feige actually took a tandem bike here. I just thought I should mention that.
All right, Jessica, you're closing this podcast out.
So I don't generally give numbers anymore, and I'm going to continue with this.
Safely.
It's all 10 out of 10s. We're lucky now.
I mean, I'll be honest. I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10.
That's fair.
It's.
I can respect that.
I think it's a great ending. I think it's a fun ride. I think that you should watch it, even if it's a cheap Tuesday or, you're probably not your shitty illegal copy, but, at least wait till it's on Disney Plus or whatever. But I think it's one of those ones that if you've been a part of the ride, you have to watch it. Mm-hmm. You're going to enjoy the ride, whether you have a couple issues with it or not. It's that ending of the era. It's not just a trilogy. It's not, okay, well, I'm bored of this Star Wars trilogy. I'm just whatever. It's been a long ride to get here. And if you've stuck in this far, you got to watch it. So I did really enjoy it. I have my issues with it, mostly from just the time travel perspective. So other than that, giving the different arcs to characters and kind of taking characters in ways that you might not expect. The ending definitely didn't see how it was going to end off with Cap growing old and Iron Man actually dying off. So, things like that were enjoyable because I didn't see it coming, and it did give it that element of unpredictability. So, yeah, overall, not a perfect movie by any means in my book, but one that you have to see if you've been part of this ride.
Well, we're in the end game. Taylor, please very quickly give us the link so we can get out of here.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into this.
Forever.
Thank you forever. You know, you're going to find us in the search bar with your internet connection, Geek vs. Space Podcast, Facebook, Twitter, Geek vs. Cast, YouTube, Stitcher, SoundCloud, iTunes. We're everywhere. Type it on Google. You'll find us and this review. Thank you so much for coming on this huge journey and tuning into all of if you have our Marvel retros that we did leading up to where we are now, especially. And keep tuning into all the X-Men ones and all the future retros that come.
Did you give a shout out to Patreon for $1?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should say anything.
I got snapped. Patreon, all the way. Just go down in the description below, whether you're watching a video or on audio. Everything's there. And until next time, it'll not be boring.
Geek first out. Geek
Later,
first.
nerds.
Geek first disassemble.
There it is.